The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Well then, at least a little bit of spice in the walk-ins.
We've had one person now, Shigenda.
Yesterday when he just turns his back to the camera.
Yeah.
And we need more spice in the walk-ins. You know, in the LPL, they're really giving it some. You know, they come out as 5, they don't even go to their chairs. They just stand there looking at the opposition.
It needs some work, I think.
Yeah, it needs
but we're gonna do picks and bans here at the Analyst Desk, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we talked about the bot lane, especially in this pre-game segment. And I think going into the draft as well, it's going to be really curious to see where Fnatic will throw their bans. Because yesterday, when they played against G2, they threw away 3 bot lane bans. They first picked the Yuumi, and instantly the Draven came out and just destroyed it from them. So I'm curious to see where they're going to apply that pressure in the first phase of draft again.
I feel like Reckless has been leaning more in the last few years to things like Senna, Tristana, Sivir. This has kind of been his bread and butter. Varus now, and Ashe. I haven't seen him, you know, like the old days of Reckless, where he would be willing to play things like Lucian and Caitlyn, these aggressive lanes to try to start pushing advantages. I would love to see that from Reckless, especially in this style of Fnatic, where I think that Wunder has always been the, I won't really carry the game for you, but I can negate the enemy top laner's pressure, I can nullify him,
Yeah,
I'm so flexible, and Fnatic's bot lane was their carry last year, so I'd love to see the big step up of just trying to punish the enemy bot lane. I don't think we'll go into the realm of Kalista Draven, but anything that can get the push.
I mean, apparently it does work well, so
yeah,
it's been very successful.
It has been, so anything that can get the push is where I'm looking at. But a lot of champions up right now. We've got Ryze, we've got Maokai, we've still got things like the Zeri that could pair with the Lulu. We'll see what direction Koi wants to go with the first pick.
No Dahmer, though.
But I feel like already you can see the bot lanes getting trimmed out. Varus already off the table, Yuumi off the table now as well, the Lucian Nami bot lane. So the further we get into this, the Zeri just takes that higher priority, and especially now with Caitlyn off the table too. Feels like the bot lane is just getting too narrow with all the bans coming through.
Yeah, Ashe, Zeri, near the top, Ryze, of course, just mentioned it as probably one of the strongest mid laners on the patch ever since the Seraphs and Archangels change. Him and Kassadin have been so strong. Maokai is up here. I think that would be a steal for Razork if he wants to go for that. Malrang will probably go towards something like the Sejuani, you have to imagine, or the Vi with Ryze can work really well. There's the Ashe Maokai. Curious what Koi's bot lane is going to be now that Ashe is taken away. Do you just go for Zeri Lulu and just say, you know what? We can't really sacrifice going to 4-5, or do you go for something like the jungle?
Yeah, it feels awkward at the beginning just due to the slows of the auto attacks from Ashe, but your scaling is just absolutely insane.
Wow.
And Koi, we've seen them also just go back to the Ashe role, play that weak side, play up towards the top side, and now seeing Malrang on the Sejuani again, Sugenda on a carry champion like the Jax. Last time this happened, Malrang was up in that top side by level 2.
Yeah, I love this from Koi. They know the bot lane is going to be a bad matchup anyway, just go all in on top side. I think something like Gragas here could work for Wunder. If he wants to try to play carry into carry, Fiora is an option. Aatrox is an option. We see that in the LPL. That's normally what they pick into Jax. Jace is a great pick into Jax. Every time he jumps in with the leap strike, you can knock him away with the hammer. Let's see how Wunder executes on this Jace. We'll need a little bit of resources, but we were talking about a carry for Fnatic, and there's one locked in already. Need to make sure they can get a good mid laner to help the Roman start shutting down this Ryze, because if Larson can get the top and he falls behind against the Jax Sejuani, it'll be a disaster.
Yeah, for sure. Now it just means you can continue trimming down that bot lane composition if you want to get rid of the Ashe role for comp that he so wanted. You can already see that they want to play lower resources here as well. On the side of Fnatic as well, of course, they are, or on the side of Koi rather, they are potentially looking to trim away that support pool, trim away that mid lane pool as well. But crucial to remember, Jace can still go anywhere, Maokai can still be flexed into support as well, so still open options too.
Yeah, I think what I'd be scared of here is some kind of Kalista lane perhaps. I mean, it's not great into Ashe, but if they want to play something like Ashe Karma on 4, which wouldn't surprise me too much, then I think an all-in lane would be great. Any melee support with Sejuani is just working fantastically. Of course, they can always counterpick support, but I think the only real value you can get out of counterpick support in this draft is like a Tahm Kench on 5 if they do go for that melee support. So we'll see which direction they go in. Syndra is still up, which I think could be a good pick into Koi's champions. Anything, you know, 2 champions dashing in, Ryze short range, start to poke them down. But we'll see what direction they go in. Ashe Karma could work. Leave support and counter with something like Palm. Fnatic have options, just down to what Koi has as a bot lane blind pick. Last ban is going to be a mid laner. I think in this case of Orianna. I mean, Humanoid's bread and butter. I mean, what was Humanoid known for in the last 2 years? Orianna and Akali.
yeah.
That was
Victor,
his,
Orianna.
yeah, his favorite champions. Now, this is where the draft will just be the telling signs of what's to come.
Yeah, but I feel like you just slap that Syndra here, like that control mage in the mid lane, set up a good composition. You already have the Maokai, you got good range to play around with the Ashe already, with the Jace too. But Gragas actually coming through here, already telling us, we said earlier, that well, that Jace already was a flex pick, could go up towards the top side, could go into the
This
mid lane,
could
and the
be,
same
yeah.
with Gragas support
I'm
too.
angry I didn't say it because I thought it.
You thought about it, did you?
Yeah, I
you
was like,
should have
well,
said it.
yeah, I know,
Is
but
it a yeah? It could be a Jace mid. It could be a Gragas support.
maybe.
I think it's more likely something
Oh.
like a Jace mid. But we'll wait for now.
You thinking even Gragas support? Probably Wonder, right?
Yeah, it could also be Gragas support. Normally you see things like Gragas support into Alistar, you know, just
Yeah.
to stop the combo, but that's really the only matchup. I mean, unless it's with a Yasuo already carry, it's a bit difficult to just pull off. We'll see. Could also be Ashe support here, and they pick an AD carry on 5 and put the Gragas top, Jace mid, right? There's a lot of options here for Fnatic. There's the Jhin. For Koi, I think a melee support here would pair well. Something like Leona. Rakan seems pretty difficult against Maokai Gragas.
Too much
Karma
CC.
works to deny it from the Ashe Karma. That was more of a denial pick. So Fnatic must have something prepared if they were going to be willing to give this Karma over.
At least a curveball. I love it.
Okay,
Oh,
Rakan.
it is going to be Rakan.
Interesting. I think that Rakan pick is actually going to struggle against Maokai Gragas, the lockdown, but they did need some form of engage. It was either denial or engage. And now Fnatic will tell us exactly where everything's going. They have 3-way flexes on certain champions.
Yeah, it's one of those positions with Rakan where if you want straight at them, you're just going to get rooted down immediately by CC. You have to be creative about your pathing. I mean, luckily for Trimby, it is one of his signature picks as well, going from that side. And speaking of signature picks, you highlighted earlier as well, Kajal.
Yeah.
Reckless on the Sivir. Rox now taking the Ashe support for himself, and the composition is finally starting to complete itself for Fnatic here.
And do you like it, the completed one?
I actually need to take it in a little bit. I
Okay.
wasn't sure where these champions were going before the full draft is coming through, so...
Kajal?
Okay, so my take here is Jace has a lot of pokes, Sivir can poke and so can Ashe, so their siege is good, but I worry if their AP damage. I wonder if Razork is going to go first strike Demonic Embrace Liandry's Maokai to make sure they have some AP damage. Maybe Wunder's going to go more in the AP realm, but I think they have really good siege. The only thing I'm lacking here is...
This is a Humanoid's first time on Jace, by the way.
Yeah, their backline is just really easy to dive onto. If Rakan can get onto that immobile Sivir and Ashe, I think they're going to struggle a lot.
Sure.
But their range is good. I just think Koi's engage is also very good.
But I think the engage is also very conditional. It allows you to play around. It's not completely doomed. You still have the spell shield on the Sivir as well, and you got the range to play around with. So I think it's super doable for Fnatic at the same time as well. Good disengage if they need it as well from the Gragas world, from the Maokai world as well.
Yep,
It's
good disengage.
doable, but Koi has been looking pretty good, and they've got some really strong picks.
It's been a long time since we've seen something like Jace mid.
Yeah.
We'll see what it can do into the Rise. I mean, I think of Perks with Ivern, G2 with MSI, you know, against Faker, against the Rise. That's the last time I can think of that matchup in my head. Did go slightly Jace favored. We'll see how Perks can... Humanoid can shut down Larson.
Humanoid can shut it down. Indeed. We'll see indeed. As said again, super important win needed for Fnatic as we get into this game.
Let's get into the action. Koi versus Fnatic. Koi currently 2-0, Fnatic 0-2. Those scores at the top are incorrect. Hey, I'm Medic, that's Vetty. Been here for a game already. Trimby jumping across here. Humanoid spots him. He's like, okay, we're not going to be able to do anything sneaky here. As they did look to see perhaps if they could get an invade off early. Vetty, I'm going to test you on some stats. Because we love stats here in the LEC. What do you think Reckless's all-time Sivir win rate is?
64%.
Oh! 62.3%. That's very close. How many games do you think he's played?
47.
77.
Oh.
He's 48 and 29 on the champ across the course of his career, and we'll see if he can add another win to that column in this game. I do think I agree with Kajal that although Fnatic have some avenues, their backline's pretty squishy here, quite easy to be targeted. And you were mentioning that you think perhaps Wonder will go full AP Gragas here, but we will say Razork has the first strike and has the red Pokemon, the Charmander, so he's likely to go at least for Demonic Embrace. I have been seeing Demonic Embrace into Radiant Virtue. You can go Demonic Embrace into that Leandries and be full squishy, full dive bomb Maokai. Just timber your opponents.
Well, that's still a ways away. My main concern for Fnatic is this side lane threat that I think Koi does have. Already a bit of trading down towards the bot side of the map. Kind of as we expect. Oh, the heal gets popped. Reckless and Rux.
How'd you get away? How'd you get away from an Ashe slowing you, from a Hail of Blades as well? That's good trading from Rux and Reckless down towards that bottom side. A lot of people look at Ashe as this W spammer, because that's what she is in ARAM, and when you build the Imperial Mandate, she's not that in lane. What you want to do is get the Hail of Blades and get the auto attacks down. It's all about the auto attacks. Who gives a monkeys about your 26-second cooldown W at level 1? Just get those autos in, and that's exactly what Rux did there. Approach velocity for him as well, meaning that he gets that chase potential in that bot lane.
There is the real risk of a dive here. They're going to get information as to where the Sejuani is. One, they're going to prop the phase rush and get away to safety, but you can see the priorities of both junglers here as Malrang pathing up towards the top side of the map, looking to try and get Jigenda in a strong position with the Jax. And we talked about this powerful side lane threat. Wouldn't be surprised to see Larson, once he gets level 6, start threatening those roams, those dives, especially when Wonder is known for going that typical AP. Does make it a little bit easier to dive, but in the same vein, Wonder known for outplaying those dives, of course. He's no stranger to being focused in a game, but it definitely looks like in terms of early priority, this bot side will be a focus. And he just pointed out to me that Malrang is actually making his way back towards bots. Remember that the Ashe Hawkshot did come out to get information, and Fnatic expect Malrang to be pathing towards the top side right now.
Malrang always finds a way to gank, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Reckless and Rux did have the push in here. Comp looking for the chase, Malrang going in as well. Flash away, but the Arctic Assault is still there. Rux locked up. One more auto is enough to stun him, and Malrang claims Burst Blood. Razork a little late to the party because does have the flash. Trimby has none of his own. They can look for the chase here onto Comp as well. Flash onto Trimby. He will fall, and now Reckless and Razork looking to trade back on this one. Comp's going to get the root down onto the Maokai, but that tree is well used to roots, and he just leaves.
Ends up being an overall even trade. The supports end up losing their lives. And it ends up being a pretty even trade of summoners as well. You can see here, again, Fnatic completely unaware, not really expecting this. The moment that they see Comp and Trimby looking for an all-in, they realize what's happened. Reckless invests the Ghost fairly early. They're expecting the flash to come out from Rux. He does his best to sidestep there, buys as much time as he possibly can for the Maokai to show up, and this is where Razork, being level 4, knows that he can secure a kill here. Reckless doing what he can to get as much damage down as possible. Has the vision, flash in, root, doesn't give the Rakan an opportunity to get away. And you can see with the Ignite down, Koi is sitting there thinking, hey, maybe we can actually get a kill back here, but Reckless's position made it a little bit more awkward, so it ends up just being a trade of kills. Overall, not too bad for either side, really. It does alleviate some of that pressure from Comp and Trimby, who were struggling in the straight-up 2 versus 2, but Reckless and Rux still able to trade something back even after that early aggression.
Razork also deciding not to base after getting that kill down towards the bottom side. He's been powering through his jungle. Malrang went back and got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Extra ability haste for him means that those ganks will be a little bit more effective as the game goes on. For the moment, though, Fnatic should be pretty happy with this start. They haven't given 2 kills over to a Draven, which means that it's going better than it was 24 hours ago.
Case. See Wonder and Jigenda trading a little bit. The wave, if we can have a look at it, observers, you can see how it's a little bit awkward right now for Wonder, but he's not too concerned. He's going to be able to go back to base, TP back in. Actually sticking around right now. What's his plan here? Is he looking to interrupt? Yes, he is. Yeah, actually, with this health advantage that he has, he can actually look to try and push this underneath the tower. Maybe he doesn't have to expend the TP at all. I don't think it's really worth holding the TP, given the TP changes. You know, you may as well just invest it early, make sure you can get back into lane. Given that Jigenda's already TP back into lane, the more damage Wonder can do, the better.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he's going to go back and he's going to replenish everything. Whereas Jigenda, if he wants to try and get that same reset, it's going to be much harder. So there's a lot of mind games going on right now. Wonder wants to try and get the most optimal back that he can while also making life difficult for Jigenda. Nice little trade there from Wonder. Gets the belly bop, gets out of range of the stun. But he's got to be cautious of a potential gank. And kind of highlight the vision, we can see so much more investment on top side of Koi. Trimby looking for something. Ooh, nice side steps there from Rux.
Really nicely done. It dances down from the knock-up, then to the side, away from the root from Comp, means that he's able to escape. I believe Malrang was spotted as he went into the river earlier, pinged out a couple of times. And Wonder obviously had to be careful earlier on because Malrang could have been on the top side of the map for a gank. For now, though, they know he's down towards this bottom lane, and Wonder will just be able to back TP back into the lane. Now has double amp tomes and a mana crystal, holding the wave, waiting for his minions to get there so he can freeze it. Makes it a little bit trickier for Shigenda, but Shigenda has, you know, a slight CS lead. With actually a reset coming out from Trimby, he knows that they want to try and break this freeze up towards the top side, so Trimby's going to work his way all the way to the top side as the wave pushes in bot. Comp can just catch that. Not too much of a tricky situation for Comp, and he can make sure that his top lane isn't denied too much CS.
Viewers at home will likely notice as well, Wonder's trying to thin this wave out a little bit, because on your minimap you'll see Larson keep moving into the fog of war. He'll do this thing where he'll push the wave, and then he'll just move into that top river brush, and Wonder always has to be cautious and scared, like we're going to see it right now. Keep our eyes. Oh, hang on, a bit of a skirmish down on the bot side of the map, but what you're going to see is Larson push this in and then constantly move into fog of war. Right now, his goal is to keep Humanoid underneath this tower so that he can look to rotate towards the bot side, as Malrang is in a bit of a skirmish right now, but with the arrival of Rux and Reckless, it's not going to result in much.
Knock back. Wonder looking for this, but Trimby's there waiting, snuck into the bush, and Trimby there in time once again. Flash forward from Shigenda is enough for the kill for the top lane.
Catches Wonder completely off guard. He thinks that there's a clean kill there onto Shigenda, and then Trimby is able to punish him, able to sneak his way into the top side. No TP on Wonder, means he's going to lose this whole wave, and it definitely sucks to see for Wonder. Not the worst position overall for Fnatic, but for Koi, really sets up those side laners for success as we move later into the game.
And once again, just really good moves from Trimby. He spent a long time sneaking into this top bush to make sure he wasn't spotted. They saw that Wonder had invested a lot of his health bar in trying to freeze the lane, and as soon as Wonder looks for this fight, Trimby's ready.
Yeah, if Shigenda had actually gone a slightly different direction, gone closer to Wonder, there was a world where he may have been able to get that kill off, but with Trimby always being in the vicinity, it was going to be difficult. And Wonder, you know, he was so cautious. He was keeping his eye on that mid lane, specifically worried about what Larson might be doing with that ultimate. But it was Trimby that actually catches him off guard, and Fnatic can't punish on the bot side of the map either. Now Rux has come up to assist with the Herald. The wave has been pushed underneath Shigenda's tower, so he should be forced to catch that, with Wonder offering assistance. And Reckless now making his way up towards mid as well, but Malrang likely to contest.
It's a tad risky because Trimby has hit level 6. The Rifthold will go down. You can see Koi trying to fight around it. Trimby's now in the mid lane, has that quickness if they want to go in. Rifthold has been secured by Fnatic, and Malrang will be spotted. He steps forward. Trimby can come in with the quickness here as well. The flash away, the Glacial Prism. There's the Realm Warp as well, and that's 2 quick catches for Koi. 1 down, 2 down. Timber goes the tree, and Koi go 4-1 up.
A clean collapse from Koi as they're able to split up Fnatic, and they're looking for more. They have their eyes on Wonder. They know he has no flash, and the wave is stacking up. But again, look at mid. Larson is keeping Humanoid underneath his tower. There is no safety coming to help Wonder.
And the map movements from Koi just make it impossible for Fnatic to react effectively. Huge gold lead now for Shigenda in the top lane. It's going to be his 3rd plate. The Demolish proc will come through. He is about 1,500 or 1,200 gold ahead, and it's just step after step by Koi.
You have to feel like that the morale is hitting Fnatic hard right now. This play was absolutely massive for Koi. You can see how Humanoid and Reckless, they don't really feel like they can offer much in this situation. Comp still able to get involved with the fight thanks to his ultimate. Larson creating the flank, and then Larson and Malrang with a very quick and clean engage. Trimby really just making the smart choice of not trying to play for the 2v2 in bot lane, instead getting out on the map and leveraging Rakan's engage and pick potential. They have their eyes on Wonder once again.
Wonder trying to defend underneath this tower, perhaps thinking he could do something. Puts the barrel down, but Malrang and Shigenda are on the chase. No mana for the Jax, but he doesn't need it. He doesn't even need a real weapon. Malrang will take the kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Fnatic looking to do something with this Rift Herald. They've taken 2 plates off this tower. Just about now, the Rift Herald will only get them about 1.5 plates, so it is gold infused into Reckless's pockets, but a very diluted infusion, it feels.
We're looking at the gold difference, and if you look at the bottom of your screen, while it is Malrang that has all the kills, the gold difference is sitting on Shigenda. Setting up this Jax is going to be very difficult for Fnatic to deal with, because who do you match into him, right? Maybe Humanoid can hold him, but Wonder going for more of the AP build is going to be far too squishy, and this Jax is only going to get stronger as the game continues. Koi putting themselves in a commanding position as Fnatic look to try and get something back on the map.
And a bit of a change of pace for Koi as well. Up until this time, up until this game, this weekend, they've been very good at getting gold leads, but they haven't really relied on kills to do it. They've got 4 kills, 2 deaths across 2 games. This game, 6 kills by the 11-minute mark and a substantial sum of gold to the good as well, around 3,000. Fnatic obviously have been struggling so far this weekend, but Koi have really put them on the ropes this game.
It's not been an easy schedule for Fnatic, having to go up against the new and improved Vitality, along with G2 and Koi, arguably the 2 strongest teams in the league. But I think it's fair for fans' expectations to be high when we look at Fnatic from last year. Just with the addition of Humanoid and Wonder, those 2 individuals alone were giving Fnatic a lot of power, as Razork kind of found his identity and found his place in the team. It felt like the Fnatic was only going from strength to strength, considering how powerful their bot lane was. By replacing their bot lane, expectations were like, well, Fnatic, you have to have a valid reason to get rid of Upset and Hylissang as a duo. And I think that fans are definitely throwing out question marks right now. Of course, still only the first week, but starting off 0-3 is definitely going to hurt the morale of Fnatic. Let's see if they can bounce back. Of course, scaling is always something that you can rely on when it comes to Reckless and Sivir. He is one of the people that gave birth to the 500 CS Sivir meme, after all. Of course, that will mean that they'll have to slow down the powerhouse that is Koi, the reigning LEC champion.
And it becomes more difficult to slow it down now that top lane's opened up as well. Shigenda has the freedom to walk up towards that second tower. You can get vision in Fnatic's red side jungle. You can move him around the map as well, especially with that Realm Warp. You have the ability to close in very quickly with the entirety of the Koi lineup. You can see Fnatic trying to do that towards this bottom lane. Razork chucking the saplings in, checking for any vision from Koi. Now, Comp and Tribby are trying to defend this. Larson has just backed. There's double TPs available for Koi, but we're not past 14 minutes, so they're not those enhanced TPs. The tower should be the first target here for Fnatic. They'll be able to take it down. Comp is able to escape the tower, all that they can get so far. Long-range arrow's gonna go in as Marang starts to go low, and he will be felled by Fnatic. The shutdown going over to Humanoid as he looks for one more. The curtains open, and the encore from Comp is enough. Humanoid able to flash it, though, as Wonder goes low. Realm Warp now joining the fray. You can see Larson trying to find the flank position. A good couple of spell fluxes here would do a lot of work, but Fnatic actually able to get the tower and get out with a kill.
Okay, so really the most proactive play that Fnatic can make in this situation. They did lose a bit of farm up towards the top side of the map, but Wonder staying isolated in that 1v1 wasn't really going to do Fnatic any favors. Instead, this is Fnatic trying to get something back, trying to force a play, and getting a shutdown onto Humanoid, definitely a positive for Fnatic.
They also got Realm Warp and double TPs out of Koi, so over the next few minutes, Fnatic have a window to play around the fact that they have this teleport advantage. So let's have another look at it as Fnatic set up with all 5 players in this bottom lane.
Looks a little dangerous initially as Wonder does get knocked up, and he is of course pretty squishy, but the chain CC coming out from Fnatic. The team fighting prowess is very real if they can play this front-to-back style. You can see how much utility they actually have and how much damage that they can do. Trimby with a 2-man charm looks good initially, but it's not enough to provide peel for Marang to get away to safety. Humanoid, you'd think that he'd be dead at this point. Very cleverly, though, uses the hammer to create a little bit of space, and then the flash with Wonder body blocking means that Fnatic can get to safety. And the poke coming out from Humanoid as well means that Fnatic can get away unscathed.
Also, the slow from the sapling there means that Larson wasn't able to really chase into the fight. As much as Trimby is very charming, if people are already in their animations, you can't charm them out of them, which is what we saw down towards that bottom lane. Humanoid already in, the hammer down. Now Fnatic looking for their second herald of the game. Last time they got it, and then they lost the fight afterwards, and began Koi's march towards a possible victory. And now Fnatic are going to start it again. Just Grasp coming out from Razork, but doesn't really catch on to anyone. Rift Power down. There's the eye picked up by Razork. Uses the Twisted Advance to get away from the knockup. Glacial Prism being used as well. Missed time on the belly bot, but still enough from Fnatic to find a kill. And Koi maybe overextending a little bit here. They were contesting that 3v5.
Trimby very confidently walks up to Fnatic and says, hey, Razork, if you want to get this eye, I'm going to punish you for it. But Razork says, you know what? No, I'm going to punish you. Humanoid TP's in from, well, the Tri-Brush and is able to land a lot of damage. Another kill goes into his back pocket and start to be a little bit more confident about this Fnatic squad right now. Only 900 gold down. Again, I think this is just a little overconfidence from Trimby. He gets far too close, sidesteps the ultimate from the Maokai, but the main goal is to keep Malrang at bay. Does just that, the TP comes through, and then just before Razork gets knocked up, he roots Trimby in place. Larson can't really get into the fight because of a great ultimate from Wonder, keeping Malrang in combat bay. And Jigenda just isn't anywhere near, doesn't have the TP to really set up any kind of flank. And Fnatic, they don't greed. They don't go for more. They just take the kill, they take the Herald, and they walk away. Now they can leverage this to try and open up the mid tower and give them a little bit more control when setting it for the Drake, and ideally a little bit more vision into the enemy side jump.
Always important to try and set that up against something like Arise that can very quickly close in with the Realm Warp. And obviously as well, the astronauts, the little aliens that Razork chucks out, gives you some of that vision control as well. We saw Larssen being slowed by it in a couple of fights. Makes it harder for him to get in there. Fnatic playing well around the middle portion of this game. They were about 2,000, 2,500 gold behind, as you said, now down to only about a K. You can see Humanoid has about a 1.3 thousand gold lead in that mid lane already at 2 items as well. And Larssen has an item complete, but Rod of Ages, you know, you're waiting for it to stack up. We're still 7 minutes away from that clock, so Humanoid, a very powerful chess piece for Fnatic right now.
And I know that Humanoid, obviously, during the regular season, is often given a lot of flack for his performance, but I feel like whenever he goes up against Larssen, we get to see 2 of the best mids in the league go head-to-head. Definitely feels like the Humanoid feels very motivated, as Larssen really has been one of his long-term rivals. Careful, though, as Jagenda and Malrank looking for a pick.
Malrank gets the Glacial Prison off, and there's Trimby with the chase as well. Humanoid did everything he could to dodge away from that, but even with Wonder's TP, it wasn't enough to save the Fnatic mid lane.
Unfortunately for Humanoid, didn't have flash. You can see he was playing pretty safe there. Wasn't trying to overextend or anything, playing as close to his tower as possible, but the moment the Malrank got in range, the Sejuani passive started applying, and then that set up Trimby for the knockup, and there was nothing that Humanoid could really do. Ended up losing his life. Koi sent the gold lead once again, and now they're threatening a dive onto Wonder.
Wonder is pretty strong with the Everfrost, has the barrel as well, tries to clear out the wave, dodges away from the knockup. Malrank coming in as well. Wonder dodges back, flash forward by Malrank, looking for the stun, will get the 4th auto, and that's everything he needed. Com takes the kill from long range.
Just these collapses from Koi continue to be good, and Fnatic is being picked apart. They find that pick on the Humanoid, they find another one to Wonder. He does what he can to disengage, but Comp from the long range ultimate, more than enough to secure that kill, and Koi once again firm control of the game. They're going to open up another tower. Fnatic looking to cross map. Meanwhile, gonna have to draw our eyes back to these 2 AD carries. Of course, Comp considered the best performing AD carry from last split, in a great position. Hang on, Koi looking for a flank.
Have you seen this, Rux? He's just gonna back. Shigenda goes in on the TP, it was on a control ward, so Fnatic would have been able to see this. Rux flashes over the wall, Shigenda looking for the chase. The arrow goes to absolute Narnia. Misses by a mile. Humanoid flashes away from the stun. Nature's Grasp coming in as well. Shigenda just out of the edge of the Nature's Grasp with the shutdown for Humanoid. His 2nd of the game. A 600-700 gold infusion. I think around that, maybe 500.
Bit of a comedy of errors there,
Yeah.
I feel. You can see Rux was in an awkward situation, but he wanted to help out his mid laner, so he flashes over the wall, ends up missing the arrow, pretty much a point-blank range. But then Shigenda thinks, oh, well, with the arrow gone and with my team right behind me, I could re-engage, but that was a mistake, because the second that you engage, Ashe then makes it impossible for you to disengage, meaning that Fnatic find themselves another pick. So really over the last few minutes, all we've been seeing is both teams kind of trading picks across the map. Small errors from Fnatic, small errors from Koi. At the end of the day, it is Koi that continue to build up their lead. The dangerous part is that Humanoid now sits with 3 kills. Reckless continues to farm with 2 items. Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time, and Reckless, you can see him taking away these jungle camps, doing what he can to funnel himself greater and greater resources. And they want to try and force Koi into these fights. They want to leverage their range to try and poke out Koi ahead of a fight, the great utility that they do have to set up the 5v5. I think that Koi need to kind of keep doing what they've been doing, finding these picks across the map, trying to play through side lanes a little bit more, finding advantages somewhere and then collapsing with a numbers advantage, rather than looking for this straight up front to back.
Trimby still looking for those flank positions, spotted out on a ward there. The Farsight alteration finds its man. Obviously, Razork can put down the saplings as well, makes Trimby's job actually really tricky. He can try and play around vision here, but he's spotted once again as he goes forward, gets a ward. Razork now on the chase, Trimby trying to get away. Shirelli popped with only a minute on the 3rd Dragon of the game for Fnatic. They'll set up down towards that. Let's see where we are in terms of items. 2 items finished on Reckless. Humanoid in the same position. Larssen still stacking up his Seraphs and his Rod of Ages. about 2 minutes away from that. Now Trimby has snuck as sneakily as he can all the way around this top side, but I don't really think Fnatic want to play towards the top side of the map right now.
I like what Koi's doing here, though. They're kind of pincering and creating a collapse onto Fnatic, and this is what we like to see with the composition that they've drafted for themselves. Keep the push in bot, separate Fnatic out. Now Fnatic is forced to play defensive. They can't just brute force control of the mid lane, which then gives Koi access into the river.
Humanoid has no flash. Reckless has flash and spell shield, so I don't think he's the target. You can see Malrang there was looking for something, but they were on a ward across the wall there. Malrang hit with one of the saplings, loses about 500 health just from a single one. Wonder now stepping forward as well. Shigenda trying to come in from the bottom side of it. Fnatic all grouped up in a single place.
But this is a great position for Fnatic. They can keep throwing out their poke, they can leverage their range. Ashe, Sivir, Jace, really good at just consistently harassing it. Then you also have the saplings along with the barrels. There's just a lot of little chip damage that consistently comes out from Fnatic. It slowly tears away at the HP bars of Koi. Comp catching that mid wave, going to be a little slow to clear that one out. It will be Fnatic, 5 members strong to start off the Dragon.
Trimby still looking for the long flank here. Shigenda down to half HP. Nature's Grasp coming out. Trimby can get on the backline here. The arrow's going to go down as well, but Shigenda's already so low. Comp opens up the curtains, but the quickness on the backline is too little. Too late for Koi. Wonder and Razork on the chase. Trimby next on the menu. Larson flashes away. And Fnatic bind 3. They TP to mid to save the tower, and they'll get the 3rd Dragon of the game.
And Koi was just far too split up. Fnatic used their Fnatic Death Ball comp, often synonymous with this team of old. It's just so straightforward and so easy to execute. You have the Sivir ultimate, the Maokai ultimate, the Ashe ultimate. You basically just press R and start the fight, and we're going to get a replay of exactly how they do it. They see Comp in mid lane. There's no way for him to come anywhere near this fight. And so they're saying, what is Koi going to do to stop us? Yes, Trimby is in a good flank position, but he's just used his W. The root comes down, the arrow comes down, the Sivir ultimate is there, the Gragas ultimate is there, the chain CC is relentless. And okay, now the engage comes through from Trimby, but Comp doesn't really offer much value on the backline. Larson can't really follow up. And Koi can't afford to play these front-to-back comps. While Fnatic was playing for that Dragon, Koi should have been looking at what else they can play. Could they maybe trade it for a mid-tower? Can they maybe open up the map a little bit more? But Fnatic are firmly back into this game.
It's full Protoss A move, right? You put the Time Warps down, you chase them down, your Colossus are laser beaming everyone, you Stalker, blink forward.
Right now. Yeah.
There's like 3 StarCraft 2 fans who still exist in the world who got that reference.
Yeah, there they are. Yeah. They try to StarCraft chant and the shout, like, no.
We don't do that.
Stop that.
Don't do that.
But yeah, Fnatic have been able to bounce back in this game, and they're looking like they're in a great spot. Reckless 1-0-6 right now, working towards that 3rd core item. We're starting to see some of the weaknesses of this Koi draft. They have moved Shigenda off to a side lane, and he's going to try and push that, but Fnatic grouping up as 5. They're going to commit to this tower? No, they're going to say not for now. They're actually looking to threaten a collapse onto Shigenda, and you're going to see this a lot from Fnatic. Their focus is going to be grouping up, staying as a 5, losing the TP here. Definitely not optimal for Koi. They really want to try and leverage their strength in a side lane. By losing the TP, it makes it that much harder to collapse on a flank, look for a pick. Hang on a second, maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, Koi immediately say, Humanoid's down towards the bottom lane, we had to burn a TP, he's catching the wave, he now has the TP. So at least we get TP for TP trade. I expect them to peel off it, but maybe they're gonna stick on twists. Comp gets stunned, immediately cleanses away, Wonder stepping forward as well, they know it's down to 4,000 HP. Reckless going in with the on the hunt, there's Nature's Grasp as well. Razork needs to get into the pit, it's taken by Razork! He gets in, he smites it away, and Koi pay for their folly! They thought they could sneak it, but they just can't get it quick enough.
Razork literally walked up, smote it, walked away.
Nothing personal, good.
Oh my word. He made that look easy. He didn't even have his flash up. We're going to get a slow-mo from the observers, but look at this. Reckless pops the ultimate, Razork does the same. Everything is thrown down onto Comp to try and make him as low as possible, but the focus is the Baron. The smite comes down from Malrang at, 120 HP. Razork walks in, and this is where the calls from Fnatic are. Ow, 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 ow. Let's not fight. Let's just disengage. Let's just walk away with our prize. And now Fnatic get gifted a Baron by Koi.
And now they're in a 3,000 gold lead, very much flipped the script from the early portion of this game. They're the ones collapsing with that Nature's Grasp. It's such a threat with the arrow as well. Shigenda tried to dash away, but it is knocked back into the waiting arms of Fnatic. Able to escape with his flash for the moment, but with the Baron buff, Fnatic making a beeline for the top lane, looking for this inhibitor. Comp is still in the mid lane, trying to get what he can, trying to get some CS on this Jhin, but for the moment, Fnatic are in the driver's seat.
Fnatic's comp, we've said it before, I'll say it again, very straightforward.
Koi's comp.
No, I'm saying Fnatic's comp is just...
Oh, their composition.
Yeah, their composition.
Not their comp.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it. You're so annoying. Yeah.
There he is.
There's Koi comp, thank you, observers. Fnatic's comp is just group up as 5 and fight. Group up 5 and fight. And like they're consistently doing that, right? And now with the Baron buff, it's much harder for Koi to try and cross-map and trade, because with the Baron and with the poke, Fnatic are just going to tear through these towers so much quicker. Fnatic in a great position right now. You can see how the gold has shifted. Yeah, bit of a blunder overall from Koi. This team, they were so good at being able to generate these early leads, not necessarily through kills, but through map control, where they have Cryo. And they went for a composition that was more about trying to play through sides, looking for picks, and to their credit, they did find a number of picks. They were punishing Fnatic on a side lane, but for every pick they found, they then also made a mistake. And this kind of kept Fnatic relevant in the game. The gold gap never got big enough that Koi could just win these fights, and Fnatic leveraged their strength. So when this third dragon rolled around, they were able to find a 5v5. Koi ended up collapsing, and now Fnatic maintain control. They have control over the river. The soul is on the line, and I think Malrang's just going to do his best to see if he can find a steal.
Everyone's flashes, apart from Shigenda's, will be up for this fight. Stopwatch as well on Humanoid. Him getting the kills in the mid-game really is what propelled Fnatic back into a strong position here. Comp needs to be able to join his team again, but once again, he's by himself in that mid lane. Trimby is snuck all the way around here, but there is a tiny little astronaut, a tiny little alien looking for them. Trimby goes for the long way around. Now, Comp can open up with the curtain call, try and corral a Fnatic into a bit of a precarious spot. Trimby spotted by Rux now, and that makes it a lot more tricky for him to get into this fight. Forced away, half his health gone with a shock blast. Dragon, though, can be started. Trimby being chased away by his enemy support, and Fnatic now get back into the pit, get back into the river. Rekkles pops the ultimate as well as they look for that chase, but couldn't quite find too much. Malrang looking for the steal. Fnatic, though, continue on this Dragon. It resets. TP comes out from Shigenda as Fnatic are looking to close this game out here. Curtain call comes in. Larson looking with the realm warp off towards the backline, but Humanoid jumps on him immediately, knocks him away. Trimby gets a good charm out, but Koi are too split up at the moment. Shigenda forced in, but he's forced out immediately. Rekkles takes one. He's looking for two. He's flashing forward. Make it 3 for Rekkles. Comp and Trimby can only watch as their team is decimated, and Fnatic claim the Mountain Soul.
Koi tried to attack from every angle, but Fnatic stay strong. They will secure themselves the Mountain Soul. They will walk away as the victors of this fight, and Fnatic is looking to not go 0-3 on the week.
Fnatic faithful starting to cheer in the crowds. You feel we'll have another look at this fight.
And keep your eyes on Larson here, because he's the one that tries to create this flank for Trimby, but then look, the ultimate from Wonder knocks Trimby out, meaning that he doesn't have that access to the backline anymore. It's Larson that's isolated. Humanoid then does a huge amount of damage, and then Trimby goes for that engage into the 5-man room. There's really no follow-up. Shigenda then gets left isolated as Comp is trying to get a pick onto Humanoid, and basically the team fighting from Koi is just all over the place, while Fnatic is staying as a firm 4-man in that narrow choke point, making it very easy for Rekkles to dish out the damage and walk away with a triple kill.
Yeah, Fnatic doing such a good job of protecting Rekkles on that backline, protecting Humanoid when he needs it as well. Something we brought up in the draft was whether or not they could keep their squishy carries safe. Humanoid's in a position where he can keep himself safe in a lot of these fights, and now Rekkles 4-0-6 with 3 items complete is incredibly strong as well.
And we talked about it at the beginning of the game. Would there be enough AP damage? We haven't been keeping up, but look, Razork and Wonder both going for that full AP build that you talked about, Medic, and they do a fair amount of damage themselves. Great barrel.
Comp has to flash away, able to escape with the flash cleanse. Nature's Grass going to chase them down, though. They'll all line up behind Malrang. A little bit of a conga there for Koi as they manage to dance their way to safety. Fnatic, though, can go towards mid. How long on the Baron? 30 seconds. Resets start to come out.
Waves are a little bit awkward here for Fnatic, but the end of the world, as you rightly said. Their main goal now, push through bot, push out mid, make sure that they can set up vision control around the top side. They may look for a reset so they can replenish the wards. As I say that, you see Rux just got back to base, making sure that he has that vision at his disposal. Razork just going to chuck a couple saplings throughout the jungle, making sure that he has that extra bit of insight, extra bit of vision. Fnatic, though, very clearly setting up for this Baron. Humanoid might try and push out that wave in the top lane, decides against it. Doesn't want to be left isolated. You can see all this vision in the bot side. Fnatic now looking to translate that up to top as they recognize Baron becoming the core objective.
Larson now does have 3 items on this rise, though. Frozen Heart complete for him. He's very far behind in terms of gold, but Rise and
damage.
Machine Gun, let's go.
Be
As a support in this situation, like, okay, I've got Merc Treads, that's kind of all I can do. Let's just build as much health as possible alongside this. Shirelli has Kindle Gem and a Ruby Crystal for him. Baron, I believe, has been started up here by Fnatic. Koi, you had one stolen away from you earlier on. Can you find some sort of avenue to approach this as
Humanoid
Fnatic
stole the blue.
back away from it? Blue stolen, as you say, by Humanoid. Malrang already half HP. Trimby trying to get in. There's a control ward in the pit, and there's a ward where he's standing. Makes it very difficult for him to navigate this situation.
So Razzle can just keep tanking the Baron while Fnatic continue to throw poke out. You can see what Wonder's doing. He's kind of keeping an eye on the flanks. They realize that the worst case scenario is for Trimby to find access onto the back line, and then for the core carries of Reckless and Humanoid to fall. Which means that all Fnatic is doing right now, they're using Razzle as the shield, Wonder as the flank protector, and again, he's trying to keep his eyes on where Trimby is. Credit to Trimby, constantly looking for the flanks. And again, look at these saplings here. They're constantly aware of what Trimby is trying to do.
Trimby has no flash, so it's a quickness jump into the pit and hope there's someone standing by the wall if you go in like that. Baron, though, taken now for Fnatic. Objective bounties available for Koi in a couple of seconds' time. But Fnatic now with the Baron, you have to expect will start to close this one out. Can go for a 1-4. Humanoid can side lane a little bit. There's always the threat of Larssen Realm warping in his teammates and catching someone out. So perhaps Fnatic might just invest everyone towards that singular lane and make sure that they can barrel down probably mid lane in this situation.
Koi's main win condition now is being able to steal away this Elder. And I think Fnatic obviously want to try and end the game before that point. See them right now pushing out top and mid. A 4-1 setup makes sense. You want to try and play through 2 lanes. You can get the push in mid, then you kind of move through the top side jungle, join up with the top laner. Ultimate onto Kong.
Chase comes in. Humanoid's damage is absurd. The Gale Force away by Comp will keep him alive, but the tower will not survive for long as Fnatic take their 5th of the game. Now they move 3 members up towards this top stage to join Gragas, to join Wonder. And there's no tower here, but Fnatic can push in with this cannon wave, and Wonder has TP, so he'll go back, replenish his mana. I wonder if he'll have a full Zhonya's. Nope, still just sitting on the stopwatch and Amptome. Oh, there we are. Full Zhonya's complete for him. And not really synced waves here for Fnatic, though, so they don't really have 2 pressure points. Koi able just to invest all of their resources into defending this one lane.
But the problem is that Koi's range is relatively short, which means that hitting this cannon is very difficult. So with 2 cannons now, they are going to chip away. And Koi can't really do much to stop it. The siege continues. Fnatic leveraging their range to break apart the base. They will secure the top tower, now they rotate to mid.
Larssen's gonna die. Like, he's just getting saplinged all over the place, man. People who talk about, like, oh, do you want to meet aliens? You know, they're probably extraterrestrial life in the world. Larssen doesn't. Like, he just doesn't want to see any more aliens for the rest of this game. Just keeps getting chunked out. That's just from saplings, I believe, the damage that he's taken there as he walked through the jungle. We'll try and push out bot. They kind of sacrifice that top lane inhibitor for...
Yeah, Maokai's a poke champ.
Yeah, he
I didn't
is.
know this, but he is. Yep. Look at
Chase.
the damage there from Humanoid. He has his eyes on Comp.
No Gale Force for Comp right now. Fnatic might just be looking for the mid lane as well. Comp forced away, the rest of Koi forced away as well. The arrow dodged by Comp was on the right line if he'd taken the wrong route back towards his base, but Fnatic should be able to get the second inhibitor of the game. Now Trimby has gone a very long way round here. It's spotted on a ward, on a sapling, and almost takes a chunk from that accelerated shock blast. Koi, you feel the desperation, you feel the moment of we have to go, we have to go, we have to go, and Shigenda is the first to call it in. Realmore trying to get on the back line as well, but already Nature's Guards comes out, Shigenda's down, Malrang second, and they're just bopped! Absolutely demolished in the mid lane! Koi just fed themselves into the meat grinder that is Fnatic, and with a triple to top it off for Humanoid, Fnatic looking for their first win of 2023.
A dominant and much needed win for Fnatic as they roll over Koi, and as you rightly said, Medic, will secure their first win of Winter.
Comp's still able to survive at the end, but great performance from Fnatic after falling behind in the early game. You felt perhaps it was just going to be a repeat of yesterday, but they bounced back, fought hard, and found exactly what they needed to get back into that match.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and send again away.
Welcome everyone to week 2 of the LEC 2023 winter season, live from Berlin, Germany. We are already done with 1/3 of the regular season. Let that sink in.
That went fast.
That's crazy. So every game matters. It always does, but even more now. And I have a couple of welcome guests. They're welcome, but they're also special. Ender, Perks, and Yamato. Perks, welcome. Joining us for the start of Ready Check. Fun. Since it was too late for PGL, this is an optimal solution. And Yamato, so great to see you again.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I've missed this place. It was fun to watch LEC week 1 from home, and excited to be here in person.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the reason we got you here is because of our discussion topic, Perks. Basically, I wanted to ask my analysts who their top-rated duos were after week 1. So not just bot, but anywhere in the team, basically. And this is what Ender and Yamato came up with. First glance, Perks, what do you think?
Why am I not there?
You are there.
You are there. You just gotta look down at the bottom.
Yeah, behind you as well.
You guys are like, you didn't put me there, Yamato?
I'm sorry, man. If it was only the Mad Lions game, I would have for sure put you there, but there were some rough games. The first one, maybe.
So maybe we listen to your explanation first, because there's two G2 duos.
I'm done with this. I want to leave now.
You want to leave already?
Yeah. I'm being disrespected here.
Yeah, this is exactly why I wanted you on the segment, you know? Got to keep my analysts in line.
Being disrespected by the coach who's not even in LEC right now. Like,
I had to start with G2's bot lane. G2's bot lane, they're good.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. They deserve to be first. I think, yeah.
Okay. I put them there because I think bot lane is just a little bit too broken now with a lot of the poke champions. I think if you're able to lane well, you can really transfer the pressure and blow up the game. I think Hansam and Mickey have shown many sides to what they can play, so for me it was a natural first.
I feel like you cheated though, because you put like two G2
duos
G2 in there. Like I didn't really know that was.
No one told me the rules.
In line with the rules. That's true. What are the rules? That's an important question.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm totally with you there. I have Mickey and Yike as my 1 and 2. Mickey, probably the best performing player in week 1. Like this guy was absolutely insane. And I think from like his early level 1 all-ins to get priority, to me, I saw him moving with Yike into the enemy jungle so frequently that like I kind of forgot about Hansama because it was just the Mickey Yike show just steamrolling the enemies.
Yeah, Perks, what have you thought? Of course, you're playing them on Monday, right, G2? What have you thought about this duo, but just G2 in general and how they've done?
I think Hans and Mickey have performed really well. I kind of had the idea they are going to be performing that well, at least early in the season. They do tend to, you know, sometimes fall off when the later seasons come.
Oh.
It's fine though, just leaving it out there. No, I think they're super good and they're definitely like scary to face because of what Yamato mentioned. Like they're good at laning, good at transferring the pressure. I think that's Hans's biggest strength. Always was, I think always will be. Like he's not like that, how do you say, call it, late game, scaling AD carry. Is more that like win lane, lead the game, transfer your lead, snowball the game, and he's really good at that. So yeah, I think they're definitely deserve at least so.
Mm-hmm.
There, yeah.
But then, of course, Yike is in there as well in your list, right? Caps and Yike, I believe.
I really liked what they showed so far because it was very evident, like when situations, in terms of how Caps was trading, sometimes you could see that Yike was adjusting his pathing like 1 minute, 2 minutes ahead, just based on some of the setups around mid. I think there was a dive on an Azir in mid that was very clean, well executed. I think how they played together with Zac and Kindred was also very, very strong. And so far, in terms of how they work together, I think they've been quite sharp. But they've had an easy time because Mickey is always around.
That's a good point.
Mickey is always there, but I like the point you're talking about, how they're sort of setting up for Yike as well, because I think whenever Yike was like getting around like Wolves or Raptors, Caps would go for like a really aggressive trade in mid, and then Yike would sort of follow behind it. So already the lane's more volatile, either looking for a dive potentially off of that damage or looking to just invade with the priority. That seems sort of like the G2 playbook. It was just fight in lane when Yike is getting nearby, and then make an informed decision whether or not to punish the lane or enemy jungle.
Well, I see that Bo and Perks are your third duo, so could you contrast that to how they've been playing?
No, so I've got you guys mainly this Mad Lions game. I thought it was absolutely sick. From like the early gank, Bo went into mid lane when his blue buff was getting invaded and sort of pivoting
really
off of that. But also, I just feel like it's so scary to play against you and Bo when you're on two champions that can like close so much distance, like Vi and Azir. Like, I don't know how you survive against this.
But I guess we did kill here enemy 2 versus 4 kind of, so that's pretty crazy, yeah. That was pretty fun, not gonna lie. Yeah.
Because I kind of like my other duo that I had was Hillis and Karzi, who were popping off down on the bottom side in this game, and it was kind of like the battle between you and Bo versus Karzi Hillisang on the opposite side. You guys got the upper hand. Maybe I shouldn't have put you guys in third place. Maybe second.
I mean, I'm not sure. Like as I mentioned, like we definitely have way more to show and more games to show. Like I don't think we've played like super insane. Just that game was like really good. So I think we have a lot more to show, and we'll show it for sure. No doubt.
Is it also the nature of how the junglers approach the games? Because we were talking about it earlier, the way Bo approaches the early game, while as aggressive as Yike, it's in a different way.
Yeah, Bo is more of a player. It's funny because our expectations was he's going to be this like heavy invade guy. You know, we remember like his Olaf from the LPL, but he's just been much more active, like playing around the lanes, looking for early ganks. Whereas Yike, on the opposite hand, it seems like is playing more of like the counter jungle style, getting inside the enemy jungle, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, on the Vi and even on the Graves too, like has been super explosive around the lanes.
It goes a bit with the draft though. Like let's keep in mind, G2 bot lane was picking super heavy lane stuff all 3 games, while for example we've been picking more laid back champion, like more scaling, because of our approach, right? And I think for Yike to look that good is also mainly because his bot lane was like really hard winning 100%. All 3 games. So while I think he's played super well, given that resources and all that pressure he has, I think for me it's too early to say how good he'll perform, and like his laners are not doing that great, you know?
Yeah,
like,
we were having this
yeah.
same conversation last week where it seems like if you have like lanes with like a ton of early game priority, that's kind of sort of how you can play the game as a jungler, is look to use that prio and sort of run in. But when you do draft like more scaling or less like overtly like powerful laning champions, that's when a guy like Bo has to get a little bit more involved and hit the actual lanes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're gonna let you go so you can play your first game versus Astralis.
Thanks so much.
I mean, you can stay also if you want, but I think you have to.
Actually, I'm really scared of losing to Astralis.
Yeah.
Like I had really bad like memories of losing to like teams that haven't won a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like Astralis was really troll drafting last week, so I think they might be better than what they've shown. So I'm a bit scared.
I get it.
I'm just saying, like,
you don't want to lose.
And I don't want to be that guy who loses right now to the 0-3 team. So hopefully we win today, and then Astralis wins a game or 2 the next day, so that I can be like, haha, at least we beat them, you know.
And
like,
so you can arrive at Monday 5-0 and G2
I mean, that would be hype. I think that it would be nice if both us and G2 were 5-0, because then they would be like, ooh, the hype match. 5-0.
Would be great.
Yeah,
right,
I think that would be good.
My producer's telling me I gotta let you go.
I can
I'm
leave,
sorry.
right?
Yeah, you can just leave. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Be free.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Love it. Yeah, super interesting. Duos to follow overall. A bit heavy on the G2 and Vitality, but Mad Lion snuck in there as well, but I guess that's fair. Now, last week we had some great performances, and we also had some interesting stats, perhaps a little bit controversial stats. So we wanted to investigate the numbers because, you know, we don't like to present stats without context.
Yeah, basically the way I often look at stats in League of Legends is like you can sort of comb through them and you try to find like outliers that like give you a question. So one of those was the damage numbers on Maokai jungle. Absolutely insane. Like 959, that's like Ezreal tier damage. He was one of the highest like regular DPS characters in the game. But with this AP build and going for the demonic embrace, he gets so much just free poke via his saplings.
I think that you put the hammer on the nail of the head right away. I think just, you know, sometimes there's damage that kind of marinates the enemy before a fight, and sometimes that damage is relevant. But then there's healing, there's health regeneration, there's shield, sometimes there's Warmox armors that makes that damage less useful. In the context of Maokai, I think, you know, he does so much damage that it hurts too bad to heal that up.
Yeah, and he gives like really good setup before a fight. So we actually had some clips we wanted to walk you guys through and sort of break down how they play out. On top, you can see the saplings over in the right-hand corner of the screen, sort of guarding the bush. At this point, it's Demonic Embrace plus Radiant Virtue. So some good damage there on Demonic. We can go ahead and play the clip from this point on forward. Because also, like, I just feel like the range of his abilities, like, he's getting some free poke here. Yeah. Again, it's not like a full AP build or anything like that, so it's not the most impressive damage. But look at that, hits 3 players. The saplings, the roots as well come across. Like, that's impressive. This fight as well, similar build, a few more tank items on the opposite end. A lot of CDR, actually just spam out those saplings is really important. And as we play it, watch Crowny, because it's rare that you can hit a Caitlyn from this far away, but he's just getting bullied.
Yeah, the crazy thing about Maokai too, when you go this build, it's like the slow, it scales with HP too. The slow gets bigger, the duration gets bigger, and it's like, it's unavoidable because you need to cross these bushes. Bushes are just a big part of the game, sometimes not when there's Infernal map, but generally speaking, every time. An additional layer to it as well, with the durability patch, all of the objectives have gotten tankier, and when the objectives are tankier, the standoffs are longer, and then Maokai gets to throw more saplings. This is also
again,
a good one.
Later in the game, not much later in, but we can go ahead and play this clip because Crowny, he gets hammered by them. Again, like, it's so hard to chase them down, and I feel like it's sometimes during like the game when you're watching it live, it's hard to see all these saplings because it's a pretty small ability, all things considered, when there's, you know, giant things flying around. Of course, the Elder Drake coming into play at the end there, but the long-range combination, poke power of Maokai plus Varus, that's another element we have to consider.
Yeah, it's crazy. Such an impressive pick. Next stat I want to look at is Reckless's damage from week 1. I do have a caveat. You might say the G2 game is skewing everything. He actually recorded the highest damage game in his G2 game out of these. But how can we contextualize these, and what do you think happened here?
Yeah, so I mean, like, one of the things I think of when I see something like this is, okay, what are the champions he was playing? So, like, I'm hypothesizing maybe because he was playing the Sivir in a game where his team wants to be diving forward, maybe he just enabled them and he wasn't actually able to get some hits off. But we wanted to walk through fights from both of his 2 games, the Sivir and the Varus game, to see if he's actually finding hits in the fights.
I think in this particular fight, you could see that Reckless wasn't tethering so well with his teammates. Maybe there was a mixed call, maybe he was afraid of a flank. He's also channeling his Q, so he's not really participating here. And then the fight becomes very, very divided, so he's not sure where he wants to go. He hasn't really basic attacked anyone yet, besides that ward, fires the ultimate, but the stopwatch comes out. And the first thing when he interacts with an enemy is when he gets Counter-Strike jumped by the Jax. Maybe if he tethered his movement better with his teammates, was there to get the Shirelia proc and had that move speed to commit to the fight with his team, and maybe it got him better, but there was many things that Fnatic could have done better.
It seemed like initially his spacing was poor. After that, the team as a whole didn't really know what they wanted to hit. Here's an example of them just full-on diving in this, and he actually takes the left route, again, trying to cut them off the pass. So that seemed like a decision to make sure no one could survive. It meant he couldn't hit quite as much. But in this fight, as everyone's kiting or running into him, he's able to kite back. This is where he gets a ton of damage.
For sure. I think this was Reckless's best performance on the weekend, and even though his damage numbers weren't that high, it just didn't matter because Fnatic, contextually, with the composition, all they needed to do was poke, 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 and a lot of fights were decided before they even started, and that's where not Sivir is going to pop off. Here, Koi was facing a Assault Point, they had to fight all in, and that is when he showed up big with the 3-core item build.
Yeah,
so,
and the composition was also crazy.
Yeah, so I'd say overall verdict, the Varus game, maybe some problems there in terms of early spacing in fights, especially when there's like utility and spells being thrown at him. It started off with him cleansing away a Leon ult, I do believe. But in the Sivir game, I think that's a little bit easier to team fight. Your team is all death balling. And then, of course, if they're kiting, if they're all running into him, he's getting the hits off just fine.
Final one is Heretics, who had really tricky early games in week 1. They died a lot and they weren't able to get that much for it. Could also be interpreted as, well, maybe they tried a lot and it just didn't pan out the way it
Yeah, so
would've.
importantly, there weren't a lot of solo deaths for this team. So I think they had 3 solo deaths overall, which was the 4th highest in the league. So kind of middling. What they did get punished at was a lot of these grouped up fights on the objectives.
No, for sure. You could see here in this situation, they felt safe to TP bottom with K-Sante, and Astralis used that moment to punish. I think that often you see Team Heretics being grouped on the same screen, which I think is a big plus when you think of first week performances. But all in all, some of the execution, maybe the draft could have been a lot easier, because you see that the enemy team is more compact and kiting backwards, while Team Heretics only have 1 gear and they're pushing forward.
Yeah. The first fight, Ebby is TPing out, and then they get engaged on. This one, I don't think they actually expected Perks to be coming behind the wall. Yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to talk about, though, because like here they're getting invaded and punished again. Just a 4v4 with top laners not in the picture. But in the first replay, it was so much single target damage, right? You have Cassiopeia mid, and they were all hitting individual targets, right?
No,
the decision to fight, maybe not poor, but there's target selection kind of poor. And then the second one, they have a Kassadin, right? Level 9 Kassadin not contributing all too much here. They're getting invaded and punished as well, not being able to finish off the targets they need.
Interesting, and thank you for interpreting those stats so that we see a little bit of the play that was behind them. Now, our players, they have also been tested with their stats knowledge as they played higher or lower in the latest episode of Pop Quiz.
We're going to start with something called higher or lower. I'm going to show you a player on the screen, and then I'm going to show you a player after that, and you need to tell me if that player had a higher amount or a lower amount of kills compared to the one before. Okay. These are stats from summer 2022.
Regular season.
Only, so no playoffs.
Oh my god.
But you were playing, so.
Yeah, I mean, I remember this bit.
And I know you were in NA, but maybe you watched it in the VU.
Yeah. I didn't really watch much.
Okay. So first I'm showing you Jonghyun.
Okay.
And now I'm showing you Nuke. Did Nuke have higher or lower amount of kills?
Okay. It's a trap question, right?
I mean, it must have higher, right?
But BDS lost so many games, actually. Considering Jonghyun played Pyke, he had lower amount. I think lower. Okay.
Than you?
Yeah. I'll just go for the obvious. Just Nuclear had higher amount of kills.
So Jonghyun had 22 kills.
22 kills.
And Nuke had 55.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope he never sees this.
Like, it's such a no-brainer because support the mid lane, so it's like really obvious answer. But like, I thought you are like being like smart, but I guess you're just casual.
All right, and now compared to Nuclear Int, your jungler, Markoon. Was Markoon higher or lower than Nuclear?
Did he have like some really insane games, Marco? Have to get like 3 kills a game at least. I'd say lower.
I'd say higher.
Correct, higher. So he won't hit you.
Yeah, I mean, he's next to me as well.
And now from Markoon to Odo.
Odo, regular season. Didn't he only play tanks?
I think for sure lower.
Lower. Odoamne had 42 kills.
Wow, that's trash, dude.
You had 36.
I suck. That's really low.
And now compared to Odoamne, Finn.
Actually, this is not, I'm not certain, but I think to me comes to mind a player that tries to play carry. Very important here is tries.
Actually, he played lots of tanks as well. I would say
higher.
So Finn was lower.
Higher.
Finn, no, I'm telling you, Finn was lower.
No.
Yeah, he was.
No, I don't think so. Lower? Ah. That doesn't say anything good about Finn, since he was playing like Irelia. He didn't play his Kled.
Yeah.
That's why.
So now, compared to Finn, was Broken Blade higher or lower?
I mean, BB had for sure more kills than Finn. Like, there's no way! BB, like, I remember he was really smurfing. So he for sure had more.
I mean, BB must have more kills, no? Because he plays like a monkey and Perma goes in and plays only carries.
He had such a good jungler that it was easy to get kills that season, I remember. I remember watching like G2 games that season and like the jungle was insane.
And welcome back to the LEC. Great to hear from our players, obviously. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about how things would play out if the playoffs were right now, or if the group stage was right now. If you already understand our format and know exactly how everything's going to happen, stop listening. You don't need to pay any attention for the next 2 minutes. However, you can flame me because we're going to put Fnatic in 9th place, even though they're tied 5th. So tweet at me, be like, I can't believe you're so biased against Fnatic, and then you can go about the rest of your day. However, for the rest of you that don't really understand how our format plays out, let me talk you through it. We have 2 more weeks of best of ones, and then after that, our teams will end up in a certain position. This is the position they're in at the moment. This is the position we're going to use. After that, we then separate them into different groups depending on their seeding. G2 and Vitality, because they are 1st and 2nd seed here, would go into 2 sides of our groups, and then all of these next 6 teams are drawn into the groups at random. One important thing is that Koi and Mad Lions have to be drawn into separate groups, SK and XL have to be drawn into separate groups, as do BDS and Heretics. Now, G2 get the option to play either SK or BDS in this scenario. They'll pick BDS because they're the lower seed, which means Mad Lions will then play up against SK. Vitality would get the option to play either XL or Heretics. They'll pick Heretics. I'll press that again. They'll pick Heretics, and then Koi would play up against XL. Let's just pretend that G2 will just go through the top side of the bracket. We'll pretend that G2 win and Mad Lions win. Well, now that they've both won 1 best of 3, they only need to win 1 more best of 3 to make it into our playoffs. We'll say that G2 beat Mad Lions in that top playoff game. What happens to BDS and SK after they lose that single best of 3? Well, they'll just go into the lower side of the bracket. They'll play against each other. The loser of this is eliminated from our finals section of the format, and we'll say SK are the team that are eliminated. Mad Lions, after losing to G2, will play up against BDS. We'll say they win, and they would be our 2nd team going into the playoffs. It's really actually quite simple. After we get through our best of 1s, you have to win 2 best of 3s to make it into the playoffs, and our top 4 teams will be there and play against each other in some best of 5s. Now, tomorrow, 2 of the most successful teams in LEC history recently are clashing as Koi and Mad Lions face off in our LG Ultra Gear match of the week.
Carzzy, Hissing bot lane, they have 2 really crazy players.
They might just be completely int.
I think they're going to be crazy bot lane.
Yeah, they're quite wild. Either going to go 10-0 or 0-10.
Flash away from Neon. Kaiser, of course, doesn't have flash. Carzzy just needs a couple more orders.
Look at that! The Gale Force as well!
For Koi, this is a chance for them to show once more that they are the dominant team in Europe. Show once more that it wasn't just a fluke that happened in summer, and that they are here to gain more titles and put more than just 1 in their cabinet.
Comp is so incredibly low. Soraka now healing up. Comp, they're trying to cut him down with Patrick getting burned. Trimby to bananas! Oh, that is not what you want! Flash banana, the flash banana! Oh! Again, they're trying to smite this. Shio charging the Q, has to go back in, but they just give it! It's just a big leash! Koi saying, thanks for the leash, thanks for the fight.
So far we haven't been challenged too much. I think it will be nice to see harder matchup. I hope there is a lot of fist fight.
Our match of the week with a lot of history in recent years. These are the 2 teams that have won most of the titles. And I hear you already. What about G2 Vitality? Well, I'm here to sell you on this one because of the history between those 2. And I want to say in a big part, but for me at least, because of the bot lanes as well.
Yeah, this is the new Classico match lane right here. And on one side, you have Comp Trimby that have been so strong for so long here in EMEA. And then Carzzy Hylissang, who I think shocked a lot of people. Carzzy coming back to the Mad Lions. Hylissang, week 1, absolute redemption for this guy as well. They're playing the enchanters down the bot side too, but are constantly finding kills in their 2v2.
I think the main thing, the discussion always around Hilly is some of his deaths or some of his plays in the late game, but something that is so important to remember about Hilly is in terms of lane phase precision, he is one of the absolute best. And I think the same thing can be said for the Koi bot lane as well. We've seen 2v2 kills from both sides. You have the Kalista Soraka lane, which is a classic that we saw in the finals last year. I think in terms of the fireworks we're going to see in the bot lane matchup is going to be absolutely incredible and so fun to watch.
It's going to be great. Of course, they both started fantastically. We're 2-0, but then lost on the last day. So they're really going to want to win this one. But aside from our match of the week, which is tomorrow, we also quickly wanted to have a take a look. Oh my God, Shocks. Take a look.
Look, you caught it from Medic, okay? He started it with before the match of the week.
Take a look at Monday, which we're going to call our new match of the week because it's a Monday, G2 versus Vitality. Or
yeah, match of the new week.
Match of the new
there
week, aka the MSI 2023 finals preview between G2 and Vitality.
Yeah, sure.
Why not?
Why
I can
not?
get behind it.
Why not?
Look, we're sending two teams to Worlds or MSI now. I don't know. We have more than 2 teams at Worlds, guys. Trust me. Trust 2 teams at MSI. Look, MSI, that's EMEA playground, right? Worlds, we don't care about that tournament, but MSI, that's where we roll.
Maybe if we're lucky, we get to see 2 best of 5s between them because MSI is double elimination.
Oh.
Even greater for all of us.
Yeah. As a reminder, it is the spring and winter champions that go to MSI. Obviously, this is a funny one. We aren't being completely serious, but the copium is copying, okay? Because look at this. This is bringing me back. And overall, I think the main thing here, Yamato, is that Vitality and G2 are undefeated. They each had different trajectories in week 1, but were so impressive. So this is going to be a great matchup.
No, so for sure, both teams hit the ground running, and I'm hoping that they continue in the same fashion so we get exactly what Perk says, you know, that 5-0, 5-0, a matchup on Monday.
G2 look like they have the best early game in the league right now. Like, I want to see the top-level competition try to undo that because it looks unstoppable.
It does. So hopefully they arrive there at 5-0. But as Perk said, I'm a little bit scared of losing to Astralis. Now they will be playing them in their first game. And Yamato, you wanted to take a closer look at Bo in week 1.
You know, Bo has been such a joy to watch. Like, I've been watching his Champions Queue games, I've been watching his solo queue games, and it's so fun for me to see that all of that replicates itself on stage as well. The main thing that Bo does so well, it's almost like Malrang-esque in terms of how he avoids vision. If a jungler avoids your vision, that false sense of security you get from your vision is no longer there. The most dangerous jungler is the one that can be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So let's play this clip. This one was, in particular, a very important one because they had a ward here. They knew that the mid laner placed it. What are the options that Graves has as he is going to walk through here? He's going to do his red buff. They have a ward on Tribush as well. So Fnatic bot lane, they feel safe. They want to leverage the Varus and the Rakan to pressure the bot lane. And all of a sudden, he dashes over the wall. They're thinking, Bo is Graves. He's going to farm. He's going to do his golems. And then, boom, he comes up there with his shotgun, fires away at the enemy, and the gank happens. Natural for Reckless, natural for Rux to want to pressure their lane here. But in all honesty, the Graves is right there behind you. So all of a sudden, if this happens to you once, how are you going to go into the next game against Bo if this is what you see in the replay? The next one is also super, super important because as we go through this replay, the whole situation that Mad Lions have set up is so beautiful. Elioya, I'm trying to press the button, very hard for me, I'm very old and washed up. Elioya goes into the jungle, Hilly has Pry on bot, they push out Bo. All of a sudden, Niski feels so safe because Bo is low HP and they took over the whole bot side jungle. He's thinking not in a million years will Bo gank him from bottom side, but what does Bo do? He waits for Mad Lions to go away. Bo in a very difficult position is going for the Niski gank. And Niski is posturing forward. He's winning lane against Perks. He's feeling good. And all of a sudden, this jungler that got pushed out. Elioya was saying in comms maybe Bo is completely out of the game. And all of a sudden, we have this KO that saves the game. We don't need to watch this part because they kind of messed this part up, but it's not a part of my point, so it doesn't matter. Now we're going to look at a beautiful heat map that some homies in the back created for us.
A kill map, actually. Thank you for that. Great to see how Bo plays around Vision. But indeed, we're going to take a look at the kill map because earlier we heard that one of the best duos was Photon.
I chose Photon and Bo.
You said that?
Photon and Bo.
They're my homies.
Yeah, so I wanted to look at the kill map.
You're hyping up the mid-jungle a lot in that replay, so I don't know.
Yeah, but when we look at this one, what's going on here? Explain it to us,
All right,
plebs.
let me explain, okay? So, as the nuanced eye looks at the game, as a top lane, former top laner in the LCS from Season 3, I know how much impact just hovering around top side, one gank can do in all of these volatile matchups that we saw. And I like to see that because we see so little of that in Europe. So I wanted to praise that and highlight that. Bo going with the Sejuani top, breaking open a Jackson to K'Sante matchup. I like that. I don't need kills to be happy.
Okay.
Look, I think Bo and Photon are great. But Perks was absolutely fragging the other day, smurfing it up around the mid lane. Look,
this isn't Valorant, Ender.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Yeah,
he's fire.
Very impressive overall from Vitality, and they are facing off against Astralis in our first game of the week. Laura standing by with their top laner, Finn. Take it away.
And thank you, Shox and Finn. Also, thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. Let's talk about this team that you joined, Astralis, the mix of players you're playing with, and how is it going so far with them?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great first week, right? I think we all had higher expectations, frankly. I think in practice, we've been doing really well. leading up to week 1, and I think we were all really a bit. I think we all felt the pressure and the nerves coming into the first games. I think we weren't really ourselves, and we couldn't really execute the same plans within scrims, and it just felt like everyone was a bit off. So gaining that experience, I think, is crucial and paramount for this weekend, leading into these games, because now we're actually in a position where we need to win. So relying on that experience from last week, I think we're going to do a lot better this week.
Yeah. That's all I can wish for you guys, and especially when you think of the new schedule we have, the new format and everything, the fact that you have 3 weeks to make a difference, otherwise, well, you're just out. Is it something that you're thinking of, and how are you making sure that pressure in that sense doesn't affect you guys too much? Because as you said, it was just 1 week. Getting back to work is not the easiest, especially on the first time. So yeah, how are you dealing with everything?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure will always be there, right? And I think if we don't make it to top 8, I don't think we deserve to play a lot longer. But definitely, I think we just have to play our game. We just have to do what we do well, play to our strengths, and not try to do too much, but just do the basics right, play to our fundamentals, and just execute on our plans.
I hope it can come the right way this week. Tell me about 113, because I know the expectations were high and people had their eyes on him. I know him from the LFL. How has he been doing so far?
Yeah, I think he's great to work with. He's very crazy in game, and I like it. I always like a player that's aggressive more than passive, because it's easier to tone it down than amp it up. And he definitely has a lot of individual potential. He's very good at seeing plays. He's very willing to learn as well. He takes feedback very well, and I can see his improvement from week to week. And I just hope he keeps on growing in this race, because then he'll be really good by the end of the year.
That's amazing to hear. And being aggressive especially is going to come in handy today as you're facing off against Vitality. Anything you can tell me about this team? Because we were talking about the top side of the map especially, and how both setups Photon so well, and how crazy Photon can be, especially when he has the minimum HP.
Yeah, yeah, Photon is definitely an interesting player. Played him much in scrims. I think he's very hit or miss sometimes. He can hit very hard, as he did last weekend. He can also miss. I think today I'll make sure he's going to miss, and we're going to beat them, I think.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Finn. Thank you again for the interview. Maybe get you after the game.
Yeah.
And Mehdi, Vedi, back to you for the first game.
Thank you very much, Law. We are ready for the first game of the day, Vitality versus Astralis. Now, just checking, Vedi, you've got any boxes of Kit Kats under the desk?
No.
Okay, we're not prepared then, are we? Hopefully we won't need them. It's
I'm confident that our team behind the scenes have been able to solve a lot of our issues, and we're happy to have you all here again for week 2 of the LEC. Medic already ran you through our crazy new format.
Yeah, with the Ultra Glare and the finals place.
Yeah, very eloquent is often how I describe Medic. But yeah, like after today, we're basically at the halfway point, right, of our regular season. And for Astralis, this is going to be a difficult one. They find themselves at 0-3 right now. They're in very much need of a win, whereas Vitality are on a hot streak. A rare case for Perks. Ever since he joined Vitality, he has struggled at the start of seasons.
He's never gone 3-0 at the start of the season before.
With Vitality. I think that was quite different, of course, when he was a part of G2, but ever since kind of going by himself. I said going by himself. That's not quite the right vocabulary I wanted to use. Ever since he went on a new adventure alongside Team Vitality, he has struggled. But right now, he's looking great alongside his jungler. Perks and Bo seem to be that powerhouse duo that you have to be terrified of on this roster. And that's not to say that the other members on the team aren't performing either.
I agree with you, Vedi. And I think it is quite important, before we get into this game, that we decide on their duo name. Right? Is it Borks or is it Poe?
I like
Are they
Poe.
They're the scariest Teletubby.
I think they're the terrifying Teletubby.
Are we going to nickname the rest of the players as well?
I feel like in a call, you have the opportunity to go, here comes Poe! You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, just, you know, something to work with. Think about
I don't know if the Teletubbies were like a worldwide thing or if that's just a very British joke that we had there. Anyway, let's get into draft. Vitality on the blue side, Sejuani and Lucian their first bans. Astralis will get rid of the Rise. What do we see last week? We saw a lot of Caitlyn bans. We saw a lot of Yumi bans. Hopefully we see that again. Importantly, we are still on 13.1. I will just preface that. No 13.1B here. We won't change patch until we get to the best of 3s. So we have 2 more weeks of 13.1 in the LEC.
Yeah. That is very true. So the meta shouldn't really change that much. The cool thing I will say about getting to stay on the same patch for an extended period of time is that the players can come up with some creative stuff. You saw it at Worlds, you've seen it pretty much throughout Worlds history as well, with things like when the tournament is so long spent on a single patch, creative players can come up with new things and new ideas. So we'll see if teams have come up with anything creative for this week. The Maokai will be the priority for Vitality, with Sejuani gone. Maokai is quite the threat. And last week we got to saw Razork's Maokai and the amount of poke damage that he threw with the Demonic combined with the Leandri setup.
Yep.
And the Yuumi Zeri
you
will
want, but
be
she's
the
OP
response.
as all hell. Like, I understand it. I am well aboard the Yuumi hate train. I hate the champion. I don't think she's that enjoyable to watch or play. But if you're Astralis and you're 0-3, you go to the cat.
Well, now I'd love to see an aggressive bot lane come out from Vitality, because ever since I saw Hansama's Draven paired up with Mickey's Nautilus, I was like, this is how you deal with the cat, right?
Sure.
You don't try and match them with scaling, instead match with pressure.
Mind control your opponents into fighting you level 3. I've got him. I've got him.
Exactly. And Caitlyn Lux, I think, is a very aggressive lane that they can look to set up dives with. Something that we've been talking a lot about in week 1 was how bot lanes leverage their pressure to give opportunities for the jungler to invade. And for anyone that's ever checked out Bo's stream, would highly recommend. It's super fun to watch, especially some of the highlights of him in Champions Queue. Any form of pressure, he will look to use that to invade, and he will always find opportunities to skirmish. And the funniest thing about listening to some Bo comms is they'll sit there and go, careful, jungler's there, you could die. He goes, don't care. So he is full on prepared to fight and be aggressive. Meanwhile, Astralis, they will respond with comfort of their own. 1-1-3 often goes towards its Viego, something that he has a lot of proficiency on. We'll see which direction they go with, because right now Vitality have a lot of agency in the early game. Yep. They already have a pretty good set of scaling as well. It's going to be very dependent on what direction these solo laners end up going in as we move into the second half of the draft.
And of course, Astralis have a lot of scaling on their side. Zeri, Yuumi. Yuumi just generally as a champion scales incredibly well as the game goes on. Team it up with someone like a Viego for that bruiser. You have quite a bit of damage, but they don't have that much CC. And Viego does like it when his lanes have a bit of crowd control to set him up, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, a bit of CC from his other 2 lanes. The Jace getting removed, Silas taken away. There's the Fiora as well. Cassante still up and available. Astralis could R4 it here. It's a relatively safe top lane, although do you want to play it into Photon?
Oh, I didn't check the win rate.
1-7, I believe.
It's still 1-7.
Check it again, but I'm pretty sure it's 1-7.
Have another quick
Interestingly, though, here's a fun fact for you.
You're right, yeah.
Although Cassante is 1-7, he has 10 solo kills as a top laner in the LEC. Oh. There've only been 21 total solo kills for top laners in the LEC. So Cassante, who has lost 6 out of the 7 games he's played, is still winning lane and getting solo kills all over the shop.
Very powerful champion indeed. Aurelion Sol banned here for Dior. Now, I'm not one that actively tracks the solo queues of individuals.
I mean, you can.
But perhaps Dior has been playing this in solo queue. Perhaps this is some tech that I'm unfamiliar with. Or perhaps it's just Vitality saying, we don't know what to ban, just ban a champion.
Aurelion Sol is near the top of the list.
Yes, exactly.
So
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It was that or Aatrox. Those are the 2 options. But obviously it could be something that Dewa is bringing out in solo queue, as you say. Haven't seen it too much, but maybe just preparing for his rework as well. Very strong in TFT if you play a threat comp, so maybe they just have a few nightmares about losing some Fortune's favor games. There's the Gnar into the Cassante top lane. It's a common answer into it. The range helps you out just a little bit in the laning phase. Syndra in the mid lane as well. Good scaling, good CC. Like, Vitality have a very nice composition here. A lot of poke, a lot of follow-up for the Maokai engage if they need it, and then alongside that, just good scaling as the game goes on.
I would say it's very well-rounded, straightforward. You have a lot of pick power, a lot of single target damage. When you look at Syndra's burst, when you look at Caitlyn Lux traps, you can basically one-shot a single target very quickly. Drafting Twisted Fate here, it's pretty interesting. Normally when you are going for a Twisted Fate, you kind of want to set up for a strong side lane threat, which definitely Cassante can be. And perhaps it's just about trying to match some of the pressure that Bo often puts out on the map. But yeah, a little bit surprising because in lane it can be quite difficult to manage. Of course, Twisted Fate did receive some buffs not that long ago. I believe it was even on 13.1, where the blue cards and the red cards got their scaling improved just a little bit, along with the wild cards cooldown reduction being reduced, the thing that you max first.
They're going to swap, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah? Yeah, there we are. Okay, cool.
There's no way Perks would ever play Lux. Sorry. No. There's no shot, especially when he's so well known for his Syndra. Yeah, on paper, I think that Vitality have a lot more agency in the early game. It's much easier for them to do things. Maokai, the Flash W is just such great gank setup that it gives you a lot of agency in terms of making things happen on the map. But I will say a lot of single target, a lot of great pick capabilities from the side of Vitality. I would argue that I think that Astralis do have a little bit more scaling. Twisted Fate, once you get the rapid fire, once you get a little bit more items under your belt, really great tools to like catch opponents off guards on a side lane. But also when you have Yuumi Zeri, you know, like the team fighting prowess of this can be very lethal. But again, a lot of lockdown on the side of Vitality. The thing that I'm concerned about is just a matter of how does this team do in the early game. We're going to find out very soon as we jump into our first game of the day, Vitality versus Astralis.
Let's get on into it. I will say, Jonathan going for the Airy here on the Yuumi. We have seen a Guardian Yuumi, and I can't remember who played it, but they had 500 gold on their ward item at 5 minutes into the game. They only missed one quest prop through the entire first 5 minutes. I believe it was in the LCK. And what you do is you just auto-attack harass. And it's what Freak talked about. And the reason that Yuumi is so strong in pro play is you actually don't want to be mounted that much of the time in the lane. You auto-attack harass, you get a shield back, and you get the auto-attack down. You can out-trade a Draven with an X at level 1. But here, Jonathan going a little bit more defensive, which makes sense into a Caitlyn and a Lux, because if you're outside, you can be bound. And if you're sitting on top of Kobe, you can't be bound. So it's a slightly easier situation for the cat wants to avoid that cage.
Very true, very true. We are seeing a few more of the... I call them by their colors because I don't learn names for things.
Sure.
The only one I actually learned was Moss Stomper.
Oh, if you're talking about the red jungle item, yeah, Pokemon, man.
No, I feel like
choose
that
a
we're
red
gonna
Pokemon,
get in trouble.
Oh, guys are here. Being traded onto. Does have the heal, Ignite ticking onto him.
So Yuumi. That's basically like being bullied by a Draven, is what you're telling me.
She out-trades at level 1 with auto attacks a Draven. Or she did on like 13.1. And if I'm misquoting Freak, then I apologize, Freak, but you're no longer a caster, so you can't say anything about it. Yeah.
He's not going to be up early enough to watch.
Exactly.
But yes, of course. Let's see. Already early trades going in favor of the bot lane for Astralis. Perks leveraging his level 2 to get a bit of pressure in the lane. As you would expect, Twisted Fate at the early levels, even with Syndra having changes made to her, where her early laning phase is definitely not as potent as it used to be. Against the Twisted Fate, it's all relative, right? You know, Twisted Fate is not the best laner himself, at least until he's got a couple more levels under his belt. His trading will continue up towards the top side of the map. All in all, nothing too crazy going on. Both junglers, you can see, they did try to get a bit of information early on with their wards littered down. You can see on the top side river, 113 dropping that ward, along with that early vision invested down towards the bot side. Basically told each jungler where the other one is starting, exactly what they want to. So, full clear from top to bot. Looks like nothing too crazy.
Yeah, 113 skipping his walls, going straight blue Gromp. Maybe we'll look down towards the bottom lane a little bit earlier. Might have just wanted to get the blue slightly earlier, as you say. Snapchat going down onto Kobe, chunks him out, and the Astralis bot lane has been one of their shining lights. Kobe specifically across the course of week 1 had a very good game in game 1 on that Xayah. Now they really need to step up if Astralis are going to get out of this hole that they've dug for themselves, or has been dug for them by their opposition in week 1.
Well, seeing as we are off to a pretty slow early game, let's talk a little bit about Perks. Because he's a player that last split, he did receive, well, a lot of acknowledgement, I think, for his play, but things kind of fell short. And he's a player that often, I'm not going to say goes underappreciated, but he doesn't get MVPs in Europe. And what we wanted to highlight was often his junglers get MVP. Often when he is paired up with a very talented jungler that is showcased to have a lot of impact, especially in the early game, it's the jungler that actually ends up often getting that MVP over a player like Perks. And that's not to say that Perks is an incredibly talented mid laner. Often he finds himself within the All-Pro top 3 at the very least. But it is often he, alongside his jungle, but the jungle is the benefactor. And speaking of that jungle...
Kobe cleanses immediately, Bo going in here, Jungkook trying to get back towards his AD carry, but can't get close enough. Dodges the light binding. The wave is being frozen, or caught at least, by Vitality between these two towers. Kobe will back away. Let's see how many minions Astralis lost. But with Jungkook actually being off, he can hold the wave here. Means that Kobe shouldn't lose out too much in this bottom lane.
So Bo already threatening a dive very early on. I think it's good to see, especially from Maokai. Like, there's not really much else for you to do on the map. You have pressure on the bot side, and they will get a cleanse out from Kobe, potentially setting up for another play later on. Of course, Astralis aren't going to lose too much off the back of that. Fortunately, their wave is actually in a pretty good spot. If observers, we can very quickly just look at that wave underneath the tower. You can see that the wave hasn't quite crashed, which means that these waves, you know, it's going to sit around here for the time being. Kobe should be able to still pick up a decent amount of farm, with the wave actually still pushing in towards him. So nothing too deadly yet for the Astralis bot lane, but Bo definitely making his presence known already in the early game.
And the risk is obviously that Kobe has now burnt his cleanse, right? And you're into a lane that has Snapchats, that has the light binding. There's a lot of ways for this Caitlyn Lux lane to hold you down. And Kobe has flash and he has the dash, and he's got the heal. But if you are caught in a single trap, because those cupcakes look just so darn delicious, it could spell Kobe's demise down towards this bottom lane. 113 shadowing around mid right now, could go down towards bot, but instead looks like he's pinging his Gromp. He wants to continue to farm. Dayor TPs to mid. Obviously does have the Destiny in about, 3-4 minions time. And he'll be fine as soon as he gets that level 6.
We were talking about perks earlier. You can already see the advantage he's built up. Finn is looking for a fight.
Photon's going to
respond. Okay.
That's what happened.
Trade
Summoner for summoner.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that K'Sante at level 6 has the ability to kill you. And I think that Photon said, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm going to respect that. Okay, cool. Have a nice day.
He's learned from the 11 solo kills last week.
Like, you know what? Let's not make it 12.
Yep.
Cool. All right, then. You know, I was kind of expecting Bo to kill more people at this point.
I mean, he has been pretty good at doing that. Let's just bring up some of his stats from week 1 alongside perks. 4.7 kills and assists at the 14-minute mark. Now, we are only at the 6-minute mark, but we're only 6 out of 14 on the way there.
8 minutes left.
But 4.7 is a lot.
Yeah.
For a jungler, tied first.
He's involved in all of the kills.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy.
And he's close to his team the most out of any jungler in the league. That's what team jungle proximity means. It's like, how often is Bo near one of his teammates?
And again, we wanted to highlight perks here as well, because it's not all about Bo, as I say that.
Oh, Dale going in with the Destiny. Neon caught out here already. Astralis looking for a kill down towards the bottom side. The Dragon does get secured, but Kobe's already taken 1. They're looking for more as Bo goes in. He's only level 5, though. The knockback from Perks is beautiful. Dayor, no flash for him. Perks takes Jeonghun out of the picture. The cat will be removed from the equation for the moment, and overall it's a 1-for-1, and they're Dragon over to Vitality.
Good initial pick there from Astralis. They were able to capitalize on the positioning of the bot lane and the fact that the focus was on the Dragon. You can see here that Vitality is slightly split. 113 ends up coming over the wall, is able to land the stun. The Destiny then comes through from Dayor, and Kobe going over the wall basically creates this pinch onto the bot lane of Vitality. But the Dragon gets secured. Bo then finds himself in the back line, and with the arrival of Perks, Astralis is a little too afraid to overcommit. The ultimate comes through onto Jeonghun, and of course, only being a squishy cat, you can't really survive the burst of the ultimate. So it ends up being a trade, 1-for-1 kills. But again, overall, I think that the benefactor here is this Astralis bot lane. You can see a kill did go into Kobe's pockets. He now finds himself with a 10 CS lead, which is definitely not where you want to find yourself if you're a Caitlyn. And he has a level advantage, thanks to the wave state that they found themselves in earlier. So overall, Astralis still have their win condition healthy and alive, ready to go. This Zeri Yuumi hasn't really been shut down as of yet. And of course, still a lot of the early game left to go, but Astralis definitely still in this game with the gold still very even.
And Bo has finally got on the board, 0-0-1.
True.
8 minutes, he's got 6 more minutes to get 4 more kills or assists. Yeah. So continues to be a menace in the early game. I will say Kobe's job later on in this match becomes pretty tricky because there's so much CC. Bow, Flash, Twisted Advance, you can cleanse that, but then can you cleanse the Nature's Grasp? Can you cleanse the Light Binding? Can you cleanse the Caitlyn Snaptracks? Then the knockback from the Syndra. There's a lot of opportunities for Vitality to try and catch out that Zeri. 113 is now looking down towards this bottom side. What we got in terms of summoners? Well, there's cleanse for Neon, Flash, heal for Kaiser. 113 coming in. Kobe tries to bring the Lightning Crash down. Already the stun was Kaiser, but he's going to jump away. Kaiser under the tower will get taken out. Kobe secures it with the bouncing shots. And it's another kill for the Astralis bot lane.
I wasn't expecting 113 to actually have the damage there. I thought that dive underneath the tower would have resulted in his death, but with the assistance of Jeonghun, he's able to get out. We've been seeing a lot of this coordination between 113 and Jeonghun throughout the split so far. Yep. Hasn't resulted in any significant win yet for Astralis, but a good early game. Once again, this investment towards the bot side of the map, mainly just punishing some of the positioning and minor mistakes, arguably, of Vitality in these pockets of vision that they were able to capitalize on. So props to Astralis. The bot lane now 2-0-0 on the Zeri. Bo is looking for something. Unlikely that he'll be able to get a kill off the back of this.
And Kobe still has flash cleanse, can also dash across that wall. Neon going forward. Kobe looking for emotional lane. The flash is enough! Kobe takes him Niche's grasp now. Used meanwhile in the mid lane. Perks unleashing the spheres of death on Dale, but not quite enough to spell his doom. 113 is shadowing that bot lane. Bo and Kaiser have to back away. Neon burnt his cleanse in that last affair as well.
Oh wow, another kill easily going over to Kobe. And Neon, he just expected Kobe and Jonghoon to have gone back to base.
Yeah.
Especially with the Maokai hovering. He thought to himself, why would he bother sticking around here? The reset makes way more sense, but as our observers are highlighting, completely in fog. Neon wasn't expecting even remotely. You can see Kaiser was still a little suspicious, but Neon definitely was not. Ends up getting punished for it. That's another kill going into Kobe's back pocket. Now he's really being set up for success. You can see getting closer and closer to that shield bow.
And it definitely needs to be a shield bow as well. You look at the outplay button coming out of Perks. He's already finished the first mythic of the game with that Leandries. Zeri needs to be kept safe as houses as the game goes on. Astralis, though, with a 500, 600 gold lead right now. This start up the Rift Herald. And it kind of smacks back to what Perks talked a little bit about in Medicheck, which was last week Astralis drafted themselves into a little bit of a hole. This week, we don't expect them to draft that poorly. Now, whether or not this draft will work out in the long run, we'll see. But Astralis still showing that in terms of individual players, they can match up with the best.
For sure. And I mean, Kobe, as an AD carry, he's a seasoned veteran at this point. Let's not forget his many years that he's had throughout various teams in the LEC, deciding to stick with Astralis for this year. 113, trying to set up the wave here.
Is it a wave or is it a particle for Photon as he gets shut down in the top lane?
And another kill is just funneled over to Kobe. They have the Herald that they can drop to just funnel even more plates into Kobe's back pocket. Finn, though,
going all out just this once. He's looking to kill off Perks. Perks still has the flash. Unleash power. Finn, you don't win these. We finally found a champ that can stand up to Cassante.
I mean, you just made it easier for Perks. You reduced your health bar. He was able to stack up the spheres, and he had the damage to be able to get the solo kill down onto Finn. Perks definitely keeping things optimistic for Vitality. The gold remains dead even for now, but Perks is just dominating in the 1 versus 1. I just had a quick look at his stacks, and he's at 63 already, nearly 12 minutes into the game. Will be a trade of towers, but that, of course, the stacks does mean that Q and W will now be empowered from the side of Perks as well. It's that 100 mark, which will, I think, really start to get lethal, because you'll have that execute on the ultimate as well. Regardless, though, gold overall dead even. Vitality securing themselves another dragon will give them another win condition. But huge props to Astralis. They've played towards their strengths. They know that Kobe was a strong performer last week, and so far he's been funneled 4 kills. Absolutely massive for the Astralis bot lane. And again, a win here would be very, very big for Astralis.
Taking a game off a team that's undefeated so far is absolutely massive on the worst of days, but when you are challenging near the bottom, trying to get that 8th place, picking up a win against someone that isn't your direct rival helps you out so much. Astralis, though, still a long way to go for them. As you say, Vitality's been stacking up those Drakes. Bo looking for it here. Final chapter coming out. 113 trying to get away. Does have that Heartbreaker. Can jump across the wall. Doesn't need it. 113 able to escape. Did have to burn the flash.
I think Vitality could have chained their CC a little bit better there. Oh, can they? Oh, not quite. Bo was looking for the interrupt, but wasn't able to spot out Finn in time, which means he's able to TP up to top. But yeah, we saw that the root from Bo came out just as the stun also landed from Perks, and then the ultimate came out from the Maokai. I think they could have chain CC'd 113 a little bit longer, but it may not have mattered because I don't think that they quite had enough damage. It's Kobe looking for a 1v1.
And Neon just takes half his health from the lightning crash. Kaiser coming in from the side will be able to help out his AD carry. Kobe and Jonghoon need to get out of here, though. You have the dash. Perks is on his way, and this tower obviously fell when Kobe moved up towards the top lane before. So needs to get all the way back to escape any clutches of the Vitality team. I am very impressed so far, though, by Astralis, and I will say, a lot of us came into this game, and you know, a lot of people have been thinking Bo's going to continue this undefeated streak that he's been on. You know, 13-0 across the LPL and the LEC, and LEC on Instagram actually said, how long can Bo's win streak continue? And I don't know if Vitality were confused or just a little bit pessimistic, because they said it's going to be 13 and infinity for Bo, which means he'll lose every game from now on that he plays. Till the end of time? Till the end of time.
Wow. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good look from, you know, Vitality not standing up next to them.
They had faith in Kobe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so there you go. Some basic math for those at home. It's not normally how that works.
No. Infinity, you know, is what they meant. Yeah.
I see it now. I see.
It's like the format. It's actually really simple, but you need to have it explained to you
just
a
gotta turn
few
it around,
times.
you know what I mean? Just that. Just swap the numbers. There we are. Silly Vitality. Anyway, let's see if they can convert that into a tower. Right now, they have their eyes on this mid lane one. Perks is a threat, does have the ultimate available. Kobe has to be very cautious about approaching, and he will decide not to. Another tower goes into the hands of Vitality. Right now, there's no major objective for either team to play for, so we'll start to see these lane assignments split up. You'll see Photon slowly chipping away at this top tower. Meanwhile, Perks should path towards the bot lane, but he's actually making his way back towards mid. They're looking for a fight.
Nature's Grass coming out. 1-1-3. Extra moves being not knocked with the scatter. If Perks had hit that knockback, I think 1-1-3 would have been caught in the Nature's Grasp, but they weren't quite able to catch him. The movement speed from the Yuumi and, of course, from the Harrowed Path, I believe it is, for the Viego, that he could escape. Next objective you have to feel is this Chemdrake in 2 minutes' time. Astralis need to fight it. It would be sole point for Vitality. And although Chemtech Soul isn't the most impactful Soul in the game, the Rift does open up to a world of new possibilities. The flank potential that comes out of
I
the
would
blast
argue
cones.
taking away the Chemtech Soul away from a Yuumi.
Oh God! Actually, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I see your point.
Yes. Yeah. And also, I think the tenacity can be extremely valuable for someone like Kobe too later into the game. Ultimate, immediate flash from Bo. He realizes that, you know what, our team is not strong enough to fight from this position, especially given that Neon and Kaiser were kind of trapped awkwardly in the jungle. But Astralis, I like that they're looking to take more space in the enemy jungle. They're not afraid. They're leveraging the power that Kobe has right now. They're going to keep playing around it. Dragon spawns in about a minute's time, so this is good. They pushed out the waves. They need to reset. Spend some of that gold, but there's a window here for Vitality to get a little bit more on the map. Photon should be able to secure this top tower. Finn will be forced to catch it. He doesn't have the TP. Photon can now make his way down, or he can go back to base and potentially TP in. Looks like he has his eyes set on getting a little bit more gold. Let me have a look at how much gold he's sitting on right now. About 1,000 gold, so it does suggest to me that he does want to try and spend that before he has to go back to base. He has just gone into Mega Gnar, so this is something to consider, but it should be back up by the time the Dragon Dance starts once again.
Yeah, you can see Finn just catches that top wave immediately and comes back down to join the rest of his team. Astralis now trying to step forward, but they are slightly undermanned here. It's a 4v5 right now. Deo, of course, could use the Destiny to join up with the rest of his teammates. Vitality control the river, though, and Astralis, they're going to try and control mid lane, but with their bot tower down, their top tower down, and their mid tower down, the waves aren't always in their favor. And the poke potential from Vitality is pretty darn difficult to deal with. Look at this, Astralis, no vision. Nothing whatsoever. They'll spot this ward. They are the one to step forward. Can, of course, just use the Destiny for the vision it grants.
What I'll say is this Vitality team comp, very difficult to face check.
Yep.
Caitlyn traps, Lux binding, Syndra stun, Maokai W. There's a lot.
Saplings.
Yeah, there's oh yeah, of course, the sapling, the damage that can come through from those as well. There's a lot of obnoxious things that you would have to fight through just to even have a chance. But look at this, 17.5 minutes, 3 dragons already secured. We talked about how Bo, perhaps not the most aggressive in this game, but he's been on it when it comes to this objective priority. He sacrificed the Heralds in order to secure this Dragon Wing condition. Maybe they can actually get this.
They weren't able to get the eye open. 1-1-3 secures it, but his life will be forfeit. The Rift-Towered Eye will sit there. Not taken by anyone. 1-1-3 was able to get it, but Smite not enough to save his own life. And Vitality now, 3 dragons to the good, as you say, 1,000 gold in the lead as well. And even though Astralis have this hyper carry, this Zeri, not really able to find an effective way to move her around the map. Her lack of range, her lack of ability to step up into the face of Vitality is really causing a struggle for them.
Well, I would argue the biggest problem Astralis actually have is their engage.
Yeah.
Like, how do you start the fight?
Sprint at them.
Right, and Maokai's like, sure. I would love it if you sprinted at me. That would make my life a lot easier. So I think the Vitality can just keep leveraging their range, and as long as they're smart about their objective setups, it's always going to be very difficult for Astralis to really approach. We're going to get a quick look back at this, and you can see that the rest of Astralis were just catching these waves. 1-1-3 was just left isolated. Good stun comes out from Perks. And this game really has been the Perks show, I would say. He's dominated in the isolated 1v1 matchup. He accrued a massive lead pretty much over Dior, and then he's brought that around the map, finding pick after pick, and while Kobe has been picking up kills everywhere, Perks has been doing the same. Look at that, level 13 right now. He has 2 fully completed items, the Void Staff secured second, try and tear through some of that magic resistance that's being built up, and already sitting at 89 stacks. The 100 stacks is where you will get that execute, and production team highlighting 8.6k damage from the mid laner of Vitality. And this is why I think it was really important that we highlighted both Bo and Perks.
Yeah.
Because it is that Poe duo that has really given so much strength to this Vitality roster.
Well, currently they're in La La Land, as they are able to continue to close out this game. It was me that brought up the damage graph, by the way, if you're going to give anyone credit. Production team, I guess I'm part of it. So Astralis trying to defend towards the bottom lane here. Dale going in, flash away. 113 coming in from the side as well. Astralis trying to fight this one. 2 fronts of the Heartbreaker away. It's not enough to save 113. Just surviving, somehow healing through it all. Even without the Yuumi on his shoulders, he's able to get out of dodge, and Astralis still able to hold on to some hope. Kaiser burnt, flash and heal to get away from that. Neon looking for the extra damage with the stopwatch. You got a snap trap, you got a tasty cupcake for him, blocked. Finn stands in the way, and Astralis' tower will go down in a few more auto attacks, but there's no wave here for Vitality, so they have to back away and look to fight another day.
Overall, a well-played fight, I would say, from Astralis. They are looking for the flank.
Do you see it? Oh, Kobe step forward, Lightning Crash coming out, cleanse away now. It's a 3v4, Astralis trying to bounce around this one as much as they can. The unleashed power not enough to kill off Kobe, and now the fight really begins with Photon! Just destroys them! Smacks them down where they stand, but the rest of Astralis are here to fight. 113 looking for one, he takes down Perks, Neon and Photon trying to get away. Dale sped up, Shirelius as well. Dodges the house, steps to the side. The stun card, the ward in the bush is enough to kill off Photon, and the chase continues. Spectral Maw just shot a lamb's hair away from hitting onto Neon there. He's able to escape.
But it's a successful flank that comes out from Astralis. They're able to collapse onto Vitality and find a good number of kills. That early skirmish that happened towards the top tower burnt a lot of summoner spells, which means that Perks didn't have flash and Caitlyn didn't have any escapes. This meant that they could create this pincer. And what looks like a dangerous engage from Kobe, he's able to dance around beautifully. Uses the dash, forces the cleanse, flashes away, and now a lot of the crowd control has been used. Of course, Bo not in the fight means that Finn can just buy enough time for the rest of the team to join. 113 gets the initial pick on the backside. A great engage from Photon, but unfortunately it's not enough for Vitality, as Dior and 113 are still very healthy, and Neon and Perks are just forced to run away.
And importantly as well, Jonghoon was still on Kobe's shoulders when the second stun came out, that wallop from the Gnar. Otherwise he would have been stunned, but couldn't jump onto Dior. Wouldn't have been able to get across towards his teammates. Astralis in the end do clean up a few kills, though still a very close game between these two teams. 200 gold in it. 40 seconds on the Drake. The Chem Soul for Vitality. They could just sack it, though. They've got vision up towards the top side. Maybe you say, okay, you take a single Drake, we'll take the Baron. Currently, they have the mid prio as Kobe pushes down towards the bottom lane. No TPs at all for Astralis because they burnt them in that previous play. Photon and Perks have theirs up, so much easier for Vitality to play the map.
Interesting. Vitality, as you rightly said, just focused on controlling the mid wave now. They have the right set on the Baron, and they're forcing Astralis into a choice right now. Made the correct call, Medic. They kind of they can play with Astralis right now. Astralis have to make the choice. Do you want to come contest the Drake, or do you want to come fight us for a Baron? We'll happily give you the Drake, but we're going to take the Baron in exchange. So Astralis, though, they're doing what they can. They've regained control of the mid.
I mean, I think the call is 113 does the Drake by himself. The rest of Astralis stay around this mid lane, right? You do have the Destiny.
But you have no vision.
Just
Observe
used
this.
it,
If you could just highlight. There you go. They've just thrown out.
Farsight Alteration.
Blue Trinket, yep. But Astralis, they can't see anything.
Perks is forward here. Final chapter, no flash on Perks. Dale trying to get him from the side as well, but can't get close enough with the stun card, the light binding. Blocks him in his path. Bo still on the Baron, though. Kobe trying to step forward. Dragon taking Nature's Grasp. Comes out how much on that Baron? 7,000. What have you got? Any trinkets, any destinies, any way to
Perks
see?
hiding in the fog.
Perks looks for the double knockback, only gets it onto Finn. The Baron will be secured. Do Astralis still want this fight? The answer is no. The Sapling's slowing their advance.
Well played from Vitality. Astralis were in a sticky situation there. It was kind of a lose-lose, honestly. They could either come and fight Vitality on the Baron, but then remember what we talked about earlier. Vitality want to be on the objective first and then force them to come into you, right? And you saw how difficult it was for Astralis to enter an area where they had no vision, and when Perks could just sit inside those brushes, all the saplings, all the traps. There's so many annoying things on the side of Vitality that it's so difficult to approach. So Astralis made the best decision that they could in that moment, which was fine. We will deny you the soul, we'll buy ourselves a little bit more time, but of course, Vitality will gain a Baron off the back of that, and now they will use this to begin their siege.
Well, time has been bought, but at a hefty cost, it feels, for Astralis. Neon, the range advantage here, will be able to help take down that mid-tier 2. 4 towers to 2 in favor of Vitality. Also, a 3,000 gold lead for them right now. What does that equate to? Well, Perk's still only sitting at 2 items, trying to build up towards that Zhonya's. An item and a half for Bo as he's getting towards the Leandries. The 113 knockback, unleash power, not enough. Finn blocks A little bit of the damage there as he manages to escape, but the Unleashed Power will be back off cooldown relatively shortly.
Less than a minute.
Yep. It's pretty quick. Perks dodges forward from the Ultra Shock Laser. Photon trying to dash around here.
They do have to be careful though, Vitality, because Dior with the Rapid Fire Cannon, 1 stun card, good spell. Perks on Neon's demise. Of course, Neon does have the cleanse back up. Perks now with the flash, but it's not the easiest siege in the world. 113 actually looking for something.
Can't find it. Bo looking for something as well. Also can't find it.
Seems they're both lost in the difficult path that is life. But they
Aren't
both
we
have
all?
They both have a clear direction, Medic.
Forward.
That is to win a game of League of Legends. Here's the ultimate.
They all flashes into the stun there. Ultra Laser coming out as well. 113 looking for the stun as Perks goes in with a hard break in the final chapter over 4. Perks stops time for a brief second, but is it enough time? It's not. Kobe will take him. Photon trying to dash across the wall, but 113 has a cat on his shoulders and enough health to survive anything that this Gnar can put down. 113 dashing back, dashing forward. Photon trying to get him in with a Mega Gnar, but even the Gnar is not enough to help him out. Astralis hold firm in their base.
Astralis find themselves with a massive kill advantage, but it's only bought them a little bit more time. Still, very well played fight and just a big overcommitment from Vitality. We saw Neon diving underneath the tower to trying to get the execute onto Dior. It's really set up an easy play for Astralis to turn it around. So you see here the flash from Dior. He does get rooted up, and this is when Neon gets a little bit greedy and Perks oversteps. 113 with the immediate engage onto the backline. Forces so much HP away from Perks, and as you rightly said, a good ultimate comes out from Jonghoon. Means that Kobe on the back, very safe to freely deal damage. The hardest part of Astralis' composition is finding that engage, but the second that they do find it, it's very difficult to escape from this composition. And this is what we were talking about, right? It's a scary siege against this comp, because a single small mistake is the only window that this Astralis comp really needs to be unleashed and start tearing through the opposition. You can see Perks. Well, he does have the flash, wasn't able to use it, but again, a champion that has very low mobility overall against a lot of champions that have a lot of mobility can be very obnoxious to deal with. 6-1-3 now for Kobe, 1-0-6 for Dior, yet to die. Credit to him, considering how much pressure he was put under in the 1v1. Now the next dragon spawning in about a minute's time. Astralis already setting up their prep with deep vision around the bot side of the map.
I think importantly for that last fight as well, Photon just wasn't there until the end, right? He has a 2,500 gold lead over Finn right now. He is a lot of Vitality's lead in this game. In fact, the entirety of it. And if he's not there and Kobe is, unsurprisingly, Astralis are going to be able to win out some of these fights. However, with a minute on the Drake, Astralis will try and just push in this bottom lane, get themselves another tower. Bo could look for something here. Has the Nature's Grasp, but no flash for him. Makes it a little bit tricky for him to approach any sort of battle. Astralis continue to buy time like a chef at Christmas. See if they get some Sage as well as they go down towards this bottom lane. Perks still has the flash. The chase is on. Kobe going all the way in. The flash away from Perks, and that's all they were looking for. Yep. Jonghoon's ultimate much shorter than the flash from the Vitality mid lane.
Yeah. You can see the pings coming out from Vitality towards mid lane. They have their eyes set on this tower. They have the minion wave stacked up. The TP now coming in from Perks to rejoin his team. This is where we'll see the dance over this dragon. Can Vitality secure the soul? Will Astralis be able to buy themselves a little bit more time?
Bo looking for something. It's a dance of dragons. George R.R. Martin getting around to riding this one pretty quickly, it seems, because the fight might begin any moment now.
Yor has the ultimate. Join at any moment.
Bobby chipped away, but the zoomies from Yumi helps him out just a little bit. The dragon pulled in once again. Photon, I think, just went mini, actually. Oh no, he's going to build up the Mega Gnar now as Finn steps forward. Final spark going down onto Deo. That's about half his health, but Astralis can reset, and they still have that Yumi for the healing. Snap Trap's going down. There's a sapling there as well. How does 113 get into this? Heartbreaker forward, perhaps. Dragon down to 3,000, but Astralis don't want to put themselves in a bad situation. Finn looking in. The dragon taken. Can soul for Vitality. Finn now on the backline, all on his lonesome, and immediately he is totally outplayed. TP away from Dale with that Destiny trying to catch the mid wave. Vitality will get the soul. What more can they achieve?
I feel like Astralis were just too hesitant there. They needed to try and leverage their double TPs, created a pincer movement, and not just fight this Vitality front to back, because now Vitality are going to get everything. The main front line of Astralis has disappeared. Vitality have easy access onto this middle inhibitor, and they're going to quickly convert it into a top one as well.
That might just be the death knell for Astralis, fight as they might. unable to find their way into that Dragon Pit. The second inhibitor tower will fall. Copy still here, though. Dale looking for that gold card. Rapid fire cannon on the route. The final spark. The ace of the hole. Someone block it! Someone block it! I know we hate Yuumi, but you've got to protect your teammates. Jonghoon down, and now Vitality truly marching into the base of Astralis.
I think they're going to look to disengage off the back of this. They know that Baron is alive. If they overstay and die, it could result in a Baron. So they're not going to risk it for now, but Astralis, they're on the chase. They want to try and delay these recalls as much as possible. Neon with the traps, though, going to be obnoxious. But after securing a pick like that, it's going to be difficult for Astralis to really convert it into much. But wow, big blunder, I would say, for Astralis. You can just see, oh, we're actually going to get a replay of this top fight and this pick onto Yuumi. So just dashing back and forth. What happened
There's
to
the light binding, dashes into it.
Oh, you hate to see it. There's nothing you can do, Jonghoon. Nice binding there from Kaiser.
And that's the power of something like Caitlyn Lux, right? You just chuck him out. One moment is all it takes for Jonghoon to not be looking where he's going and just looking at his teammate. Doesn't see the projectile coming in and gets caught in transit. Astralis now 2 inhibitors down. They've pushed out the waves as best as they can, but it's 4 minutes before they respawn and that ward will be seen. They know that it's just been placed as well. Maybe hoping for Vitality to step a little bit too far forward. Bo up towards the smite going down there. Nature's Grass as well. Photon tries to get onto the backline, but he is all by himself here. 1-1-3 separated from the rest of the team. Photon low, getting chased away. Kami can't quite get in range to put the damage down. And the Chemtech Soul perhaps helping you out just a little bit. Perks goes golden. Photon back in, Nard, the both back. Kami already shut down. Deo next on the menu. And now it's Ving, Jonghoon, and 1-1-3 to do it all, but they just can't do enough. 1-1-3 stops time, but you can't buy any more of it. Jonghoon chased down to round it out, and Vitality will look to close out the game.
Exquisite play from Photon as he punishes the aggressors of Dior and Kobe. He waits for the right moment to throw out that ultimate and is very quickly able to combo them to set up Vitality to shut them down. Vitality, after 31 minutes, will find the kill lead, will find the Nexus, and will secure their 4-game winning streak.
4-0 for Vitality, 14-0 for Bo in professional play now. Vitality continue to march towards a showdown with G2 on Monday.
Overall, I would say like there were a lot of positives for Astralis in the early game. I liked how they enabled Kobe. I liked how they punished, I think, a lot of the mistakes that we saw from the Vitality bot lane. But their comp made it so difficult for them to really then enable Kobe, you know, in the fights later on. And we saw how the way that which they won fights was splitting Vitality apart when they were able to create these pincers where they could attack from all sides or where they could catch people off guard with the quick Destiny from Dior, but in that final Dragon fight when they were just looking at their opposition, the Caitlyn traps could just be placed, the Maokai saplings could come down.
When it's a pure front to back, Vitality always had the upper.
It's just so difficult for you to ever approach, and we saw that multiple times, right? The first few Dragons, the Baron, like every time you try to get close to this Vitality roster, if you were just trying to walk at them through the front door, they were always going to keep that door shut.
3 padlocks on it, one of those deadbolts as well.
I think that this door also had like death traps, you know? It had like, it was firing lasers at you, like there was a shark tank, you know? It was crazy.
You had a game like that you really enjoyed. The one where you were evil, head of an evil empire.
Evil Genius.
Evil Genius.
It was Evil Genius 2. It was actually great. You could just make corridors of death traps. Shark tanks were my favorite. Fundamentally useless, but they were fun. Turns out sharks really not that interested in humans.
Understandably, I think.
Right? Fun fact. Anyway, again, it's frustration for Astralis because they find themselves at 0-4 right now. This felt like a game where there were multiple opportunities for them to convert it into a big win. But again, things just fell short and Vitality was able to get the upper hand. Huge credit to Perks in the early game. His Syndra was really a large part of what brought the damage from the side of Vitality. I think Bo with the engages was very solid, but really it was Photon that clutched up at the very end there with his engage. He really solidified the game win for Vitality because that could have been a big team fight win for Astralis, but then wow, Photon able to land a 3-man ultimate into a 2-man stun. Just the perfect combo to really round out the game for Vitality.
I mean, even the fight where they got flanked as well, he landed that ult into the wall that helped them out. He is one of your Player of the Game nominees at LEC on Twitter. Bo, Perks, and Photon. So we have, I also think Phobo, it's like people are scared of them because it's Phobo.
You could have Phobop.
Phobop?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the trio? It's like fake dancing. Or it's a song that sounds good but actually isn't that good. It's a faux bop.
Honestly, it just reminded me of Bop It, you know, the game there.
Twist
bop.
it,
bop it,
hurts it, vote on it. Doesn't have the same ring, but if Vitality don't claim that, that's a cold open one of these days.
Surely, there's something there. You know, you just got to workshop it. This is a brilliant idea to start, Medic. You know,
what on broadcast live
with a small,
in front of
it's
everyone.
just a small spark
seed of
that
inspiration.
burst into a flame of ideation and cringe more often than not. In any case, you don't have to hear from us anymore, so we're going to send it over to Law.
Yeah, thank you for this quick question, Kaiser. They were wondering, is it Botan, Photo? How would you call the
I like
jungle?
Botan for sure.
Botan for
The
sure.
best,
Well,
yeah.
there you go. Well, we're keeping this one. What happened this game, though? It felt much more complicated than I thought it would be against them.
I mean, honestly, I just inted really hard on bot lane, right? Like, I think Kate Lux should win that lane really hard. I think I didn't really feel comfortable enough. Maybe I shouldn't have drafted it today. And yeah, I think it was mostly my bad. Like, just early game was just really rough because of that. And I think they had like a decent draft. Like they had TF, right? And once TF hits level 6, we can't really pressure that much anymore. Especially because we were not like far enough ahead in early game, right? But I think late game was, or mid game was okay.
Mid game was okay. Indeed, you were mentioning the draft. I wanted to ask about the Aurelion Soul ban from you guys.
Well, I mean, Perks
Intentional
first
or-
said like it's better if you don't ban anything, so I just might as well ban Aurelion Soul, right? And that's kind of it.
So I take that there's some confidence coming from your side if you feel confident enough to troll ban some champions.
Yeah, I guess you can call it confidence. Maybe it's
Alright.
like under preparation, but yeah, it was fine.
It was fine, turned out well in the end. And focusing on the rest of the schedule, you're going to have an interesting matchup against G2 Esports by the end of the weekend. Can you preview this one for me and the expectations you have facing them?
I mean, G2 is for sure a rough opponent. I think they have like the best early game of any team right now. But of course, they also pick the champions that like work for them, right? Like they pick the Draven, Ashe, whatever, right? That stomp bot lane, jungle comes and dive, you know? I think that's like their big game plan and has been for like the last 3 games, right? I think we kind of know what's coming. It's just a matter of like how do we prepare against it? Like what champions do we pick into it? Maybe that we can prevent them from doing it, or like just outscale them, right? Like it's just but it's a really rough opponent for sure.
It is a rough opponent, especially when I look at the bot lane. Even Hans himself told me that they think maybe they're the best bot lane right now you can find in the LEC. Would you agree in terms of playstyle and the synergy they have each other?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're the hardest bot lane to play against.
Okay.
I think, of course, a bit comes down to picks, right? Like, of course, it's harder to play against Kalista or Draven early game than other picks, but I think for sure they know how to punish Aaron really well, right? Like, they know how to stack waves, how to dive with a jungler. I think they have really good coordination, right? And even though he's like a rookie, right, like Yike, he's doing really well. And I think in general they have a lot of synergy and just playing really well together.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what you can throw at them on Monday. Kaiser, thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you.
Amazing again for Vitality this week. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for the second game of the day, BDS Fnatic. Stay tuned.
You have push up, right? Yeah, push up. Let's just push and then I go mid, okay? So just wait for me. Right okay, never say fog up. Help push mid and coming too much. Okay, let's do Drake after. Okay.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día Un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Well, welcome everyone to our second game of the day. It's Fnatic versus Team BDS. By the way, that break music.
That was a bop.
That's amazing.
Funky.
Yeah, we're in a great mood, and hopefully Fnatic and BDS are as well. They each only managed to win one game last week. Before we get into what we had prepared, I love that they show Wunder versus Adam as the matchup. I think we should do like a mini grudge match.
Grudge match!
Yeah, because there's an anecdote, right? Because of scrims.
Yeah.
Can you remind us?
Basically, it's like Wunder is screaming on G2, I believe, against the aerial team that Adam was on, and he wants good practice in his mind. And then Adam, you know, he plays these cocktail champs. They banned them out, that Darius was out and so forth. Then Olaf shows up, and Wunder is thinking to himself, this is pointless practice, and then he locks in Yumi. And then it came all back around. Adam beats him in that best-of-5 qualifying to Worlds, and then he brings that up on PGL, and maybe went a bit too hard on him, but, you know, he came in with fire.
So what you're telling me is this is a
Yeah, it's a cool hook to go into this matchup. But as we said already, both teams are only able to win one game. So since we have Yamato here, who of course worked very closely with Fnatic, I'd love to pick your brain on the members, of course, of the team that you worked with, because it's a little bit different, right, this time around. How do you think they came out of that week? That at the tail end, luckily, they got that win, but it wasn't all they'd hoped for.
I think when in the day-to-day, in the scrim practice, then sometimes you can feel like the pain and the emotion coming from those losses. But through experience with working with the top side, always when it came to playing the games, no matter what occurred in the scrim practice, no matter what happened in the previous day, they were always professionals. In that turmoil, you know, the biggest challenge, of course, in this new format is that you have to play best of threes. I mean, 3 days in a super week, and then you only have 3 days of practice, and you need to consolidate so quickly. And I think that's where they might find the challenge. What have they cooked up in this limited amount of time, and have they come in with ideas and solutions to their potential problems?
Yeah, and that's why I think like the time before the season actually starts was like so important for a lot of these teams, especially if you could start earlier than other teams, like coming in with the right idea. But of course, these teams didn't get off to a strong start, so they are going to have to make some quick adaptations on the fly. I will say though, Fnatic, after sort of tossing that first game, being able to come back and get the win against Koi is a huge step forward for the squad.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe things weren't as doom and gloom if you look at the teams that they've played, right? It wasn't the easiest schedule. Yamato, I'd love to pick your brain, though, on what do you think success looks like in terms of what the strategies or recipes should be for victory? What do we usually say? The win conditions.
Win conditions. There we go.
Now that they have Rux and Reckless in the bot lane.
Honestly, so far I've seen the good old classic Fnatic mid-game. I think that has been very sharp with Humanoid. I think he's gotten more space to kind of lead that. I think that's very evident in how they play. They move around the map as 5. The main concern, of course, is how are they going to get to that point? Because the early games look very shaky. Rift Herald play looks very bad. Some of the ganks are landing. And at the same time, big question mark towards that bottom side, because they seem to do well when they get those matchups that are less volatile. We saw the Rakan game. We saw, of course, the Ashe Sivir. This only happened because they went very deep into the pool. What happens if they are challenged to pick the Caitlyn? What happens if they're challenged to pick the Heimerdinger, the Yuumi, the Lucian? Of course, this is a kind of a problem that a lot of the other teams are dealing with as well, but I want to see what happens if they're forced to play against it, or if there's a situation where they, of course, can't ban it.
Yeah, and speaking of banning it, like literally every game they're banning Heimerdinger, Lucian, Caitlyn. They just do not want to play those bot lane champions. Happy to lock in the Yuumi, but
maybe not anymore.
Maybe not anymore, that's true. At least not against G2. They got absolutely slammed in that matchup. But for me, I think, again, and this is coming off of the win against Koi, is it seems like, and this is sort of always true at the start of a season, being able to play the comps that team fight very naturally, right? Very clear engage options. The Sivir for Reckless, obviously a comfort pick for him. But being able to force engagements and sort of walk together as 5. A few of our teams have been a little bit looser in the mid games and not playing together. And when you lock in picks, not like in this draft, but in their draft against Koi, with I think like the Gragas in the top lane too, it just makes team fighting so much simpler.
What I hope to see if Fnatic want to kind of hone their early game and kind of sharpen more weapons, I hope that they figure out more ways for Razork to play together with Humanoid and also with Wunder, because I think this is where they have opportunities to create more advantages, because I believe Wunder and Humanoid are very strong in the lane phase, but a lot of the games have been around consolidating bottom and kind of playing around bottom side. But I think that Fnatic do best if they let Reckless be in the shadow and then come up big in those fights later in the game.
And talk to me about then being up versus BDS and their bot lane, right? With a decent amount of experience, I would say, for sure, kind of mirrored in that regard. Although I don't think we maybe saw everything we wanted to. Where are the possibilities here for BDS?
I think BDS, I think you can see in their macro, in the mid to late game, you can see like hints of what you kind of expect from an ERL team, which is kind of natural considering where they are coming from and how this roster was built. I think that their main strength so far has been, Crowny on the Caitlyn and also Labrov playing the ranged champions. Labrov has always hovered around very high up on the ladder, and I think when the meta is very ranged champion focused, if they can play the Caitlyn Lux, I think this is where they can potentially, have an angle to beat Fnatic. If there's a way, I think it would be through bots. Maybe Adam can create some chaos on the top side with his cocktail champion picks, but the main struggle for BDS will be how they handle the mid to late game, because even in that game against SK, that was very dirty. That was the win for them.
And I think that's almost like the nature of how this team has been playing. Yeah, the Baron definitely problems there. But for me, I think they locked on to the Akali pick in mid lane for Nuke last week. It went pretty well for them. I think in their second game, they lock it in again in game 3. And again, with only having 3 real days of practice week to week, it's very possible that they just like hone in on Akali or Akali-like champions in the mid lane, strong skirmishers, these types of things, which does sort of mean you have to be picking the right fights in the mid game. You have to be looking for roams towards side, potentially fighting in the enemy jungle, in river, things like this.
I think a very important thing for the teams that are fighting to remained in the top 8. I think the meta has been so set for a very long time now due to kind of how the patch have worked out. I think if you want to throw curveballs at these teams, it is very important to become an outlier somehow. I really like what Astralis did in the previous game with throwing the TF on the table, and that's not a champion that potentially the teams have practiced against. This is something that you need to kind of adjust your mind to, and I'm hoping that BDS understand that they're the underdog coming into this. They have a couple of strengths, and if they want to create a situation that becomes more awkward for Fnatic, is to hopefully bring something new to the table. But you mentioned it. In 3 days, very hard to create something fresh and new.
Top.
Olaf, yeah, that's new. No one's ever heard of Adam picking
he played
Olaf
it
top.
last week, actually.
Yeah,
already.
exactly.
He also played in LPL, actually.
But it's the Tilt Wonder, solely.
Hey, maybe we see the Olaf versus Yuumi matchup. I don't know. I think that, for me, my concern almost with BDS is I think they will keep playing like these aggressive top lane picks, these sort of like assassin or fighting mid laners as well. And in contrast to Fnatic, who found success playing very simple force fights as 5 team comp, that is not how those champions operate. I think it's much harder to figure out how you're supposed to team fight with them. So it's much more up to Nuke having like a pop-off game where he's able to find a lot of successful fights repeatedly. And that's why I see BDS struggling if they continue going down this route. I don't think it's a very easily repeatable way to succeed.
And just to add as well, I think in that game that they won against SK, they were hovering around Crowny so much, but they were doing it with champions like Akali. They were doing with champions that would rather flank, create pressure through being invisible, but instead I could even hear the comms through the screen. Just play around me, guys, play around me. I'm going to kill them all, we'll play around. But it's a Caitlyn with
and
a
then
bunch
another
of assassins.
sapling comes in.
Yes. And it was kind of, if they kind of tune into that, I think maybe there's a chance, but I think always, if you're the underdog, be as awkward as possible. Be the southpaw of your league.
I like it. Be as awkward as possible. Maybe with, the things that Fnatic haven't shown yet in the bot lane, or what they seem to be a little bit more unwilling to play. What did you see?
Oh, I was just gonna say, talking about being awkward. I'm like watching Crowny try to drink his water bottle with the microphone on his face.
Yeah, always an awkward one. So maybe we get a soundbite out of Yamato in terms of kind of the new Fnatic and what you kind of think their ceiling or their possibilities are going to be this season.
I think the main thing, I think on paper, I think Upset and Hilly, it's very hard to compete in terms of how they are as individuals and how lethal they are in the bottom side. But I think if there is a new ceiling for them to be found, I think it comes through how their top side operates and if their limits are going to be exceeded in terms of what they did in contrast to the previous year. Can Wunder, Humanoid, and Razork then play better together with the new teammates and maybe add a flair of leadership? Maybe can support more their ideas in the game, and then maybe this is a way forward, because last year a lot of our advantages came through bottom side. We took big leads and we won games early and hard, and we didn't do too much around top side and mid, and this is where I believe Fnatic need to reinvent themselves because they don't have the same teeth on both.
Yeah, to be a little bit of a meanie, you did that all the time, and then it didn't pan out as a lot of people would have thought, I think. I think a lot of people saw the potential in this Fnatic lineup last year, right? That was going to go sky high, basically. Do you think there is more potential now then? Because that should be the point of a roster change, right?
I think, always when you look at roster building, Humanoid was at the core of this new rebuild, and they kept the top side. You're hoping that the decision comes from a place that the top side becomes more elevated. The tricky thing about how a season structure is built, for example, for us last year, we were chasing to get into playoffs. We were so close to not get into playoffs. And then we were just fighting in the lower bracket to just stay alive. Then you're going to tune into what works, and this is always going to stagnate growth. The question is, if Fnatic are putting themselves in a situation where their backs are maybe up against the wall, maybe they'll go into those habits of playing what works rather than expanding this idea of maybe playing more through mid and maybe also putting Wunder in positions to potentially show what he's capable of.
Oh, I love that explanation. We'll have to look at that. If you're wondering why we're not in game yet, we are getting ready for game 2, but League officials are investigating a report from players that some display settings need adjustment. We'll be hitting the roof as soon as players are ready. That's pretty important. Your screen's gotta be good.
Also, I might be completely off base on this, but I think I remember that Reckless likes to tweak his visual settings to really increase the not the brightness, but the tone of the colors to make the colors themselves. The contrast. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he likes to do that.
I believe it was first Martin, yeah. that oh, they can't see it, so don't tell them, but Labrov just ran off.
Come back.
Come back indeed. Anyways, a super interesting perspective. Always been told to come back. Super interesting perspective on Fnatic, and I think that's kind of as much as we can say for now, because we haven't seen that much. Again, that G2 game week 1, super difficult. More of what we want to see, the death ball comps, etc. You can build many of those, but it won't work for every opponent, right? Obviously.
Yes and no. Like, obviously, like, you do have to manage some things. Like, okay, if our bot lane is struggling and you have a G2 situation again, you're just going to get run over. But like, I think this pattern sort of repeats itself. Like, every January in LEC, teams that sort of latch on to like, oh, we like pick for strong team fighting. Like, usually teams aren't as classy, I think, when it comes to closing out the games early on in a season. That's something they have to figure out as time works forward. What you giggling at?
Well, did you see that there was 2 people standing around and Adam was like looking for something and he was like exasperated and then he was like, oh, he found it, or they found it, hopefully.
They found his Olaf.
Maybe.
No, I just wanted to add, I think in the context of what the meta has been and how since the durability patch and for the last 3 years, the meta has been so Drake-centric.
Yeah.
So often you see those team fights. As long as you get to those points, I feel like Fnatic, in terms of Dragon execution, has been super, super good. In the Vitality game, they had Soul Point, they had Nash. They managed to set up Drake super, super well. Against Koi, the same thing. Always in those Koi team fights, Jin was like, I don't know, picking up mushrooms in the forest, was completely isolated from his team.
That's Timo, not
picking
wrong
up,
guy.
not throwing. But
Don't judge his hobbies, I don't know.
I continue. I try to find
Yeah,
the
keep
red
it
thread
rolling.
again. They were very, very good at setting up those Drakes. Of course, they couldn't do so in the G2 game, but I put Fnatic, even though they're 1-2, as the 3rd best performer in week 1 due to the Dragon setup, because I think this is a skill that translates so well throughout the game, because this is such a big part of the game. If they can figure out their early game, which is most of the scrims are focused on that because a lot of them end in 15 minutes, then Fnatic maybe can become better and better. And we'll see.
We'll see.
Can we try something funky?
We can, but the teams are ready.
They
so
are?
let's head
Oh,
over to
right.
our casters.
We want the funk.
In-game.
In-game.
Oh, wow, that came across in the face, did it?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
What's up?
How you doing?
How are you doing?
Yeah, I like... Friends was good in its time. Since its time, not
Not fan?
amazing. Not a fan anymore. But I did enjoy it at the time, though. Anyway, speaking of Friends...
My favorite joke
Fnatic
is
and
still the
BDS.
whole Joey trying to learn French.
Yes. Or when he put on all those clothes. Yeah. That was very funny as well. Anyway, but into the draft. Fnatic versus BDS. Caitlyn and Ryze banned away already. Will we see the cat caged?
You have 2 cats. That's what you're going to say?
I'm actually thinking of getting a 3rd. This is gorgeous little Sphinx cat.
Really?
Yeah, but also...
Put in a cage, huh?
I
The
already
truth
No, I
comes
wouldn't-
out.
I wouldn't put my cats in a cage. Lucian banned, and there's the cat in a cage.
Oh, you seem pretty excited about this cat in a cage, medic.
Okay,
All right, so Joanna taken off the board. Let's have a look. What other direction? Well, I don't think they're going to ban Seri off the back of this. Maokai, perhaps. Maybe a Syndra.
Lucian,
Oh,
already
okay,
banned.
Maokai. All right, fair enough.
It was the Maokai.
I'm just that good at predictions.
Like the Amazon rainforest, not that many trees in this game. Well, now Fnatic come for their first pick. Where are we looking, Betty? Like, there's so many powerful picks.
I'm going to say Ashe.
It is going to be an Ashe.
They could steal away the Heimerdinger BDS here. What I am interested in is you hear the desk talking about it. Heimerdinger is very commonly banned by Fnatic, mainly because when we look at Rux as a player, he's the type of support that prefers the engage style. You know? But we did see him bring out the Ashe last week.
Very good Ashe.
So I actually think that Fnatic has no intention of playing the Heimerdinger.
Okay.
I think that they're purely taking the Ashe away to keep the flexibility open.
Yeah.
But I do think that they're actually going to put it in support. They're going to respond with something different for AD carry. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jhin come out from someone like Reckless. They may even go for the Sivir once again, depending on what the rest of the comp is like.
Yeah, it looks like BDS aligned with your expectations, not picking their support here, not going for that Heimer instead. Varus and the Wukong. Labrov did bring out Heimer support last week. It wasn't the best showing. Level 1 he tried to trade and then failed, and then after that didn't really look for many more trades. Fnatic though here, probably jungle support. You could go jungle mid if you want. Ezreal Ashe, bit of poke down towards that bottom lane. Ezreal of course very self-sufficient as well, means that he can just escape from any possible fights, and Razzle can go around the map. So there's the Ezreal. Now Fnatic looking for their 3rd pick.
Probably something like a Vi They could also go for something like a Viego. Yeah.
You could go for both of those.
You could go for both of those.
I agree.
I wish the jungle meta was
Zach.
I mean, I'd be very surprised. Oh yeah, of course. Like, I'm actually a little surprised that they didn't prioritize the jungle here, because then, if you do then ban out things like the Vi and the Viego, you really are pinching the core champion pool that we do see. Of course, Razork did bring out the Kindred last week, something that he is still proficient on. But something that we haven't really seen a lot of is Trundle. I still think Trundle can be pretty good into a lot of these jungle matchups, but whether or not teams still want to go in that direction, yet to be seen. Still though, Cassante, obviously a very strong champion, and Adam, I would say surprisingly, but it's not. He is known for his Olaf, a champion that he's very comfortable on. Of course, Wonder does have some experience. If you were listening to the analyst desk, they were talking about this Adam's Olaf before, how Wonder argued perhaps not the most valuable practice. But, well, we're going to have to see how he does against it as he plays Cassante.
Hope he's warmed up before today against that Olaf. We're on to the second ban phase. Now, might look towards those mid lanes, jungle bans as well from BDS, the Vi, something that you did pick up on. I think Fnatic will probably want a little bit more engage as well from their jungle, but they could just say...
So far in the LEC, there have been 7 jungle champions played.
Okay, let me guess. Sedge, Vi, Wukong, Viego, Maokai, Kindred from Razork, and then Yike played Graves that one time.
Graves, and then that's it. So if you look on your screen, that's 4 of them, of the 7 now gone.
Okay.
And I think BDS could also just ban Viego here if they wanted to. Not that I think Viego is necessarily the strongest here. They might be more afraid of something like a Kindred or a Graves, which is exactly what they're going to do. So now that's 5 of the 7 gone. So the question is now, what direction does Razork want to go with his jungle matchup? Of course, it's not that, well, actually, I say it's not that he doesn't have a deep pool. Last split, he pretty much only played Poppy, Sejuani, and Trundle, and then that was it. And that's nothing against Fnatic or Razork, it was just that's what he played. So we will have to wait and see. Trundle is something I think he could go for, but again, we'll hold our breath for now. Support still needed to come through from BDS, and the Nautilus going to be removed by Fnatic to limit some of that engage potential or follow-up that would pair up nicely with the Wukong. Heimerdinger will be the direction though, which shouldn't come as that much of a surprise considering as we have, as you rightly said, seen the Brav go for that champion before.
It also allows Nuke counter pick on R5 here. Means that he knows what he's playing into, both the jungle and the mid matchup. And I mean, I was trying to think if there's any flexibility in this Fnatic draft, and I really don't think there is. I have seen some Ezreal mids in solo queue, but I sincerely doubt. I've also seen an Ashe mid that absolutely destroyed us, but I sincerely doubt that anything like that's going to happen.
I was going to say, I expect something like an Azir. When you have Ezreal, your range tends to be the name of the game, and you can see that Fnatic is playing a little bit more of a distance range.
Number 6.
Yeah.
Number 8.
I think that the problem with Fnatic's comp right now is they are a little bit limited in engage, and it's a very similar issue that Astralis had in the previous game. It's not easy to start fights. You're very reliant on Ashe landing your arrow, potentially Cassante finding a flank. But if you're Fnatic, you always want to be on the objectives first. You want the opposition to come into you. You want to leverage your range. You want to leverage the disengage tools that you have and basically make it difficult for BDS to actually come close. BDS, on the other hand, have a lot of engage tools. Ideally, they want to find these flanks, but you look at Wukong, you have Heimerdinger ultimate with the grenades, potentially. You have Varus ultimate. You have Olaf pressing R and Ghost. And then you have really good teamfight value from Victor. So I'd say overall, BDS's comp is a little bit easier to play. It's not the easiest when it comes to face checking. You do have the turrets that can be used to like spot out some wards. Of course, again, walking into this Fnatic comp is very difficult, but in terms of ease of execution, I think BDS have gotten themselves a pretty well-rounded composition that does give them a lot of options. I think in terms of their early game, Shio should try to be active on the map, see if you can get Adam ahead, perhaps on the top side, or maybe want to try and leverage the pressure they should be able to generate on the bot side of the map with a Varus and a Heimerdinger. The main thing that's likely to be quiet is this mid lane matchup. Victor versus Zia, scaling, mages, a lot of poking. Wouldn't be surprised to see Humanoid get that early push though off the back of the Azir wave play. So yeah, nothing too crazy. I would say that we're seeing a lot of meta stuff as we often do, but very important wins for both sides. They both sit at 1 and 2 at the bottom of the standings right now.
Both of them tied right now. If you can pick up a win here, you can get yourselves up into what would be a group stage position. Fnatic obviously had a very difficult week last week with Vitality, G2, and Koi now trying to start themselves on winning ways. BDS, every game is a mammoth battle for them. They picked up that 1 win versus SK, but can they do more? Can they take down a veritable titan in comparison. Fnatic versus BDS up next. We baited you guys there for a second. Show the crowd, make it look like it's a pause. It's not. Even in a Fnatic game, we're able to get it going. Sometimes
dangerous game to play, Medic. Dangerous game to play.
I've cursed us now, haven't I?
I certainly have.
We'll be here until February.
Well, I hope so, because we've still got like 4 weeks left, Medic.
Yeah, but I kind of want to go home in the meantime.
What? What's at home?
League? WoW rates.
There we go.
Reckless has got 6 stacks already on his tier, down towards his bottom side. Hit someone with something.
That's good.
It's fully. It's not fully stacked.
It's not fully stacked. So the line is there, Medic. You have to track that for the whole game now.
You have to sing it for us, Medic. We do have to see.
Oh my God, this is poetic. This is perfect. Chat, get your copy pastas ready. Backstab.
We do have to see a sort of a battle for priority down towards the bottom lane. It looks like BDS invested a little bit more than Fnatic did. You can see Lebrov able to get 2 turrets down here already, and Rux and Reckless can push up, but it's quite hard now into the Varus and the Heimerdinger to actually really get any control over this lane. They will clear out the first turret, but the second one does a little bit. Lebrov blocks it and takes about 1/3 of his HP for the good.
Do you know?
I don't.
Do you know what the problem? Do you know what the problem with Dracos and Cadril is?
Okay.
Ever since they did that stupid meowing with the Meowkai thing.
That's all you can think about in Meowkai games?
Yeah, but now when I see a Heimerdinger, I just think buzz buzz.
He makes that noise as well when he
does.
When he puts down a turret. If you're not paying attention to it, I keep thinking one of my cats is farting. Yeah. I'll be honest, I just hear it. Kiki got into the super
but
game.
now they've conditioned me to listen to these random noises. I'm not going to do it every time I place the turret. I'm not going to say
I think
buzz.
you have to.
I'm not doing buzz buzz, no, because then I would just be copying their joke, which I refuse to do.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Adam Wonder trading on the top side. Adam getting the better side of that one. The Undertow does quite a lot of work in the early game, and obviously the lower health the Olaf gets, the stronger he can be throughout the game.
Keep my eyes on the junglers right now. Razork doing a full clear on the top side, looking to get a bit of information. Oh, he's rounding out for a mid lane play.
I like this from Razork.
Shield
Something.
is here, though.
Shield here in time. Spectral Maw. Nuke needs to get away from the stun, but is locked up. Shield coming in as well as they look for Razork. Does have the flash to try and get away. Shield flashed through it, but couldn't quite get in range. Razork is ticking. The laser dodged with the Spectral Maw. Nuke and Shield now trading back onto Humanoid. Razork escapes with 48 HP.
So the idea from Razork is solid. Force a flash out from Nuke.
Adam.
Oh, the mid lane Adam roam.
It's back!
Well, so the crazy thing about this is he can actually freeze the wave here for his mid laner, but he's... No, this is good. This is really good. Yeah, nicely done. Of course, Humanoid will just TP back, but Adam set up the wave very nicely there for Nuke. Will just TP back into lane to be able to catch it. And Shio gonna benefit a lot off of what was, overall, a pretty solid idea from Razork. But before I go into it, let's have a look at this. Razork in a bit of danger, getting stunned there.
Rux and Reckless are on their way.
The smite comes down though. Shio gonna walk away with the red buff.
Reckless. Humanoid coming in from the side as well. BDS could be corralled into a choke point here. Shio trying to get away. Humanoid so low, the rain of arrows isn't enough. Reckless has to flash the wall. Crowny not willing to let him get away right now. The Spectral Maw hits Crowny and he will not get enough damage.
What am I watching right now?
The League of Legends, none of this will scale for mid-game.
Wow, okay, so both sides committing so many flashes so early on. Humanoid ends up dying in Fnatic's jungle. Adam, oh, he's popped the ghost. He's chasing after Wonder.
Wonder looking for the Q3 knockup here. Flashes under the tower, tries to bring Adam back, but Adam refuses to continue to play that game.
That wave in a bit of an awkward spot, but overall good trade from Wonder. So like, there's a couple things that we need to break down, and let's have a look at this replay. So again, the initial idea from Razork was to get the flash out from mid, but because of that, because it didn't go the way he wanted, and Shio was able to counter gank, Shio could then start up this evade with the push that they have with the bot lane. So Crowny and Shio show up, and this is where Reckless and Rux are saying, you know what, we can fight this, let's go. Humanoid joins here first, but Razork isn't in the fight, so it's actually just a 3v3. Shio goes invisible with the W, which means that Crowny and Lebrov actually have even more damage. Reckless flashes away. Crowny then flashes after him, which then, again, the reason why you're able to get that kill is because you have a numbers advantage effectively, And then the moment that you flash, that numbers advantage turns into a numbers advantage for Fnatic, meaning that you just gave away a kill for free. Reckless will gain a few more stacks on his tier off the back of that, but a serrated Dirk picked up for Crownie, going to give him a lot more power in lane, and level 5 right now for the Varus.
Yeah. You can see Reckless still only level 3, about to tick over 2-4. Razork looking for something up towards the top side of the map here. Sheer also got the level advantage in the jungle. Bob putting some extra damage down with the Heimerdinger, and the poke and the prod from this Varus-Heimer combination is very difficult to deal with. Razork, no smite. Sheo has his. Yep, thanks for the leash, my dude, as Sheo will take away the Krug. And Fnatic, much the worse for wear here. 800 gold behind. 400 of that sits on Crownie down towards the bottom lane, who has a tier of his own. I was trying to think of some lyrics from the song.
Unfortunately, I don't have a line for that.
I feel like there's a good song about like Crownie's Comet somewhere. If he wins a split, you're gonna give him a song?
Okay, a lot of pros now want songs, okay? They're just
Understandably.
they're gonna have to apply, okay? And then there's a medic song that needs to be done, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot, okay?
That one's been coming for a while.
Yeah, true. It starts with
success.
Why do you look like Jesus? All this other stuff. Anyway, keep my eyes on Razork right now. He's doing his best to farm, but Sheo making his life as difficult as possible. Humanoid doesn't have the cover that he needs. Sheo's looking for a play.
Does have the Emperor's Divide and will use it immediately.
Scoop?
I think the good thing about that, like you get Humanoid's ultimate out when he does just
I don't know why, but that was weirdly cute. It was like a little monkey was just like,
personal space.
Just put
Personal
you
space.
Do you know how like when you go on holiday and the monkey's like trying to steal your wallet and stuff? You just kind of pick him up and you put him over there. That's kind of what I envision.
Shouldn't pick up a monkey, man. That's they'll bite you.
I mean, why? He scooped the monkey.
Oh, he scooped it. Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Dragon, though, easy setup for BDS here, given that they're going to force Humanoid back to base, and Razork a little too weak, along with the bot lane being forced underneath their tower. We are seeing a lot more earlier Drakes this year, and BDS is going to be the beneficiary this time round.
You saw the Reddit thread as well.
Nice interrupt by Lebrov there, able to interrupt the backs of both. This means that Crownie and Lebrov can actually push this wave in. Will likely force... Oh, no, Reckless is going to go back anyway. Could be a little bit awkward for him. See, look, you can see Rux is... Oh, TP. Right, forgot about that. Not too much of a problem for him. Should be able to easily catch this wave. But you look down at the bottom of your screen, and you can see small advantages being accrued for BDS all across the board. Adam going to steal away the blue buff as well. Razork, off of a single mid lane gank, his whole jungle pathing has been royally screwed.
Yep.
And you see at the pro level how damaging a single play can be. And again, the whole intent behind that was just to get the flash out from Nuke, but because Sheo was in the right place at the right time, they're able to get a lot more of it. Crownie and Lebrov leveraging that poke. Razork and Wonder collapsing on Adam, but I don't think they win this. And here comes Sheo once again.
Has the Vampiric Scepter as well. Razork yet to hit that level 6. Does have Smite up in a few seconds. Sheo is on his way, as you say. The Rift Herald, or the Scuttler, perhaps the main target for these teams. The Sheo will take that one away, and Razork's going to fall 5 camps behind in the jungle right now.
Adam taunting Wonder. It's very obnoxious to deal with in Olaf in general. The saving grace when playing into this matchup is that he often runs out of mana, because a lot of his damage comes from the spam ability of his Q. When he has a blue buff, that becomes less of an issue, which then makes the lane even more obnoxious. So Wonder just kind of has to accept the awkward position that he's in, goes back to base. Should be able to catch this wave though in the top lane as Humanoid continues to keep the push. You can see deep vision being invested from BDS towards the bottom side of the map. That control ward in the tri-bush along with a couple other wards just slightly deeper to get some information. That ward specifically, I should highlight this with the circle. I don't know why I'm not.
Do the circle.
Is really valuable for spawning out any blast cone wards over the wall, you see. And you can argue the same thing is for that little ward in the bush underneath. But yeah, overall, good vision investment, and BDS bot lane once again shining through. 96 CS for Crownie, absolutely decimating in the 2 versus 2.
Good little window here, though, for Fnatic. They saw that Adam was backing as he pushed in the wave towards the top side. I think Adam actually lost a plate, as in he didn't collect the gold from the plate as well, because he decided to back in case Razork was looking for a gank up towards that top side. Rux also shifted towards the mid lane to help them pick up the Rift Herald. Nuke here very low in the mid lane. Chaos Storm coming down. Nuke able to survive. Humanoid's going to tick. Wonder, you're going to be able to get in there. Can't quite get in. He's spotted between the 2 towers.
But Nuke should lose this whole wave, and Wonder just gets to be a nuisance. A small advantage. Wonder should be able to get another tower play as well, so Adam going to do the same thing on the top side of the map. a small opportunity that Fnatic was looking for. Doesn't really result in much, but again, BDS continue to build this gold advantage. And overall, very solid early game from BDS.
Incredibly good. 1,500 gold ahead right now. A lot of that sitting on their AD carry as well, and although Adam has had the prio in the top lane, it's very much been push in the wave and then go somewhere else, so he actually hasn't got a sizable advantage in that pure 1v1. Sheo continues to use the pressure applied by mid and bot to try and get in here. Razork, though, does have the 6 and has the smite and has the red buff to boot. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Adam and Wonder continue to trade. Adam, very greedy for that plate if he did step forward. We've seen enough people die to a Cassante knocking them back underneath the tower. Even Adam could fall prey to that.
BDS is looking for something.
I mean, I like this from Sheo, because all you're doing is marking Razork as much as possible so that your bot lane can push it. There's nothing there for you on the bottom side as the arrow goes wide. Chain of Corruption is going to land. A lot of damage down, but it's not going to be enough to kill off Bucks.
But the
just
damage is
constant
being done.
pressure, yeah.
Yeah, that's the important thing. You're chipping away at the health bars of Fnatic's bot lane, and you're making it easy to secure these plates. And now look, they're forced to go back. Reckless won't have his TP available, and BDS should be able to secure more plates, only creating a bigger gap in terms of the CS. And Razork going to get punished, bullied once again by Sheo.
It's actually just really smart, because they know now the Fnatic bot lane's gone, so Sheo can step forward and try and apply some more pressure in the jungle. Razork now doesn't have an easy way towards that mid lane. Labrov and Crownie going to be able to pick up another plate down towards the bottom side. That's 4. This one is split. I think the last one went to only Labrov, because he was the only guy attacking the tower at the time.
Just BDS and the side lanes are continuing to largely generate leads off the back of these plates. 3 secured in top, 4 secured in bot. Now, the problem for BDS is that this dragon spawns in about 30 seconds time and they need to reset. The Youmuu's has been picked up for Crownie. Wonder, though, has his eyes on Adam.
Adam has Ragnarok. He's going to try and turn this one around. Wonder, you can go all out, but you can't get the Viking under your tower. Flashes, the chase continues. Wonder cannot escape. Adam brings down the axe, takes the solo kill in the top lane.
And that's the second time we've seen a Cassante get solo killed today. Well played by Adam. But Fnatic now on the offensive. They're going to drop the Herald in mid.
Herald will get a charge in. 3 plates almost as Humanoid. There's the 3rd. Will secure it, but Dragon up. Adam, full tower top lane. Wonder not alive for 7 seconds. No TP on him either. Although Fnatic currently have the prio in the river, have the control over that area. I have to feel like BDS should be able to gain a little bit of control of their own. I don't know, actually. Oh, I was going to have a look at the gold, but that's the first turret of the game, by the way.
And let's just think about how BDS has gotten to this point. They punished a single gank in mid lane. And off the back of that single play, the bot lane was able to snowball ludicrously out of control. Adam in the isolated 1v1 is just dominating Wonder. And BDS have built themselves a 3.5k gold lead, largely off of individual advantages.
Yeah.
And that's great to see for a team like BDS, a team that you expect to be at the bottom of the standings, a team that largely upgraded their academy team, well, the ERL team, up to the LEC. And for many players that have not had successful pasts, I would say, in the LEC. Now, of course, they still find themselves at 1 and 2. But to get a win over Fnatic with the length of the season and the importance of every single win would be massive. And BDS right now is in a prime position.
Arrow lands on Labrov. He does have the flash, but Razork's on his way in. The Mega Turret goes down, but Labrov unable to survive. Heartbreaker in by Razork, steals away the soul of the High Mega 2, but he will fall. Reckless diving forward now. Crownie was stunned. He'll flash. Reckless, you got a flash of your own. You're going to chase any further. Decides against it.
So being a 1-for-1 on the bot side of the map, Razork had to commit a lot there to secure that kill onto Labrov. And sure, you can argue, yeah, you got a kill, but in exchange, you gave Crownie one as well, which means that he's only going to continue to get further and further ahead. Adam now moving down to mid.
I think it was just a little bit greedy from the BDS bot lane. They really wanted this plate. They really wanted to take it before the 14-minute mark and the turret plate's falling off. And so they didn't think about the fact that their jungler was backing and the fact that Razork could be in the area and the fact that if Labrov gets hit by an arrow, he's likely to go down.
Well, I still think that Razork had to commit a lot to secure this play, right? So I wouldn't even criticize BDS that much personally. I think that the idea, was fine. Of course, it does still commit a lot of summoner spells. I think the bigger problem for BDS is there wasn't really anything they could trade elsewhere on the map.
I get that.
And I think that arguably there could have been more. But still, a tower ends up going down. Cassante looking for something on the nuke.
Arrow. Nuke dashes away from it, but with the flash, Razork on his way. Humanoid in there as well, and Labrov is knocked back. And Fnatic have pounced in the top lane. That's 1 already. That make it 2. as Lebrov will fall. Sheo can only stand and watch as Humanoid escapes as well.
What a great play from Fnatic. The flank from Wonder to then use the ultimate to bring Nuke over the wall like that. You know, I know people are a little frustrated with K'Sante right now, but that was cool. That was a really cool play, and then when in conjunction with Humanoid's ultimate, just a really great setup and a play that Fnatic needed to make because the game was very quickly falling out of their hands. And Adam, we talked about cross maps. He's going to get himself another 600 gold. He's sitting on a grand total of 7.5k, 2,500 more than Wonder right now.
And has that level advantage as well. Basically a full level ahead. Crownie puts down the arrow. Razork looking for the chase here, but the Chain of Corruption will stop him. Next big objective for these two teams. In about 2.5 minutes, Rifthold is up there as well, actually, if BDS want to fight around it, but the next Drake you have to feel very much a key point of contention. Lebrov once again hit with the arrow, but Sheo was waiting! And it's one for BDS, make it two. Razork falls, Humanoid does as well, and the Rifthold will be started by BDS.
Wow, and BDS immediately answer back with 2 kills of their own. Humanoid and Razork effectively face-checked. They thought that they'd found a pick onto Lebrov, but the rest of BDS were already in position. A lot of credit needs to be given to Sheo and his placement on the map right now. He's been in the right place, the right time more often than not, and he's been able to punish some of these small plays from Fnatic. And while that was an initially good play from Fnatic, immediately the fact that BDS can shut that down, 4k gold is now the lead. A lot of that sitting on top of Adam, but the rest of it sitting on the bot lane. Very strong stuff from BDS across the board.
And as much as it might seem like if BDS win this, it's only a single win, you're only at 2. It's important to remember, we had a look at some of the numbers. In the past, 4 wins was enough to keep you out of the bottom 2 in the LEC at the halfway mark, and 4 wins might be all that BDS need. Picking up a win against Fnatic really accelerates you towards it, especially when you only have 5 games left to pick up the other 2 wins. Fnatic, obviously, looking for that same trajectory, or maybe a few more wins than 4, if they can manage to find some of the form that had them beating Koi last week.
It's the danger, I would say, of the regular season. Teams that need time to ramp up don't get given that time, right? You're going to have to wait until the next split. But BDS, they're not wasting any time. They're accelerating this game, and Adam will be the one to take down his 4th tower of the game. The BDS have set themselves up nicely for the dragon spawning in 40 seconds as well. They need to secure this mid tower. I think they could send Nuke down towards the bot lane, and that's exactly what they're going to do by the looks of it to clear out that wave. It is slow pushing in their favor, so maybe they just want to leave it for the time being, but they have easy access into the river. Adam going to go back, quickly spend his money, pick up the Jack Show.
Protein shake.
Protein shake, yeah.
Apparently that's what they call it in OS. Now I picked it up as well, because it's Jack Show the Protean is the full name of the item, so they call it the protein shake. Did you just agree with me without having any idea?
Yeah, I just assumed because it was bro laugh. You know what I mean? No. He's just like, well, he's got to get his.
It's even more sophisticated.
Yeah, he's literally just taken down 4 towers, medic. It's important that you get the protein in so that your muscles recover, right? It's very important for someone actively working out. Meanwhile, Wonder looking for a flank, does have control of the bot side of the map right now. Fnatic are creating this pincer movement, which is kind of the best way for them to start a fight. Humanoid does have the TP, but it looks like that they're not going to try and contest it right now. They recognize how much weaker they are. Tries to go for a steal. The smite wasn't quite an instant secure, but regardless, BDS will lock that one down. Arrow comes out.
Manages to connect onto Crownie. He does still have the flash, doesn't even need to burn it to get away. Arrow just searching for a target, one of those aim for the stars, because if you miss, you'll end up on the moon, or aim for the, what is it, something? Aim for the sun, aim for the stars. If you end up, if you miss, you'll end up on the moon.
You expect me to understand pop culture references,
It's an idiom, man. It's like if you aim for the stars,
you calling me an idiom? Is that what you just did? Bro, it's uncool.
It's uncool. I'm sorry, man. I'll no longer call you an idiom.
Unbelievable.
I'll be your benefactor in that regard.
Thank you. There is one thing I do have to do.
Yep.
Reckless's tier is fully stacked.
Is that line actually in the song?
No, I just added it.
Okay,
made it up.
On the fly, the lyrical genius that is Betty.
Because I actually forgot the next line. I sing that song.
I know that you'll come crawling back. And when you're
crawling back. Oh yeah, true, yeah.
Guys, if we keep just reminding you of lyrics, you'll sing more, okay? Yeah, and then the betrayed bit as well. Crownie, though, looking for some damage here. Razork's able to dodge away. Crownie can just step forward. Chain of Corruption was enough to lock Razork in place. But the Merc Treads were enough to make him escape before the grenade came down. BDS, though, still 3,000 gold ahead in this game. Crowny at 2 items. Reckless is at the same, no mythic for him yet.
Wow, there's a big collapse here from BDS.
There's
All
no
hands
tower.
on deck. Adam looking for the flank.
Now can Wonder get into
the blast cone.
this? There's the Azir Sunders coming in. The blast cone helped them out a lot as the Emperor's Divide is used, but Reckless has already fallen. Adam on the backline is just absolutely murdering people, mutilating, shredding them. That man's had his creatine today. Adam just destroys them in a 1v3. Wonder able to escape, but did have to burn the TP, and BDS make a beeline for the Baron.
Wow, look at this play from BDS. They are absolutely slaughtering Fnatic. They just committed 5 members top. They said, we want to go for a fight. Wonder isn't there. Even if it TP's in, it doesn't matter. And they herded them like sheep underneath the Azir tower, but it was not enough to protect them from the wolf that was Adam. Beautiful stuff from BDS. A 20-minute Baron, a 5k gold lead. And BDS are looking strong coming into week 2. But look at this, Shio and Adam on the backline. The blast cone making it so easy for Adam to create this flank. The damage then from Nuke as well. Gets the Chaos Storm, the lethality Q from Crowny just decimates Reckless. And Wonder tries to buy time on the backline. But Adam in a 1 versus 3 is able to walk away with 2 kills. The sustain is too strong. And Wonder will get away to safety. That's pretty much all she wrote. And a Baron will go into the back pocket of BDS.
And how do you ever escape Adam as a Fnatic backline, right? Reckless can jump away where Adam's ghosting. Rux has no escape whatsoever. The Emperor's Divide isn't going to be as effective on him because he's got that Ragnarok, so just very difficult to escape from him when he is this fed. 3,000 gold ahead. Second highest CS in the game as well. Highest level at 14. And it becomes trickier for Fnatic from here. Sheo's going to meet Razork. Rux trying to put some damage down as well, but Sheo very much wins out on this one with the rockets coming in as well from Labrov.
Especially 2 junglers just basic attack each other.
Slap, 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 slap.
And then rockets just fly in your face. Like, okay, cool, I'll chill, I'll back off. But of course, BDS, they can just keep pressuring now. The 4-1 setup that they have Adam keeping push in mid.
Brownie.
Just get
the Comet connects.
Low, and they're going to leave him to
going to be able to
die.
get in and get the shutdown. Wonder coming in as well. Adam's going to try and join his team, but he doesn't have the ghost. He's only got the flash, and now Wonder is on the chase. In a 3v5, can BDS turn it around? Another shutdown, another! Fnatic found a fight down towards the bottom side. Adam was nowhere near it. The Heartbreaker on the chase. Not going to go any further.
Wow, Fnatic. They punish BDS. And it's a massive and much needed punishment. Look at how much gold they got off the back of that. So many shutdowns were handed over to Razork and Wonder. And it's just going to stop BDS in their tracks. And it's just off the back of a single arrow. Good poke damage coming out from the Azir. The Ezreal ultimate combined with the Ashe arrow. There's nothing they can do for Crowny. He's not running the cleanse. There's no way for him to escape. Razork gets that initial pick. And then he's the one that can dish out the damage, gets the resets going. And without Adam here, which is where a lot of the gold is sitting on, it's very difficult for BDS to really convert this into anything else. Really great awareness there from Fnatic to recognize where they could force this fight. And at the very least, they're back in the game.
Unenthusiastic Kiva there backstage, just like, yeah, that's the first step. We've got the first piece of the jigsaw sorted. We still have to fill in the rest. And Fnatic still.
Dragon fight is going to be extremely important.
Chemsoul on a Yuumi is stronger than Olaf. I'm going to say he's slightly stronger.
Well, arguably it's useless because Tenacity didn't do it before.
Yeah, but you do more damage and take less damage under 50% health with the soul, right? So, arrow onto Sheo.
They'll be melted by Fnatic. They're not even going to give BDS a window, but BDS is looking for the fight.
Sheo can get in here with the Cyclone. Adam running in as well, but he's already down to half HP. Labov trying to put some turrets down. Crowny low. Razork dashing forward. Not quite enough damage. But Reckless and Razork able to hold BDS at bay.
Things are starting to crumble a little bit for BDS. Fnatic are an interesting team. Last week we saw them fall behind very early, and then they bounced back towards the end.
Against Koi.
Yeah, it was against Koi. And it feels like that this Fnatic team, the second that morale suddenly swings into their favor, it's almost like that they all lock in together. You know, they start finding those avenues, finding those small positioning mistakes. At BDS, they can't let that Fnatic take control over the game. They still have the gold lead, they still have the vast majority of the power, and they need to be the ones deciding when the fights are happening. If you give this Fnatic lineup those small windows of opportunity, they will not hesitate to strike. Humanoid is only going to continue to get stronger. You can see he actually has a 1.4k gold lead over his lane opponent. He's been farming very well. 230 CS to the 170 of Nuke. That is incredibly low for a Victor. I imagine a lot of it has just been a matter of grouping up with his team, not being given access to the side lane farm. 2 levels up is Humanoid right now. And things like that can be a difference maker, right?
Yep.
Like Azir in the late game, someone you can't afford to underestimate. Ezreal's poke is only going to get stronger. And again, I stand by the fact that Fnatic's composition doesn't have the best engage, but every successful fight we've seen from Fnatic has been a creative flank or a punishment on BDS trying to set up the scene.
And as soon as Razork gets rolling in a fight, it's very difficult for BDS to disengage after their initial engage, right? You're looking for the Sheo flank, you're looking for a Cyclone, but when you're in, you're in. And there's no real escaping from Fnatic. Now, next up, a minute on this Baron. Fnatic willing to step out a little bit further than they were in the past, buoyed by a few of their recent results as Wunder is spotted. Adam. Arrow misses. They were just trying to get the Ragnarok out of him there. Wunder still on the chase. They're still looking to use this ultimate if they can. Q3 from Wunder, dodged by Adam, and he keeps hold of his ult. With the Baron up in 50 seconds, Adam will be very happy that he will have that tool at his behest. In the next fight. Disposal is the word I was looking for. Behest is good.
Rare that I help you with the word.
Oh, that's good, man.
I
was the beneficiary, though.
That you were. You're never going to let that down, are you?
It's fun.
It's true.
A little bit of joy.
Listen, guys, benefactor just makes sense to me. I feel like that I should be the benefactor.
I mean, you can, but you just have to give people
No,
stuff.
that annoys me. Stupid English.
It is. It is a stupid language.
Sure, speak Welsh instead.
Go on, then.
Croeso.
Croeso. Is that the benefactor or the beneficiary?
Actually means welcome.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what benefactor is in Welsh.
Well, currently the beneficiary. And all the people listening to us talk about this instead of talking about this Baron set. Now, BDS have set up around it. They've got the Vision Control. Fnatic reset. Look to gain some control of their own. No control wards in their inventory. And I'm going to say control just a couple more times to make sure that we truly understand that this is about control. Fnatic, though, with the Sun Disc in the mid lane, will get prio. Adam is backing. Arrow goes in. Wunder underneath the tower, looking for the chase here. Adam, just very patient, holds on to his ultimate. Now Sheo on the flank, but Adam's already low HP. Sheo going in, can't quite get the damage down. The second Cyclone on a ton is enough to kill off Humanoid. Didn't even have time to flash. Now Wunder on the chase as well. BDS looking for a little bit more, but perhaps might just back away and go towards the Baron. However, there's a lot of poke on Fnatic.
Great pitch overall, though, from BDS. The fact that they were able to combine Sheo's ultimate with Crowny, with Adam, all coming together to be able to get that kill onto Humanoids. 30 seconds is how much time Fnatic needs to buy. TP is available on Humanoids, and now the pressure is on as BDS begin the Baron.
So there was a bit of poke, and you can see it coming out just there. BDS actually going to disengage this Baron right now. Adam still looking for that flank position. Wunder TP'd back into the fight. Knew that his teammates might need his assistance.
So this is a window where Fnatic can actually start this one off because they know that Humanoid is up in 7 seconds. BDS are chipped away, and the goal here isn't actually the Baron, it's to force BDS to come and Fnatic to leverage their range. Humanoid TPing in.
Adam's just going to try and run him down as soon as he comes out, but Rux here with the arrow hits onto Sheo. Adam gets on the chase, on towards the backline. Razzle going in as well. The halfback can try and get him away. Lebrov fighting down towards the bottom side. As Wunder goes low, he's locked up and shut down by Lebrov. Chaos Storm ticking away. Humanoid able to escape nuke. Sub 100 HP, 36 I think I see on the scoreboard there. He is able to get out alive, and BDS get a kill and stop the Baron from happening.
So you can see the idea there from Fnatic, but I think the TP from Humanoid was just a little too disjointed from the rest of his team. BDS had a good idea, thanks to Adam still having his ultimate available, means that the second that the ultimate came through from Humanoid, he was able to just tank it up and they could force him out of the fight. Razork then commits when the rest of his team can't really join the fray. And ends up being an awkward situation. BDS though, starting off, good awareness there from Nuke, using it to just check the brush, see what's happening. Sheo on the flank.
Sheo, Cyclone! Onto Razork, chain of corruption there for the chase as well, and Razork's already done. Unstoppable goes Adam on the back line as well. Sheo able to pick up Rux. The more shield, not enough. I think that was a comet from Humanoid, just enough damage to pick up the kill, maybe in a Luden's Puck actually, as Fnatic are able to cull away the jungler. Reckless dashing, dodging, diving, dipping, weaving. No junglers on either side, but Wunder full HP once again. Chem Soul, an option, flash away from Crowny, but Humanoid in the middle of the gravity well, slowed by the undertow, and his death knell rings true. BDS pick up another one and turn their eyes towards the Chem Soul.
I'm not sure what the logic was there from Humanoid, because at best you knock in 3 members into what a half health Reckless and maybe Wunder, which you can do something with, but Adam is sitting there on the flank. Your best play is to just buy time if you're Fnatic. You should just be trying to chip away at the HP bars, trying to delay BDS from starting this dragon for as long as you possibly can. But let's have a look back to the start of this fight. So again, this brush, BDS have punished Fnatic a few times this game, and they're going to find another punish. Great damage coming out from Crownie onto Rux. Very quickly, Razork is separated from his team, and Shio gets chipped away at by Reckless. The damage is good. Humanoid able to finish this one off, I think, thanks to the Luden's proc. And it's at this point where Fnatic just need to buy time. They need to wait. You can see Razork going to come up before the opposing jungler. But again, like, Wonder, I guess, is saying, like, maybe we can make a play here, but now he's dived into something that can't really convert. And I feel like that the call here from Fnatic, it just wasn't it. They needed to leverage their range. They needed to try and chip away at BDS, but now they've handed over Assault. This game has become a lot harder now for Fnatic as the Baron becomes the next major objective.
And once again, we'll see that dance happen. Arrow goes out, very short cooldown at this portion of the game. No Umbral Glaive on Rux. Often you do see that on the support Ashe, instead going for the Executioners. Adam trading onto Razork here. Adam low goes with the Ragnarok though, and Rux is chased off by Sheo down towards the bottom side. Meanwhile, Wonder in the midst of 4 members of BDS. Lebrov chunked away though by Humanoid. The stun still connects. Humanoid able to dash across the wall. Adam's still chasing in here, but they still only managed to kill off the support. Fnatic walk away wounded, but able to fight back if BDS do start up the Baron.
Razork trying to heal as much health as he can. They want Adam to go back, recover his resources, and then get back out onto the map. But it's just a lot of picks right now, back and forth. BDS are coming out ahead in the vast majority of them. But Fnatic not completely out of this game just yet. You can see Humanoid getting very close to that death cap, and Sheo once again looking for the flank.
The same route he took last time. Crownie trying to keep Razork and Reckless interested. Importantly for Fnatic, a lot easier to heal up when these Honey Fruit are the empowered ones from the Chem Tech Rift. You get extra health and you get a shield from them. Now, the long-range arrow will spot out the fact that BDS have started this. Wonder does have the TP, but no ward to get to, and looks like Fnatic have just given this one up. BDS with the Baron, 32 minutes into the game.
Okay, so BDS find themselves in the same position that they were in earlier, but arguably a lot stronger. Now they need to figure out a way to break into the base of Fnatic, because again, remember, Fnatic's comp loves when you come into it. It can leverage its range, it can leverage its poke, it can chip away at your HP bar, and basically make it very difficult for you to actually siege. So BDS have to find ways of navigating around this, dodging the poke, forcing back Fnatic themselves, and already we can see the 1-4 being set up once again. 4 members on bot, Adam being left in mid. Doesn't have the ghost, doesn't have the flash, but he's not an easy target to just catch out of position.
Deep breaths before the storm, you feel. 3 minutes on the Elder. Fnatic still trying to find a purchase on this game, really. They've had a couple of moments, a couple of shining lights in the dark, but the majority of the time it has been fog all around them. Rudderless, directionless, and now staring down defeat against BDS. We excused week 1 to a degree because they played well. Their dragon setups were good, as Yamato said on the desk, and they played probably the 3 toughest opponents in the league, but a loss to BDS. Not a good sign for Fnatic. Still only need to make top 8 to make it into the group stage. Arrow wide there, Wonder down to half HP. Razork the same. Adam, though, will lose a chunk of his health as he tries to step forward, but with Ravenous Hydra, will heal up quite a lot.
But they did what they needed to. BDS was able to land the poke. Crownie, Lebrov, Nuke, they were able to get the damage down onto the key targets, which gave them access to this bot lane inhibitor. Again, big damage onto Reckless. He's forced back. And BDS were able to dodge away from the initiation from Fnatic and walk away the victors this time round. They're going to go back to base, spend their money, steal away some camps, and then look to continue the siege. They may wait for the Elder Dragon, but it's a dangerous game to play. Death cap now completed for Humanoid means that he is fully online. His damage is very real and can't afford to be underestimated. Let's see what happens next. Adam already going to make his way up towards top lane, start pushing that one in. He's basically almost at full build. You can see he's currently sitting on the pot.
Yeah, he knows his job in the fights.
Not going to burn it immediately, of course. But yeah, that's the big thing. Reckless, you have 1 dash, you have a flash. Adam doesn't care. Yeah, has the tools needed to chase you down. That's exactly what he's going to do. They already started pushing in the top wave. In the mid lane. They're slowly getting the push as the Brav and Shio already join up with Adam, trying to leverage the last bit of the Baron. 15 seconds left. Got a bit of chip damage, and again, look back at mid, and you can see the shift, top to mid to top to mid, splitting Fnatic up and finding windows like this. Good damage from Crowny.
Really, they just want this tower.
Yep.
Tier 2 in the
Well
top
played.
lane.
Very well played from BDS. Nice patient play there.
Baron expires as they get it. Wonder had to spend all his time in that bottom lane pushing out the super minions. It does give Fnatic a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of space before the super minions are back in their base, but BDS doing exactly what they wanted here. Interestingly though, Fnatic do have the vision control in the river right now. BDS will move in and clear this out, but there's always the possibility that a ward is left somewhere, that a TP flank happens. The control ward near the blue buff is one we often see, but is often overlooked by people as they try and clear out any vision. Arrow just wide on Crowny, but they're going to go in with the Spectral Maw. Crowny flashes away. Heals as well. Sheo gets into the back line and Rux is already down. Fnatic now fighting in a 4v5. Razor glow. Sheo dashing in with a Cyclone. Humanoid next up on the menu. Nuke takes Wonder. Oh, Wonder takes Nuke all the way across the wall. He has to flash away. Wonder is able to survive, dodges the arrow, dodges everything, but not! You can't dodge these! Adam chases them down! Humanoid up next, no escape from the undertow. Adam with a double. Now in a 1v4, he's looking to make it a triple. Can't quite secure the final couple of kills, but the Elder will be forfeit for Fnatic. Maybe their entire base will lay in ruins.
Fnatic thought that they'd found a pick onto Crowny, but he was able to buy enough time and turn the fight around. Sheo and Nuke shutting down Rux right from the get-go. The Ash Arrow never even came out. Humanoid's ultimate never got activated. And you can see how quickly BDS was there to respond. Labrov offering what he can. Good side set from Crowny. Yes, the commitment came through from Razork, but then he didn't want to commit onto that kill. Thought he'd separated too much, and then the damage. Watch this from Crowny. Half his HP already gone, and that was the window that Shio needed. Razork gets forced out. Humanoid's forced out. Wonder tries to split up the fight as much as he can, but he only gets closer to Adam. And it's at this point where Adam says, okay, you've had your fun. My turn to clean things up. Humanoid realizes how much danger he's in, and he's not quite able to get away. You can see Adam just tanking all this up. He's not afraid of them, even remotely. He gets that kill, even looks for more. And then they just disengage, and they should be able to secure the Elder off the back of this. BDS have come into week 2 looking good, and they're looking to get a big win over Fnatic.
You're going to use the Ember Divide there to keep Sheo away. That Cyclone has been used as well. You can see it's just BDS across the board, out damaging their rivals. Double inhibitors down now. Still a minute. Oh, sorry, single inhibitor down. Still a minute before that one respawns, but BDS trying to make it double, trying to make it triple. They continue to push in. Now, Adam has no flash, no ghost, but does have the Ragnarok. Razork realizes this, puts some damage down. The Ragnarok comes out, the arrow will connect, but only onto the retreating Olaf, and a Viking in retreat is unstoppable, it seems, as Humanoid chipped away once again. The arrows from the Varus in this situation against an Elder are just so damn difficult to deal with, because every time you get hit, gets slowed, and it becomes very tricky for you to ever find a way to approach the fight. Razork steps in, Chain of Corruption's gonna land, and even with the Heartbreaker, he will tick and be slain by the Elder Drake. Another arrow coming out, Crowny kills off Wonder, Humanoid tries to dash back to safety, Sheo goes golden underneath the Nexus Towers, and BDS will be able to wrap this one up, taking the scalp of Fnatic in a massive win for BDS.
An impressive game overall from BDS, a 20-minute Baron, an absolute clinic from the side lanes and top and bot. And it brings them one step closer to that top 8, a much-needed win for them, and to get a win over Fnatic is absolutely monumental. Great stuff from BDS, yeah. Excited to see what else they can bring out here in week 2. Definitely a team I think people had low expectations of, but Fnatic faltering. I think that they made things difficult with their draft. Like, we saw a very similar draft from Astralis, and they found themselves with very similar issues where it's difficult for them to necessarily find the fights that they want. But I think the biggest difference was so much was lost in the side lane. Adam getting a solo kill in top lane, the 2 versus 2 getting so many advantages. It felt like that Fnatic had just given so much up in the early game that by the time that they were ready to fight, they were already too far behind. And while we saw moments of brilliance from them, that bot lane fight, that top lane play, it wasn't enough, and BDS was able to stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, and it was very different from the BDS of last year, where they could find these leads, but then they would very quickly collapse in the mid game.
Yeah, I think there were a few of those same mid lane foibles from BDS, a few of those mistakes, but as you say, they were able to regroup, reassess, and manage to close it out in the end, and now sitting at 2-2, which is a very strong position for them. Obviously, still only 5 games left for them in the regular season as well. And we're basically halfway, and they can continue this form, get themselves to 4-5, 5-4. Very likely that we see them in the group stage.
We will have to wait and see. Still, good number of games to be played out.
Definitely.
Still many opportunities for each of the teams, but you now get to choose your player of the game. So you have to go to @LEC on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm
you
on
can vote
my
for
way.
Adam, Shio, or Crowny. All very viable choices. I have a feeling Adam will be the one to get it.
I'm going to LEC on Twitter.
Okay, great. So @LEC on Twitter is where you can vote,
At
but you need to
LEC.
have a Twitter account, and you need to go to LEC. You can check them out. You can follow them. They make great content every now and
You
then.
could also just type it in the chat. It means nothing. But you can type it in, and that happens every game.
Yeah,
You guys just
typing in
don't
the
listen.
chat.
We
You
literally
don't
say
listen.
@LEC on Twitter every time. The vote's not up yet.
What?
I mean, maybe it's the internet. Yeah, the vote's not up.
Wow, Medic. Just going to call him out like that?
Oh, I'm just saying. I tried to vote. I wanted to write Odo Omne. I wanted to do Ender a solid, but vote's not up
This
right now,
guy,
it seems.
this guy.
Anyway,
Professional.
Law is standing by with Adam. Law, take it away.
Adam, GG once again for taking this one from an audience and let's say backstage perspective. It was an interesting game to watch. How was it for you?
Well, I think we were kind of in control the entire game. There's still some moment in the game where we troll a bit that we could have avoided, in my opinion. And but still promising game for us.
Can you still go into specifics about the trolling moments that you have? Because as you said, you were in control for the majority of the game. So
Yes.
what made it difficult specifically? If you can
I
name
think
a
when we
few?
got first Nash, we got caught in bot. We didn't wait for me. And I think we were a bit too hype on the moment. We maybe don't take a deep breath, to relax a bit. And it's it's a bit hard to focus sometimes in this case, yeah.
Baron as a whole, for me, for BDS, is always going to be something to be careful
Yes,
about.
yes.
Do you agree with this? And is it something you keep in mind whenever you're starting this objective?
Well, it's the thing we try to work the most on, I would say, in practice. And we got to Nash
All
without
right.
losing so much. So I guess it's an upgrade, kinda.
Yeah.
Yep.
One step closer to recovery. Talking a bit more about the matchup versus Fnatic, I'm just wondering how personal this one feels. Laning against Wonder, picking your Olaf when we know the Scream stuff that happened a couple of years back and him locking Yumi. How does that feel?
Well, it's from the past, the Scream thing.
is.
I have nothing personal against Wonder. It's just I think that Olaf is a decent pick into Cassante, and I'm a guy that like to play non-conventional pick.
Yeah.
I like to try stuff. I like to create my own meta, and I try to make it work. So this is just how I play.
And I think it's really, really interesting because for the longest time that I've known you, you can flex the Olaf, you can flex the Darius, and I'm just wondering if it's the madness of an OTP or you knowing that these picks can actually function in a lot of metas.
Well, you see, the Olaf, it has been played in LPL, and with the build, the Olaf, the Hydra plus Jackshaw, so I copied from the LPL, and I think it can work pretty well because it kind of avoids every Olaf weakness in your normal build path. So
Yeah.
I think he's a strong laner now, and especially with a range meta with not so much mobility. Like Olaf, I think it's pretty strong champ.
Yeah, I think you defended it quite well here, Adam. We're gonna toss it to the analyst desk next because they have Crowny on the desk. Is there
All right.
anything you want to tell your AD carry about his performance today or anything?
Well, I think my team overall has been pretty amazing, especially on bot. I think there was a bot gap overall this game. Crony Labo were super confident going on in this matchup because they knew they were stronger at the moment on 2v2. No doubts about it. So they came in pretty confident. They had a favorable matchup for them, and they just proved that they played better.
Yeah,
today.
things are really going well so far for BDS. Congrats, Adam. And let's see what Crowny thinks about this bot gap, shall we? Take it here, Sean.
I'm sure he loves it. Crowny, Adam was saying how it was a bit of a bot gap, and he's super happy with the way you guys have been playing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone played well. Even Adam was solo killing, and we were winning pretty much every skirmish. So, besides the little oopsie we had on the first Nash, where they caught me with arrow and then everyone just died, I think it was a pretty good game. Yeah.
It was entertaining. for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It felt like when you guys lost the Baron, it like took all the momentum away.
Yeah.
So it's like you had to wait for like the next one to like actually get things going.
Yep.
I think Fnatic also got like first prio on Soul Point
Yes.
as well against you guys. So like there were a couple things that like slowed it down to actually have the close come through. But at the end of the day, you guys were crushing, and Adam was a freak of nature. That was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think our draft was pretty good. We kind of anticipated everything they would do. Personally, I expected them to pick Varus because I think I'm pretty comfortable on the champ and it can play with so many supports. So I was a bit surprised, but I feel like their comp is a bit hard to play because generally when you go Ashe support, you want like a AD carry that can pressure lane, or you go Ashe Heimer, which also pressures lane. But when you go Ezreal with TP, you're kind of giving up whole early game. So then we can just do, since red side, it's also easier to do Drakes because you have easy access. So then we just stack Drakes early. Our top is winning naturally. Our mid is like equal in scaling. So I don't know, the game felt pretty easy. They can only hit arrows, but that's pretty much it.
I wanted to ask you, Crowny, there's this conversation I always have in the back of my mind. Here you play against Ashe. In terms of your choice for the summoner spell, sometimes we cleanse Varuses, and then we see the heal Varuses that pressure in lane, and then they regret having no cleanse.
Yes.
What do you do in terms of your choice? What is the thought process behind the heal this game?
So my thought process is, I think if they have like 2 CCs, it's good to go cleanse. But since they only have 1 that I can dodge, and I will always rush Yomus because it makes you much faster. It gives like 60 movement speed. So even if he has TP, I can just push lanes, reset, come back to lane. I will just go heal to have way better laning and skirmishing, and I think it actually mattered a lot. Like in the first fight, I heal Heimer so he doesn't die to Azir, so then Azir dies, and overall it's a really good summoner spell to have. So sometimes you have to be a bit confident, you know, arrogant, I guess, and it worked out.
Yeah, I can remember like at least 1 or 2 times too where you just use the move speed of heal to sidestep the arrows. It's like don't need cleanse if you're just dodging it.
Yeah, since I have Yomus as well, I was pretty confident, and they have only one CC, like Ashe Arrow, so I thought it was a good gamble.
And are you looked up kind of the early game leads or the lane leads, I guess?
I just wanted to like show exactly how far ahead you guys were in both bot lane and top lane. It was like it seemed like the hard winning matchups were on opposite sides, and jungle didn't even have to get like super involved towards top side. That was just sort of going down. But you can see Adam was up 28 CS. You were up 35 CS at 14 minutes, just perma pushing. I think you got all the plate spots I too.
Yeah, I got full plates because we always in cases like this, when both your side lanes win, all you need is to spot Viego, and Sheo was pretty much perma spotting him top side. So then, I can just hit plates. Then we knew he used TP because he had to like get a good base, and then I can just hit plates for free. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's like pretty simple game for me since like Ezra can never E in, so I have a very easy time in the early game, I would say. But obviously, I think me and Labra are also playing very well together, I would say. So that obviously helps a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's cool to see that you're back in the league. Like Labrov is finding new avenues in BDS. When you look at how you've been doing overall, it's clear that you have the quality to get the lane leads and get the gold leads, right? But you were talking about the Baron, for instance. You know, what kind of work is going into making sure that those things don't happen again?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think our early games are pretty good, but I think mid game sometimes we mess up our lane setups, and then we're like matching the wrong lanes on side. Like this game, Victor was into Xanta for a long time, and then since Olaf doesn't have TP, we have to be a bit more like we have to be really careful about how we put lanes. And even against Excel, we had a big lead, and then in mid game it kind of went away, and we didn't really know how to contest Drakes into like Maoka and stuff. So I would say mid games is our biggest issue, and if we work on that, then we can take games of any team in the league. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I would also like to add what I really liked in terms of the adaptation from Shio and Adam. I remember the game you guys had against SK, where everyone was kind of meatballing around you with champions that I think should create space by finding like flanks and pushing sides. And I saw a lot more of that from Shio and of course Adam as well on their champs. They found those flanks, and they weren't just huddling around you and hoping that you kill them all.
Yeah, I mean, even against Excel, like we were like playing like Akali, Darius, and there were like 5 on mid lane trying to attack like the Lethality, which obviously doesn't work. But I think Sheo is very good on Wukong at like finding flanks, and we knew this game if we burst Azir because he has like full squishy build like Rabadon's Void because he has to carry. We just knew if we get the opening on him, he will just die. So as long as you have one flanker, I think you will always find opportunities. So overall, I think it was pretty good, yeah.
For sure.
All right. Hopeful signs for sure from BDS. It's been a pleasure to watch. And of course, welcome back, Crowny.
Thank you, yeah. It's a weird feeling to be gone for a year and then come back. But I mean, I kind of never stopped believing that I'm good enough to play here. I think sometimes stuff can just happen like unexpected where you're off teams. As you see, even now there's a lot of very good players not in teams or not in LEC. But yeah, I just try to get through it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you did, and you're back, and we love to see it. Now, after the break, we're having a look at the spiciest new Spanish rivalry here in the LEC as Team Heretics is facing off against Koi. Muy fuego. Stay tuned.
Grudge match!
Grudge match. What's that?
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
creemos que mola mucho estar cerca de los fans, de los seguidores. No tiene nada que ver verlo en casa o en un estudio que verlo rodeado de gente que apoya a Heretics. ¿Qué tal, chavales? ¿Cómo estáis? Yo muy bien, porque hoy es el primer partido de Heretics en la LEC. Un poquito de ruido, ¿no, gente? ¡Por favor! Estamos en el Hub, como veis, es un espacio que está aquí en Madrid. Podréis venir a más partidos, hoy no, que ya está lleno. Tenemos el co-streaming oficial para la LEC. Aquí sí tenemos al equipazo. Llega para atrás, a ver, ojito la ulti que va a ser buena. ¡Qué buena! ¡Qué buena! Dale, bien.
Se hasta un golpe, se va a poder esmicarlo y se lo ha quedado Malran. Llega el ultimate también por parte de Azir. Está pegando como quiere. ¡Vamos!
Esta es una aliada, ganamos esto, creo, ¿eh? Esta es una aliada.
¡Qué buena! ¡Vamos! ¡Viene Coco! ¡Viene Cocodrilo, Shiro! ¡Termina ya! ¡Por favor, termina! ¡Siguen haciendo tiempo! ¡Bien!
¡Vamos, loco!
¡Se acabó la bufa de Sky! ¡Se acabó! ¡Se acabó!
Yo creo que nuestro objetivo a día de hoy es diferente, ¿no? El de Koi y el nuestro. Nosotros venimos un poco con un camino más complicado, pero eso no nos va a quitar de que el clásico va a ser clásico.
Es que se viene el primer clásico de la historia.
Al final estamos representando a toda la comunidad hispanohablante y estamos representando también a nuestro país.
Es que es muy tenso, ¿eh? En toda España se nota el elegir un bando. Hay gente un poquito que va con todos.
Y es espectacular, cuando anunciaron el co-streaming, había rivalidad, ya son esos links.
Actualmente el roster es el vigente campeón, obviamente es un roster muy fuerte, pero en un mejor de uno no te puedes fiar.
Al final, cuando llegas a la máxima competición europea, cada partido es una trampa.
Pues ya piel de INE pensarlo.
Yo sinceramente creo que a nivel europeo siempre lo actual ha sido siempre un G2 Fnatic. Yo sinceramente creo que el hype, la rivalidad que hay entre Koi y Heretics es el triple que un G2.
Literal.
La gente en España ya lo sabe, se ha notado en la Superliga y ahora la gente en Europa van a ver lo que es una rivalidad.
Tú imagínate, finales de la LEC 2023, Heretics Koi.
No tienen
o sea, te subes al escenario desnudo y das 5 mortales.
Se venden las entradas en 10 segundos. Se venden las entradas en 10 segundos.
Si nos llegamos a enfrentar en una semis o en una final, no habría... No, si le abres va a hacer un auténtico destrozo, pero histórico.
Absolutely love seeing rivalries like this develop in the LEC. Shout out to Heretics and Koi coming in, new faces, but obviously storied names in terms of their presence in the Spanish scene. Of course, if you enjoyed that video, you can watch the full episode at youtube.com/LEC. Will you cast a little bit in Spanish this game for us?
I think I'll do un poco de español durante el partido. Tenemos dos equipos españoles, un clash de los equipos del país.
Sweet.
Y ya veremos quién gana.
I'm just going to say your analysis is good every time you say anything, because I have no idea what you're saying. But
I just said we've got two new teams to the league, and they're going to be playing up against each other. Two Spanish teams, two representatives from the same country. Of course, Ibai is, probably one of the biggest people in Spain, one of the biggest names in Spain. Is a massive giant behind the organization, and on the side of Heretics, you've got people like Greg F who are pushing the brand itself, and a lot of kind of veteran players as well. Yankos, Evie on the side of Heretics. And I feel like the squad of Koi all the way back from 2019 when Rogue joined the league. Players like Larson coming up through school who have now been in the league for 2 to 3 years. They're also going into their veteran era of League of Legends in the LEC.
Absolutely, and obviously on the side of Koi, you can't help but raise expectations for this roster and for this organization, not just because of their new partnership, not just because they are Koi now, but because of their success in summer. And we've seen some pretty excellent games for Koi. Now, we've seen excellent wins, I will say, or a good amount of wins, but some of the games have been super scrappy. And on the opposite side, for Heretics, we had the pleasure of talking to Yankos this week on Euphoria, and it's very much a long-term project. It's about growing and increasing the rate at which they grow rather than trying to really hit the ground running. So you got to feel for this team in the sense that while this is a rivalry that we know has so much hype injected in it because of the people behind the scenes, the players on stage, it feels like for Heretics at this moment, are just trying to catch up with the teams around them. So a lot of pressure because they've kind of been adopted into this rivalry as this new 5-man roster where it feels like Koi, expected to have a pretty significant upper hand.
Trajectories are completely different. You've got Koi who's trying to integrate a new top laner, so their top side needs a little bit of fixing, which affects the rest of the team. Whereas on the side of Heretics, I think their top side is pretty solidified. solidified. Evi's been having good solo kills. His lane phase has been pretty solid. Jankos has been finding plays. The bot lane has been struggling, and they're up against one of the best bot lanes in Europe right now. Comp and Trimby are just unstoppable. Trimby and Comp have so many champions that they can play, and we saw last year how much damage they could do for the Rogue lineup in 2022. It was all about playing around mid-bot side. Malrang has kept his playstyle of ult. I don't think we need to go down the Malrang level 2 gank avenue again, but we'll see it here, and we'll see how Jankos puts up with it. It was in those finals, Jankos versus Malrang, that I think Jankos underperformed in those finals. I think he had a fantastic year, fantastic regular season leading up to the finals, but in the finals he did just get slightly outperformed by Malrang, and we'll see what champion decides to play. Different meta, you know, back then it was the Jarvan, Poppy, Trundle. Now we've got slightly different shake-up with things like the Wukong, the Maokai, the Vi. But yeah, Malrang always finds his way.
Well, and also it's just going to be interesting to see what the priority is in draft, because you have to feel like Jankos and Malrang are two guys who aren't people who need draft priority. They're guys who've played for so long and who have who know what they like to do, that you can ban Malrang out, but he'll always find something, or he'll always go back to Jarvan, right? And for Jankos, he's played for so long that there's always that flexibility. Bot lane is the big question as we come into picks and bans. How much priority are Koi going to give to their bot lane? We saw in the games last week a lot of times willing to let them go down to the last picks in pick and ban, putting them on weird stuff like the Ashe Ezreal, which, while it did work out for them, was definitely not a conventional bot lane.
Definitely wasn't. You want to get them on something with push. Bot lane is literally all about the push. We've seen so many AD carries being played in support now as well, just to get that push level 1, keep them under their tower. Seems like prio is everything. As we see bot lanes being targeted there, Caitlyn, Ashe, there's a couple of power picks outside of the bot lane picks, things like you know, the Maokai, the Sejuani, the K'Sante, the Ryze are the power picks that you're looking at for first picks if you're not opting into bot lane. But yeah, it's all about bot lane in this game right now. So we'll see what Koi decide to give over. Normally they ideally would like to trade, but in most cases you can't, so they might prioritize something on the top side for Malrang Shigenda and drop bot lane a little bit.
Evi, the thumbs up, he's feeling ready. 2 bans to the junglers, 2 bans to the AD, or at least the bot lane pool. And we'll have to see if both of the premier bot lane options, at least for the rest of this patch, cannot wait for the new patch, come out. The Lucian Nami still on the table. The Lulu Zeri or Yumi Zeri also still on the table. So I think this will be a tall task for Heretics if it does end up being top tier bot lane versus top tier bot lane. You'd have to give the edge to Comp and Trimby in that case.
Kalista ban. Interesting. So Lucian Nami's up. Yumi Zeri is up. Koi could just ban something different here and just trade off. Or they could deny something like the Ryze, because if in the case that Lucian and Zeri Yumi are up, you just first pick Ryze and you take the other bot lane, right? So you want to make sure you can't make that power trade. It's up to Heretics now. I think, what bot lane do you prefer the most? Or do you want to just go for something like K'Sante, something just different, Wukong, like a Vi, or anything like this? Because if you pick Vi here, then they're more going to lean more towards Lucian Nami. Then you can take Zeri if that's your preference. But Lucian first pick, would be very surprised if Koi don't go for the Zeri Yumi.
Have the options here. Have a bit of time also if they want to lock that one in. Unlikely that Heretics try to take away anything other than the Nami in the following phase. They could try to split up the duo. This is... We've heard Ezreal Nami, or we saw Ezreal Nami was okay.
This is it. This is why the LCK and LPL teams first pick Nami. Because if you take away Nami, they can't go Draven, Nami into Lucian. But if they take Lucian, you can pick Draven, Nami. But they're not going to do either.
Oh, I love it for it. Okay, yeah, well played.
Taunting a little bit with the boost coming in.
Oh, and it's an Elise.
It is an Elise, interesting. Paired with a Yumi lane, so expecting some kind of power pick towards topside. I mean, if Koi are really feeling it, they can pick Renekton on 3 and just say, we've got 3 AD carries. Ezreal, Sivir, Zeri would sack the AD roll a little bit, but it will get your topside rolling, but we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, curious to see how they're going to round this out. You have to assume AD will be pick 3 here, maybe sacrificing mid lane. The response from Heretics, locking in support. Nami, easy first pick call out there. Do they want to match jungle here is the question, because I look at Malrang on this Elise, I look at how well Shigenda has been playing in lane, and I think top dive, baby. Make it happen.
Yeah, I think Vi could go really well pairing against the enemy AD carry. Something like K'Sante blinds, Renekton takeaway could also be good here on 3 to deny that dive threat from Elise. We'll see what they opt into. Though Syndra is another one which you could go into, but it looks like they're going to go for a safe top laner. They're sacking Jankos here, saying we need something that can trade evenly or play safe top and not get dove, and K'Sante is our option. Now, Koi could respond here with Renekton, sack their AD carry themselves, or they could just respond with Zeri and then find a top laner on 4. Depends on how deep Shigenda's champ pool is.
Interesting options here. Gwen would be pretty conventional from what we've seen in the LPL. It's a really nice matchup because, of course, K'Sante wants to go Iceborne Gauntlet, but it's entirely armor. There's no MR there, so Gwen has been a solid option there. Gnar, though, we saw earlier today, can be good. Instead, it's going to be the Sivir locked in. Makes sense. Obviously, you could just ban the Sivir as well as the Zeri and force something like an Ezreal to come out if it does go into second ban phase.
I feel like Kassadin is something I would lean towards the ban here for Koi. When I think of Larson, I don't think of something like set mid. We saw Faker play with things like the Elise, where you can just instantly dive bot. you think of something like Azir that's just going to slot into this 4-pick. So as much as they might bang something like Wukong and Vi, I'd be a bit cautious around giving over Kassadin here to Ruby if they pick mid on 4. Of course, they can just pick top lane counterpick and counterpick mid, right? But that's the case of, do you want to give over Azir then and let them have it? Because playing Kassadin there, if they do play something like Vi Azir, won't slot into your draft as well as it could into Bear. So we'll see what they do around jungle mid picks.
Very curious as well, especially once you've locked in an AP jungler, and we know how impactful Elise can be in the early game, but if you're also playing an AP mid laner, it makes it so easy for a champion like Kassadin to survive the lane, like a Jax potentially as well to come out on top. So seeing the Jax band away, trying to make sure that Evie has a positive matchup on the top side. He has played 3 games of K'Sante thus far. This will be his 4th. See what Uganda wants to take into it.
Yeah, I think Renekton ban is a little bit of a no-brainer here for Heretics. Just take that away. They've actually left Vi open, so they're confident in playing that jungle matchup. I think it is Elise favorite, and of course Sivir has the spell shield, but with the Smite you can find a window to get the knock-up onto Sivir. But I would be very surprised if they don't take away Renekton here on 4. It would just be the easy 4-pick for Shigenda.
Similarly, Sivir can just go real fast and run away.
Counter moves.
Counter, you just run real fast. Try to outrun the Vi. It won't work, but you'll get her very far away from her team. So the Renekton ban, as called out here. Aatrox still an option. I like it with the Yuumi a lot. I like it significantly less, at least for early dive threat compared to the Renekton, but it has been banned.
Yeah, Fiora is a good pick as well, but it just makes dives a little bit harder because you don't have setup. Ideally, you want setup for the Elise to get the stun so she can land the cocoon.
Ooh.
But they're going to go for it. Okay, so I mean, it's a good matchup, but it just makes the dives a little bit tricky. We'll see if they go for top dives this game. I mean, I think they'll be inclined to, playing with Yuumi Elise. Bot dives will be a bit difficult against Lucian Nami. But, I mean, it'll scale on side lane. Not so much team fight here for Koi. A lot of single target damage and pick potential.
Yeah. See what the option is here now for Heretics as they round out the rest of their composition. We need a jungler as well as a mid laner. You locked in this phase.
Yeah, Azir, no-brainer, easy takeaway. That's why I was a bit worried for Koi. You could pick Azir on 4 there and ban Kassadin instead of Viego. Would be a nicer draft in terms of scaling, and then they can just pick up, I mean, anything really. Jankos can just pick something like Vi. There's no real threats. Jarvan can even work with Azir into Sivir if you really want it because of how short range she is.
Yeah, I think the struggle with Vi is you've got Elise who can get out of your ultimate, you've got Sivir who can spell shield, and you've got the parry as well. So debating what the option is here.
Graves would be more of a carry potential. Less setup for your team. He was thinking about Jarvan Graves there perhaps. They're going to go for the Graves. Now, what's your mid pick? Cassiopeia into Azir. A bit horrendous to play, I must say, because of the range difference. And Kassadin. Oh, the Kassadins I've seen in the LEC so far, I haven't liked them whatsoever. So I think something like a Kali would be better because they don't have any point-and-click lockdown.
I actually like this. I like this. If they're actually, I mean, we're not supposed to talk about the hover-overs, but I can't help but get lost in the theory crafting here. What is the option actually?
Oh, it's Larson. Okay.
Okay, this is the one thing that I hate though, is it's like you picked Elise in the jungle, and there is no other setup CC anywhere on your team unless someone just wants to stand still for you in a gravity field. So Malrang, as always, has his work cut out for him. Maybe we'll see some explosive early ganks, but this is not the easy setup of Renekton Elise. This is not the easy setup of having some other form of hard CC, Nautilus Elise.
Set Elise in mids. Like, this Elise doesn't really have any setup to work with, let's be honest. There's no CC. What are you going to rely on? A Victor W, a Yuumi root, a Fiora riposte, right? So it's on Malrang to play this game alone. I think Heretics is comp overall more well-rounded in terms of meta-orientated. Very good team fight, really easy to execute, pretty solid lanes, good scaling. Koi have very good scaling as well, just it becomes really complicated, like you said, in setting up and helping their jungler who, I mean, Elise doesn't really fall off in terms of like scaling. I mean, she'll always be useful if she doesn't fall behind because she can do a lot of bursts, she can land Cocoon. I think enemy champs have to commit into her, so it's not the end of the world. But this Graves pick for Jankos wants to clear, wants to get ahead, wants to farm up. Jankos on a carry, we'll see how he does in terms of making sure his team can keep stable lane phases.
It is going to be a difficult task. Eyes on Malrang in the early game to see if he can make that impact, get some of his laners ahead. Shigenda so far in the league has been having explosive lane phases, but Evie finding solo kills every game, undeniable, and how consistent he has been as well. Excited for the top lane as well as the jungle matchup. Of course, important to take note, Malrang, last time he played Elise was LCK 2020 Spring Promotion. He's 5'10" on the pick all time, so let's hope the LEC performance is better. Let's get into game for Game 3. Vamos Koi. All right. Thank you, audience.
Vamos Koi. Let's
Okay, side note, you took that jacket off. You're ripped.
Not really.
We'll we'll talk about that on the podcast. This is not time for the podcast. We are in game, and I'm going to warn you right now. As much as I want Ruby versus Larson, showdown to the death, fight for the pride of Spain, it's Victor versus Ear. It's going to be a bit of a snooze fest, but this early level 1 action might change that. There's already contesting, a little bit of early jungle pathing going down. You got to ward over the wall into the red buff, trying to get as much information on the Elise as humanly possible.
Yeah, we saw Shigen the ward blue buff there. We'll give information as to where Jankos is starting. If he's there, then they know he's starting top side. If he's not, they know he's starting bot side. Mawrang going to start Raptors here with W, it looks like. So maybe what he does here to time out the ward, if we could get the camera towards Mawrang here, observers, I think what he might do is, hang on, they're going to invade. If Mawrang does Raptors here, Jankos, does he know that he's going to go to Raptors? Yes, he does. This is really smart by Jankos. Can he smite it away? No, he can't. Now the question is, if he takes a couple of the small beaks away, then Elise can't get level 2, but neither of them can get level 2. So this is really awkward for both junglers. Jankos just kind of has to run away.
I like this because Elise's level 1 is great in terms of jungle clear with both forms W, but in terms of actual dueling, this champ does literally nothing. So that felt like such an easy contest, especially when you bring your top laner alongside you. The downside, of course, not smiting that objective away. Jankos now moving into vision means that you don't really get a lot out of the exchange.
So because of this ward on the red buff, what Mawrang would do is he would do Raptors into Krugs, and then he would go to red afterwards, and he would do that as his third cap. And by the time he gets there, the ward would have timed out, so they wouldn't actually know where he started, but he would have cleared his red, so it can't be invaded on. So what he was going for was pretty smart, but Jankos' late invade shut it down, and now Mawrang is level 2. He's going to finish his blue buff here, but I don't think he's going to get level 3 off it. See what he can look for, though. Just wants to ideally get towards level 3 and try to make a play on any lane. Blow someone's flash.
Jack Spectra getting aggressive. Nice trade onto Comp. Trying to punish here in the old Yuumi lane. Go long enough, that champion's going to be quite problematic using the strength. So you see a bit of early trading back and forth. Again, they're not quite able to proc the mark there. It does make the trade just go slightly in favor of Evie. But over time, the sustain from the grasp as well as the mark procs from Fiora will eventually go in her favor, even if Evie is matching the grasp.
So both junglers on the bot side of the map. Ruby taking an early cheater base there, pushed in a couple, 3 waves I think it was, and then just takes a base. We'll see if he TP's back. Wave state looks like it's close to Victor's tower, and he is. So, Mawrang level 3, what's the play? Doesn't actually have red buff, didn't take it, but neither does Jankos. He could walk in and try to fight him, but instead he's just going to drop a ward, get a little bit of vision for when Jankos goes towards that scuttle crab, and then use his top push to take red and top crab, by the looks of things. But Mawrang might see a play on mid. Larson, level 4, does have access to that W.
Debating what the option is going to be here. Mawrang now walking back in. I think he's going for the gank, not for the camp. Ruby has to be careful here. Cocoon over the wall, so connect. It's easy. Queen follow-up setup, and there it is. I take it back. Gravity field, excellent combo coming out there. Ruby caught sleeping in the mid lane.
Yeah, Ruby ideally actually kind of playing the lane a little bit wrong there. He needs to stay on the top side of his ranged minions because the only direction I think Elise can come from, because Jankos' top is from that bot side. So, a bit of a misstep there. Really easy Cocoon. If you can shoot a Cocoon out of Fog of War onto the enemy mid laner, their positioning just has to be a little bit off. Jankos now around mid, but I don't think there's much to do here. Larson's he might get his flash, but Larson probably just runs down here, kites down
Ruby
into the river to his bot lane.
Dashing gets a little bit of a slow there. Good damage, good follow-up. Larson must flash out to safety. Jankos is going to flash follow. Yes, slow. Red buff now ticking. He can't go forward because of the gravity field.
So
no! Pardon, Ruby wants it! You gotta respect it there. Ruby thirsting for the kill. Makes it a 1-for-1 in what was a very long exchange.
Ooh, those tier 1 boots on his ear paying off. Manages to close the gap, gets the kill. Will TP back here, Larson, so he won't lose too much in the lane itself, but great play there from Jankos. So Mawrang based and bought Sorcerer Shoes. He must have Future's Market or something. I'm not sure how he afforded that, but anyway, level 3 coming behind.
Spectra trading, immediately going to try to get out of that one. Comp now flashing out to safety. Jankos moving in,
nice
slowly but surely. Trimby body blocking the red buff, now ticking onto the cap. I can't just leave back to safety because there's no more hearts. Easy going in on the Comp. Jankos on an absolute tear. He's everywhere on the map. Mawrang going to flash, going to connect. Can just go right back up into the air now, trying to keep this trade going. Level 3 to level 4. He needs to get out of this one. I don't think they have the burst to finish him off, but they can do a lot just to get him out of the lane.
Madre mia, que partida de Jankos. 1-0 and 2 right now on the Graves. 100% kill participation. Both junglers just keeping up each other's pace. Mawrang is playing Hex Flash Futures Market Elise, I think. First base Sorcerer's Shoes, just trying to find... But is he going for Drake? No, he's Hex Flashing over the... Well, red buff's down. I think he thinks that red buff's up, but... Jankos' red buff has expired. Is he going to dive mid now from this Hex Flash? There's no wave to play on. Maybe if they push the next one in. Ruby, does he base on this cannon wave? Can Mawrang... He's going to stop his base.
Little pumpkin spider?
Yeah.
Nope.
No pumpkin spider.
Not gonna do anything.
Malrang's his whole top side still up. Actually, every single camp is up other than his blue buff. He's just running around looking for plays.
And this is what I'll say. We were so hyped for Bo versus Elyoya. This wasn't on our radar, but it should have been. This matchup is an absolute banger already, completely delivering. We're gonna have to hold that thought because suddenly top lane is all ending, and we might just see another solo bowl from Evie. But in the end, it's just gonna be the flash burn traded for the ghost. Side taking down. Ooh, getting frisky. Nice dash back from Chigenda.
Yeah, really looking for that gap close there. If he doesn't have access to the ult, trying to punish before that level 6 from Fiora comes through. Will crash the wave pretty happily and expect him to take a base here. No need to overstay on this side of the map. Elise's top camp stood up. Malrang's red buff is still up. He hasn't based. He just did Gromp and now he's behind his bot lane. Is he looking for another play? Jankos meanwhile just farming camps. There's a ward on the Tribush. How long has Malrang been in this bot side river? I feel like every single time the camera pans to him, he's around this area. Sees Jankos on the ward. Jankos level 5 now. Malrang only halfway to level 4. He could Hex Flash Cocoon. Is that the tech here?
Ruby.
It is the tech. The Hex Flash Cocoon.
Oh,
I thought he was going to go for it.
He pays rent here. He must, dude. That's why he's spending so much time. This is his home.
This is his home. Living in the spot side river. But the double pink setup from Heretics is pretty good. I'll just bring up the minimap here. There's a pink here and a pink around here that's actually denying a lot of the plays. One of them just got taken by Koi, so that's good. But now he's going for the dragon.
Big confidence, obviously, has the spiders to tank for him. Should be pretty easy. Might take a long time, however, as they're getting frisky on the bottom side. Spell Shield mitigating some of the initial burst here, and Comp just doing what he can to clear the wave as Jankos walks in, trying to get priority here, but it's forced Malrang to step away from the Drake.
So I think what Jankos is doing here is he's saying, enemy team has Elise, my bot lane is low, they need to base. I'm going to push out bots because all my top camps are up and I don't want to waste more time down here. So now that his bot lane's got a wave out, they can base, run back to lane. But Comp might try to stop those bases. That'll put a spanner in the works. Stops Jankos, but he doesn't manage to stop Jack Spectra. Looks like they'll lose one wave for that, but they don't lose the dragon. Malrang's finally going to base here. Surely he goes to his top camps.
Can we just, let's do a little quick check in here if I can get this to work. What's the XP looking like in that jungle?
Oh, Malrang.
Oh, there's Malrang. Right at the bottom. And this is what I'll say, I love Malrang because he's like the guy, whenever you tell someone to be themselves, most people don't do it, Malrang does it. Malrang does it every time.
He's not faking a persona whatsoever. This is just him. So finally we'll take his level 1 red. Will be very squishy, so that should be pretty easy to pick up. He's got his Dark Seal, got his Ampto, Herald's up.
Yeah, level 1 red. Now he's level 5, he's catching up now. Level 6 for Jankos though.
Does he do Raptors and Crux? No, he doesn't. He's going top. Will he Hex Flash over the wall here? Jankos is level 6, he wins the 1v1.
Yep. He's still trading aggressive, the pullback. Ooh, getting the ult. Nice cast on the ult there.
Yeah.
Going through the stun, coming in from Fiora.
Unstoppable's the stun, smart by Evie there. Does get the remainder of the last end of the stun. But Jankos is a level up on Malrang right now, and he knows he wins 1v1, so he can just force Herald if he wants to take top crab. Malrang's options... Maybe he thinks that his Raptors are warded, so he's just running around to his blue, and now he's going to go to Drake, I think, because he must assume that Jankos, he sees Jankos on Herald.
The thing is...
He's just going to Drake.
Kedro, I need your perspective on this. Is the answer to falling this far behind just to keep psycho ganking? Like, do you you're so far down now that you just keep flipping the coin and praying it comes up heads?
This is the way the game works. Like, you flip the coin a few times and it never goes in your favor, and your ults keep getting smaller and smaller. You just have to keep going. Otherwise, there's no play to be made. He's basically, I mean, I don't want to say he's useless now because it's only 9 minutes into the game, but he's really far behind jungle XP situation. So just keep forcing. Look for bot dives, take away big buffs, try to force objectives. You won't even get 6 off this red, I think. I think what he ideally needs to do is start soaking lane XP. That's what I would do. Just hover around just in range and just say, oh, sorry.
And this is, again, where I want to give credit to Jankos. These are two players who have a lot of experience playing against each other. And I love this Hex Flash. This is so much value. Although they're going to spot him out on this, and it should be easy for Graves to come contest if he wants to, although his bot lane does have Priority, which could slow down the process.
Umbro Glaive already. That's really, really strong for the Graves. So they will stop this dragon. Yeah, Jankos is too strong, but Malrang can maybe find Ruby.
Stun. He's level 8.
He needs to repel the ult.
Just a little tickle, but with enough time and a red buff, he can finish him, so Ruby's going to walk out of there.
That chunk should secure them the dragon now. It's a bit hard for Ruby to fight unless he has time to TP back. If Jankos can stall here, then maybe they can find a fight, but I think Koi is just going to disengage after the dragon falls. Malrang has all his bot camps up still, needs to hand over blue buff. Malrang's level 5, Larsen is level 9. It's 10 minutes into the game.
He doesn't have an ultimate ability, so like, you really need level 6, Cadel, you know?
Druid-based.
Just spitballing here.
I mean, he's playing Elise, just gank everyone.
What
else is your job?
If there is any player who I would love to just like be inside their head to hear what they're thinking, it is Malrang.
It's just, you just listen for like 2 seconds, all you hear is gank, 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 gank.
Another smaller voice very quietly says in the background, camps. He shuts that voice up. No! Gank. Which, you know, I respect. PvE gameplay, it's
also,
not for me.
Most junglers who, I think he's in a dingo with 6 now, but in the moment, most junglers who are 2 levels down at 10 minutes, they're like, blue buff? I need it. I'm too far behind, sorry. Naurang just gives it up. He doesn't care.
Which is respectable.
It's gonna be half the CS of Jankos after a few more camps.
Okay.
So looks like Koi's going for a swap here. They think they're gonna herald top. Good read on the play. We'll see if they get there in time.
Now coming in. Heavy just continuing to trade here. Ulti does go down. Unstoppable back in. Big damage in the Swarm. No way. Goes all out. They're trying to finish together before the rest of the team gets here, but now Evi's just going to get taken down. Healing coming in on the backside as well. Larson making sure there's nothing else for the team to get on this one. 1 for 1 in the end.
Really aggressive by Evi there. They didn't even have a wave, so he just kind of, as soon as the range creep died, there was nothing to really play on. But Koi read the lane swap really well. But we'll keep our eyes on Comp. What's his movement? He was running towards bot side now. He needs to catch a mid wave. Him and Larson ideally need to swap soon. But Larson should be able to clear the wave in front of Team Heretics' face. Jankos wants to drop the Herald. Marik's hovering.
I love these lane assignments though. Jack Spectre getting very aggressive, but level 10 Larson you can see already starting to hit like a bit of a truck, especially when he has that extra adaptive force coming in from the Yuumi.
Yeah, no Herald placed. About a third left on the timer of that Herald. Ebi's going towards bot. Shigenda as well. They're matching. Both have TP. No unleashed TP for another 2 minutes, but the Sivir gets really outranged, so you'll see Ruby can push in the wave and then he can decide where he moves on the map. You don't really want mid lane to be pushed in like this. You want Larson down here and Sivir just to clear top wave so that Larson can cover. Because this way the Victor gets no cover and then Heretics can dive top. Yep. So the bases are coming in, we'll see if they swap. And I think this is the wave that Jankos will play on. You can see him running up there knowing that they need to base. He's going to place the Herald.
You can see Evi on the bot side just continuing to trade aggressively. Sante obviously, see it across the world. Champion who just wants to keep fighting. Herald will finally drop here on the top side, 1.5 minutes until the plates fall. Gonna get at least 1.5 off the charge here, potentially 1 follow-up as well. Malrang coming around the corner, maybe just wants to smite this, maybe just wants to slow this push down as another Hex Flash takes him over the wall. One very sneaky spider, but don't know if there's much else for the play there, so a lot of gold in the back pocket of Heretics.
Good early game so far from Heretics. I thought the Elise would be the bridge here for the Sivir Victor into the mid game in even footing. And as much as they are somewhat in even footing, I think it's not been too bad. Graves is ahead. The gold is allocated on the right members. You've got gold on Graves and Lucian. That's exactly where you want it. The only pain, I think, for Heretics is the first dragon went over to Koi. Need to start stacking those up. We'll see what soul it is. Shigenda losing out to Evi. Looks like Evi's just been all-hitting him every single time his ult's up. Didn't get it off this time around, but with Shigenda having no flash, he's paying respects. Jankos could be around bot. Malrang's sprinting towards the bot side to try to cover, and TP likely to come back.
Yeah. Jack Spectre and Mercer now walking up, looking to get a little bit aggressive here, but have to be careful. Clank now coming out. Immediately going to take the exhaust off in the mid lane, though. Big damage. Larson looking for the solo, but he cannot get it in the 2v1. Heretics will find the kill.
Great play there by Jankos. 2v2 fight in the top side. Summoners blown by Jack Spectre. Still has the flash. A lot of offensive summoners used by Koi's bot lane. Kraken Slayer doing so much damage when the Yuumi route comes through. Ruby will get a couple extra plates. Gold still pretty even between the mid laners though.
I gotta say, I feel like we've been casting a million fights, and despite it all, the gold is still dead even.
Yeah, looks like the shuffle just comes in. Larson flashes it, and Ruby holds it, knowing that he'll flash, so he just matches it. And there's really not much Larson can do against that play. It's the power of Azir. You know, it scales really well, has good wave clear, incredible team fight, but it also has mobility. Orianna, Victor, these mages don't really have mobility. That's why in pro play, Azir is just the S+ tier of mages.
Absolutely, he's king. I mean, in the early game, before you have items, you can just be a big playmaker, kind of scoop them back into your team, and as you get later and later in the game, more than enough damage to carry in a way a Victor or Orianna would from the safety, from the distance. But Jack Spectre and Mercer, these are guys who struggled when we look at the last week. But so far in this game, they've been doing a little bit better, and this was one of the big points of weakness we talked about when we looked at Heretics. What they needed to focus on was individual performances around the bottom side, and Jack Spectre in this game looking a lot better off, partially because of those donated kills, but definitely a bit more showing this time.
Yeah, really good damage numbers as well. I wonder if that's because he's been playing a lot of Varus or some kind of poke champion, but nevertheless, yeah, great game by him so far. Been provided a lot of kills by Jankos, who's I think been the MVP so far, 100% KP, been matching the Elise on almost every single player or outpacing him. 1,000 gold up. Herald spawning now, that'll be a great objective for either side. When you're playing double mage in a competitive game, second Herald is really good for cracking open mid tower, of course, so you know, just gives you that little bit of extra prio into sides. Looks like Koi will start it up. Heretics can trade for the dragon. And I think they know that they're on that objective. They saw the Sivir push in top and move down towards the top side river.
Again, they're going to spot this one out, but won't be under any threat here. In the long run, the Drake might pay off for more. We'll see what Rift we're going to get here, but the ability to crack open a mid lane tower in this Mage v Mage matchup is huge, especially as the tower plates are now down for the second Herald. So see how they opt to utilize that. Maybe for now they're just going to use it topside and funnel more gold into the back pocket of Comp, the Silver late game. Going to be frustrating for this team to deal with if they can't immediately shut her down.
Top tower will fall. No response on the bot side just yet from Heretics. Bit difficult to dive the Fiora. No info on Malrang. Larsen TP coming back up soon. No punish for this push. There's a ward behind them. Ruby has TP, but they don't want to commit to it because Jack Spectre wasn't close enough. 2 wards behind them actually there. They could have been punished if Jack Spectre was a little bit closer with culling up.
And with the tower dropping down, gold now dead even. Shifting back over 200 as the wave is caught here by Jack Spectre, but neck and neck. Really the only big difference anywhere is in the jungle. It is for Jankos. He was in the early game the one to get things going, but the mid game is the big question here. We've seen for a lot of these rosters who've had less time playing together or maybe have less veteran voices on the team that the mid game is where it falls apart. You know, you even think back to our first game today. Astralis hitting the ground running, Kave super fed, but in the mid game, looking lost, struggling on the map, and have to hope that we can see more from Heretics here in this mid game because, boy, enough seasoned veterans that the late game, if it comes to shot calling, you have to favor their expertise.
Yeah, mid game is all about the Lucian Nami. I think this game they need to get Jack Spectre and Mersa in mid and start dashing forwards onto the Sivir, forcing her back, controlling the river, matching the Herald with that push. Malrang's coming down here. He can Herald this bot tower to just get rid of it so that Shigenda can push the tier 2. That'll relieve a lot of mid pressure, or he can save it for mid. Jankos behind Ebby right now. Malrang looks like it'll turn into some kind of 3v3 as Mersa's heading down. Jack Spectre is heading down. Looking to 5-man counter any play from Koi, but there's no real objective here out in this bot tier 1. They don't really have a wave to play on either, so Larsen can push out top for free. I think Heretics need to start spreading themselves out.
Are they going to get really aggressive here? Now it's hard for Shigenda on his own to just hold, but with only 3 caster creeps there, unless they get another wave, and it is coming.
They are going to push for it, so they're going to 4-man lane for this. I think Malrang could just run mid and pop Herald here, but Azir is just clearing the wave. It's really awkward map state now for Koi. No play to be made, and there's 3 or 4 players just hitting your tower.
It's just going to keep this going.
Yeah, and Ebby can be in time for top wave, so actually a good play by Heretics. Doubted it for a second, but Malrang actually not able to find anything in response.
No counter option, and this is, again, the power of these wave clear champions mid as they shut down so many plays, and also Ruby really overextends here, but with the control ward in the brush, there's no angle for Malrang to get in there. Scuttle Crab should fall down. Jankos knows he's been spotted by the ward, hoping to catch out Jack Spectre. Jack Spectre, he does have the cleanse up and available. Will cleanse, but a little bit late on that one.
Big damage. A lot of burst from this Night Harvester release in the mid game. Maybe they're thinking about popping a Herald now that Larsen can group up. Ebby's the one who has to push out top. Need to use it soon. And it looks like he's been hovering around mid for so long that I'd be surprised if it goes anywhere else. Shigenda can move down as well, but he has another bot wave to push out. Jack Spectre still low, hasn't base. Malrang in a bit of a dangerous spot though.
Caught out, good stun, now gonna go down, they're trying to burst through. Jankos trying to shut him down. Wave coming over on the backside. Malrang will go right back down. Big damage coming in for Jankos, healing up as well. Malrang now running. Ooh, Trippy body blocking what he can, but Comp there off to the side. He's got no more mana, but he might have enough health. Jankos taken down. Jankos shut down. TP coming in, and Koi taking the fight.
Mistakes from both junglers, I think, in that fight. Malrang didn't need to repel onto the Azir so that he could get pushed into the team. Had to flash, and then Jankos flashing forward, thinking he has the damage to finish off the kill. Ends up in a kill for Koi. Bot tier 1 falls. Herald still in Malrang's inventory. No other objectives go down. A lot of ultimates used there onto Malrang, allowed for Larsen to walk up, Comp to walk up. No real fear. Flash is still up. So we'll look at this one again. I think it's... Malrang is initially caught, does a nice little burst damage to Jankos, but then he repels the Nami ult. I think he can just come back down where he landed here, but he chooses to go on top of Jankos, which allows Ruby to push him, so that then he has to flash. But then it's Jankos who gets baited by this play, thinking he has the damage. Trippy blocks the auto, and now stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Over eager there. And before that play started, the gold was about 1.5, 1.8k in favor of Heretics, and now you can see with this charging in, won't quite finish the tower, but the gold now less than 1,000 apart between these two teams. So Heretics throwing away a lot of their advantage, getting over-aggressive onto Malrang.
Very close game from both of these teams, Spanish representatives, Team Heretics and Koi. Both the co-streamers will be at home very nervous. Not sure which way this game is going. It is very even. Mid tier 1 on the siege here for Heretics. Wave is thinned out. Victor and Sivir, Azir, such good wave clear on both sides. Very hard to siege, but Shigenda is the point of pressure. Ebby's trying to group to force fights. Shigenda's never going to group to force fights. That's going to be 600 gold to the Fiora. And Drake spawning in 10, so if they overcommit to a play here onto Shigenda, they might lose Dragon 2. He might have to TP out, seeing that vision come through. There's Jack Spectre trying to get some mid push. And it looks like they won't collapse on Shigenda. He knows that now. He'll keep pushing.
Keep pushing. Evie going to match what he can, but the tier 2 already down. There's not a lot for him here to do other than catch the wave. No TP for Shigenda, but there is a TP up and available for Evie, so does mean that Koi are just going to back away from the second Drake. They're not really forced to fight for this one.
Yeah.
But this is a game, Pedro, where I feel like we're probably just going to be going late here. No team has a great enough advantage in the mid game that I think you need a Baron, you need a bigger buff, you need a bigger objective, or 5-for-0 kind of team fight if you want to make a big enough impact. But Evie potentially going to get caught out here.
Trying to stop Shigenda's base, try to burn a little bit of their tempo. Will be fine, and they'll get mid-tier 1. So small crack open here for Heretics as they're the first team to take a mid-tower. That'll allow Elution to step up really far and collapse on these side waves. That'll hurt Shigenda the most this game. But I think you're right, Drake. I think this is going to go towards the late game. There's no real huge skirmish-heavy champions on either side. You know, things like the Wukong, Akali, Sylas,
No.
there's no real huge, just insane pick makers or side lane threats. You're up against the tank as the Fiora.
And I think the big struggle is, it's mage v mage mid. We've got a Sivir on one team, which means that even if Heretics find a small advantage...
This is the LCK, baby.
I mean, we're going late. We're going 4 or 5 item late game Sivir. And it's not my favorite way to see a game unfold, but I think it is something that Heretics are probably going to struggle with. These are difficult games to play out, because if you're not super decisive in pulling the trigger and executing fights, Sivir is so good at punching with that ultimate. If you miss position, she can chase you down so easily.
Unless one team gets bored and decides to flip Nash.
Ooh! The EU Classic.
Yeah. Guys, should we just go Baron?
If you ever get bored, audience, you can just chant "Start Nash," and I think it'll happen. I don't know if they can hear you.
I think by the 25-minute mark, it might actually happen.
But without any audience, sometimes teams will do it on their own for no apparent reason. So I imagine with the audience encouragement.
Was it in Worlds 2015 when the crowd started chanting something like "Stop fighting" or something? Start a fight, something like that. I remember
It was
hearing
a slow World Championship, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So interesting lane assignment here.
Jack Spectra getting frisky. Poling now coming out. Shigenda has to be careful. If he parries, he's probably dead. Meanwhile, Yango's now getting caught out again, using his ultimate to make it out to safety. That Sivir ult down as well.
They could force Nash here, Koi, if they want. It's a tough call to go for, though.
He is tickled by the Elise, but very little else.
Because their turn is just really bad. That's the problem with Koi's comp. Their Nash is quick, but their turn is terrible. The only thing is they have, I guess, is maybe a Sivir running at them with a Yuumi ult, and maybe that's the way they can follow up with Victor damage.
Both of these teams are really bad at engaging. Like, almost atrocious. When I look at Yuumi and I go, yeah, Yuumi strapped to the back of a sped-up champion with Sivir, if that's your engage, it's not great.
Well, that's their engage.
That's not great. The Graves is I mean, are we going to look at Evie to engage on 3-4 people? We don't have
be Ruby.
traditional hard engage. We're looking at Ruby for a scoop in a game where he has to be a control mage.
Oh, Shigenda face checking Evie here. He's got Malrang behind him. Spotted on a ward. Merce on the way.
Evie unconcerned. Soldiers of Evie. Fans of Evie. The audience in the Twitch chat.
Los soldados de Evie.
Yep.
Saw it spam in the Twitch chat of Heretics. The soldiers of Evie with the thumbs up emoji. So yeah, quiet game. Dragons in 2 minutes. This is one of those games where it's like, you know, you're playing so much scaling. Someone says, oh, can we collapse bot? And you're like, I have Collector in base. If you're like, oh, I have PS Sword in base.
But I mean, can we wait for my 4th item?
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
You know what happens? It just happens with one different player each minute. It's like, well, we can collapse. No, I need to side them. No, I need to side them. And it just takes forever.
It's like when you're trying to make plans with your friends, you know, and everybody's got something on different days. You're like, oh, well, yeah, today, sorry, I already made plans. Oh, yeah, well, I've got this other thing. And it's just, it never quite lines up.
You need a group calendar.
Yeah, but you need it to line up for all 5 players, because if 3 of them show up to the party or the bar or the event, that means they're going to be flipping Baron and they're going to die. And we've seen a lot of teams not be on the same page thus far this season.
They need your help.
They need your
stop a base. Oh, Jack Spectra, that's
Jack Spectra. That is way aggressive. He does have the cleanse to get out of this one. Yango's is getting frisky, trying to take down Comp. There's a TP on the backside. Evie trying to find his way in. Evie leaping forward, wants to burn down Comp. Comp getting cold now. The cannon getting popped back and taken down.
Will always.
Oh, goodbye to the Yuumi.
Trimby, such a hero. Saved Comp. If Comp died there, Trimby would die as well.
Evie's not done.
Evie?
He sees them waiting in the brush. Larson going to be in trouble now. Evie's such a squishy boy, but it might not matter. Trying to shred through them. Heretics have found their window of opportunity. They can take this fight. They can take the Baron. Ruby now going in. That's engaged. They're getting everything. Koi, former champions, brought low by the new roster of Heretics on this one. Malrang cut down. Shigenda running for his life. This might just be the Baron for Heretics.
One fight happens in mid, and the game explodes. Looks like Heretics will pick up the Baron. Dragons in 30 seconds. We'll see if they can base and get there in time. Nice little hero play by Trimby. But yeah, Koi have no turn. The second they start running away, there's no re-engage to come through. No response from them. Ruby actually not helping out on this Baron. I think he needs to come towards it quickly. There's TP on Larson and 10. Shigenda's back with the Yumi strapped to him. Comps here. It's a 3v5, but they're so low HP, they might try to stop the bases.
Get it now, run. They've got to run. The smoke screen to buy them a bit more space. Comp, no ulti. Ulti around the corner, though. Just a few more seconds left. He'll have that cooldown up. Yumi's ultimate up and available. Jack Spectre needs to run. He's got no cleanse this time around. Parry goes in, but the stun will not. Jack Spectre taken down. Big shutdown. One back going to get stopped. One going to make it through.
Can Jankos get out?
Koi just trying to play cleanup as much as they can. Ooh, Fishing with the ultimate. It looked a little funny, but he was just Fishing trying to find Jankos. Will stop him from backing. And LC Jankos can instantly solo kill Larson. This is looking pretty dire. He's going to try to lead back out to safety. Ruby now trying to run away as well.
Okay.
So multiple Barons getting taken off here. At least 2 going to get knocked down. Shigenda's still pushing for more, though. Knocked back by Heavy. Oh, Tremby! That was not the time to demount. And instantly, Heavy, Ruby, Maori in the back line. They're getting nothing but Heavy's just slaughtering everyone.
Look at him
Incredibly clutch.
He's on
Master of the LJL, Master of the LEC. You cannot give this man Cassante a triple for Ruby. Heretics get the ace.
Ebby is a monster. Single-handedly wins the fight for his team. All of them on his back at a numbers disadvantage. The second Koi think they can find a pick, Ebby slams the door in their face. And I think they're going to get these towers. They're going to get a tier 3. They're going to get Dragon. They're going to get everything.
And we were ready to just wait for the late game. Heretics not having it on this one. Going to break open the base. See what else they can grab. But now 6K gold lead. 3.6 Red Bull Baron power play. They are dominating.
They are, and Jankos was talking on Euphoria about how this week he's got such a tough schedule up against the top teams, but a win already in the first day up against Koi is magnificent for their top 8 secure.
Would be magnificent, but that's the thing. We have to remember that they have to stay focused. They have to keep their eyes on the prize. Comps around the corner from 3 items. Well, this feels like the win, but they're not there yet.
So this is the mid fight. Jack Spectre dashes in, Comp trying to kite here. Jankos ult flashed away from Comp's just trying to run for his life. Nice flash culling here from Jack Spectre. Also dashes. Trimby jumps off there to save his AD carry. If he didn't do that, he would have died as well. He would have died as well.
Oh, no.
But it's the chase. Koi just disrespecting. Ebby just running at them in a straight line and not stopping. And Koi have no response. They have no CC. They have nothing to stop him in his tracks. Jankos, Ruby, Ebby, all of them just running at Koi. All of them trying to base. Disrespect. They fall, and then it's the re-engage from Koi on the Baron. Ebby leading the charge in the first fight, and then in the second one as well. We see what happens here is the bases come through, and it's the TP back from both the solo laners that solidifies this turn. Shigenda initially gets Jack Spectra. They look for Jankos, but he buys so much time and kites into the solo laners so well that they can push Koi back once again.
And this one just keeps going. Obviously, in the end, it shifts a little bit. Jankos will get taken down here, but overcommitting. The story of over-aggression, really the Achilles heel of Koi in 2 instances across 2 minutes. And not just 1 thumbs up, but 2.
Yeah, annihilation on the side of Heretics. They know they need this win. Not only for the standings, but the battle between the Spanish organizations. Heretics have the lead. 5K roughly in the gold. We'll get this top tier 2, so it should amount to that. Now they're sieging towards this top tower. Looks like they're going to stop a lot of wave clear, though. You talked about it. As much as Koi looked down, they're not out yet. Victor Sivir so much wave clear. Fiora can win out on side lane. Look at the gold between these 2 top laners. You know, Ebby's been making these insane plays, really high kill participation, a lot of kills, but because of the amount of towers that Fiora's picked up, they're actually pretty even. Collapse coming in from Ruby.
Shigenda. Ooh, fist bump emo.
Oh, the sweeper might see him if... No, he doesn't run down there.
Oh, you got to respect the Splinter Cell. Well played from Shigenda. He absolutely should have died there on the side lane, but gets a little tricky with his pathing and will make it out to safety.
Ring around the Rosie.
Yeah.
Runs away from Ebby. So the siege now will come in from Heretics onto bot tier 2. That's the last objective for them to get. It's really hard to siege inhib towers, but tier 2s have pretty easy positions to start pushing the enemy team back. But that's what they'll look for.
I mean, it's so difficult if you're not ready to fully commit to the dive. Again, Sivir, Victor, you can break this tier 2, no doubt in my mind, but you are not breaking an inhib tower with both those champions up and alive.
Tier 3s will be really hard. Dragon Soul in 2 minutes 30 seconds though, so I don't think Heretics are too afraid to let this game go long. Big items being picked up here. Infinity Edge for Comp, Void Staff for Larson, Death Stance for Shigenda.
That sounds fun and balanced. Just a casual Mountain Soul Cassante. That sounds like something that everyone's going to love to play against, you know?
With 3 of the Mountain Dragons as well, right? So much armor and MR. Level 17 right now.
Which is going to turn into a nice bit more damage when he does Off the pop his ultimate ability.
So I think they might have to TP here with Larssen. This looks really awkward. I think Larssen needs to... Yeah, here comes a TP. They need to defend this bot tier 3. If the base gets cracked open, it could be a disaster.
They fully commit to the fight. The stun not going to connect there. Malrang off the side does catch Mersa. That's big damage. They can take the support out before the fight even starts. The heal now coming in is clutch.
He has to flash, I think.
Comp now trying to isolate Jack Spectra. It's a mess here on the bottom side, but they're going to cut through. Ruby now in trouble. Ruby getting taken down by the Victor, and will he fall in the end? Yes, he does get dropped. Huge shutdown. They want to keep this one going. Shigenda now mounted up. He's got a Yumi strapped to his back, and he's looking to fight, looking to tango. Evie stepping back. The stun will connect. Pullback does connect. Yanko's doing as much damage as he can, but they've got him on the run. Just has to keep going. Shigenda has to be careful. Playing on the edge here. Once the extra movement, once the healing. Evie now trying to turn it back. Free firing. Stun not going to connect onto anybody. It's so hard for them to overcommit. Now Shigenda gets taken out. Jack Spectra finding another kill. It's an absolute scrap. Neither side has enough heart CC to surely lock a single target down. The cleanse now coming in, running, ticking, burning. Jack Spectra knocked down by Larssen.
Baron's up in 25 seconds. 40 seconds on Jack Spectra, 40 seconds on Shigenda, but Shigenda has TP. I think Koi are going to make the call here to rush it down. There's a minute until Dragon, so this is going to be really ballsy. This is going to decide the entire game if they stick around here, because if they get caught and die, they'll lose soul, but if they can get this Baron in base in time, then they can contest the soul, taking away the blue for now. Baron just spawned, and it looks like they're going to back away. A lot of gold on comp, you have to imagine, wants to spend that money. TP's coming in, Heretics think they're on it, so they're trying to rush here as quick as they can to try to stop it. But there's nothing to be found. Dragon in 40 seconds, refreshing wards. Small last whisper picked up for comp. And back to mid-waves we go. Larssen losing his flash, Jack Spectra losing his flash. They're the key targets in these fights.
Comp still has his flash up and available as well. Will be big in the fight to come. 1 second till the ultimate will be around 2. He has a last whisper to his name, which will make taking out Evie just a little bit easier. But again, it could just come down to a final fight here. If Koi are willing to commit for it, they can try to stall, they can try to buy more time if they want, but not sure how much easier it gets the later we get into this game.
Ruby put up a tower. I wonder if he has passive. I'm not sure what the cooldown on it is, but that would secure a lot of mid-push for them. Looks like he's not going to do it. Can Heretics poke them out a little bit? They've got the culling, they've got the Gale Force up in a couple more seconds for Jack Spectra. Dashing forward's really complicated though, no cleanse. So it's on Ruby to chunk them out. Shigenda can't really find a way into this river.
Pullback will not connect. Culling coming out, just trying to chip them down. Ulti now coming in from comp, but it's big damage. Evie now trying to step over the wall. Knows the grand challenge has been issued. Shigenda taking his time, playing this one slow. The team now retreating. Again, problem for both of these lineups. They do not have immediate, reliable, hard engage. If you're not willing to fully commit to a fight, it's so easy for either side to just walk away, and now Mountain Drake will fall in favor of Heretics.
It's gone, yes. Soul's gone, but is Koi looking for a Baron here? They're pinging it, but they're really slow towards it. I think if they instantly turn towards Nash, they probably could have picked it up, but here it is. Comp can get a little bit of lifesteal if he has Bloodline, has the red buff too. TP's coming in from Ebby. I don't know, do they have the time to get this? Looks like they'll do. Will they be able to get out though?
Burning down. Will make it out. An objective bounty getting the Baron now as well. Jack Spectra keeping the chase going. Evie keeping the chase going.
Oh, Ebby. Here he comes.
Here he comes. Massive. Evie in the midst of everyone unstoppable. Now trying to trade back and forth. He's got the ulti up and available. He's going to bring it back in the midst of the team, but Evie just going to try to get out. Huge shutdown. Over aggressive Koi, keeping their composure, taking the objective, walking away as 5.
Looked good for a second there, but the repulse stunned up Ebby, so he couldn't actually do anything. And it's 33 minutes into the game. So many items on the Victor and Sivir. They will melt through the Cassante. So Soul picked up for Heretics, but Baron picked up for Koi. This game is not over yet, even though they have the Soul. We know how much damage the Victor and Sivir can do the later this game goes. Shigenda will be on the side lane with that Baron as well. You can see the supportive items coming in for Trimby.
And the thing is, we hyped this game up so much because of what it means for a Spanish rivalry, but on paper, this should not have been a close matchup. It's 4 out of 5 of our summer champions. Credit to Heretics for keeping this game as close as it has, and obviously Koi recovering incredibly well from what was a pretty desperate early game from Malrang. This is the other side of the Malrang coin, where when it doesn't work, it can often go pretty far south pretty quickly.
Yep.
And now here's the issue, I think, is that when we get to late game, you look at 80 carries, you look at carries on the team, you look at Comp Larssen versus Ruby Jack Spectra. That is a tall task for Ruby and Jack Spectra.
And this is where Jack Spectra needs to step up. First week, quite weak. Lane phase was okay, but from that point onwards, it was just a massive struggle. If there's any game he needs to pull out a good performance, is this one, because Ruby's struggling a little bit. He's quite fed on the Azir, but he's behind up against Larssen. He needs to get towards that Rabadon's death cap. Mid lane right now is just a Rabadon's rush. Whoever gets it first, the other team just going to instantly start sieging or looking for a fight. And then the enemy team's on the back foot. But it's Jack Spectra now who has the playmaking behind him. He has the Nami, he has the 4-item Lucian. And he's level 16. No flash on comp. Needs to look for plays, but if he dashes just a little bit too far forwards, he will die in a blink. So he needs to be very careful.
And that's the thing that I hate about Victor so much whenever you're playing a short-range ADC, is it feels like he can just Q auto you in the late game, and your health bar is gone.
And he just picked up a Rabidons, that's it. And Staff of Flowing Water on Trimby as well, so that'll give him extra AP. This Victor is going to tear through Heretics. Comp can just sit there and wave clear and get towards his 5th, 6th item, whatever it may be, Bloodthirst or GA, whatever he wants to build towards, but it's Larson, level 18. He's the man who needs to carry this. He's the one who's known for playing mages in Europe, being the mage god, being ungankable, being reliable. And he is the summer champion, so we'll have to see if he can pull it off this time. Heretics now waiting for that Baron to fade. It has faded. Soul will last forever, so now they'll re-establish map control. Jack Spectre going to base, we'll see what he picks up. And then we'll start to see Heretics push forwards.
Objectives. Big catalyst for fights to come. Feels like we're just going to see battle lines drawn, setup traded back and forth, very much to the chess stage of the League of Legends game. Taking turns pushing out, clearing each other's vision. And the gold graph tells the entire story of this game, incredibly back and forth. And still a small advantage for Heretics in terms of gold, in terms of having the Mountain Soul, which will matter a lot in the fights to come. But someone gets Elder, someone gets the next Baron. It should just be the end of this game.
Yeah, Soul doesn't really matter when it comes to Elder. Ruby still doesn't have that Rabidons. I wonder how far away he is. Midwave contest coming in. Larson can step up. They can't really match it. They have the Soul, yes, but it's just so difficult. I think they need to buy time here. Heretics' call is actually not to push forwards whatsoever. It's just to wait. Wait for this Azir to get that item. All the farms going to him. Jack Spectre's giving it up. He's taking all the jungle camps. And then once those breakthroughs come, we'll see the battle lines drawn at Elder. And it'll come down to a 5v5. All of this early game, all of these small plays, misplays, hero plays will just come down to one singular fight.
And that's the crazy thing is, yeah, you got some clips from your montage if you found a couple good plays in the early game, but if you don't get the win, it doesn't really matter in the end. So no matter what happened with Malrang in the early game, no matter how much Jankos was able to do, as you highlighted, Kadriel, it doesn't mean anything if they cannot find the win. Maybe hope for games to come, but not another win on the board in a series, or in a league right now that is so close when you look at the teams fighting to make it to top 8. Fnatic losing to BDS, difficult, and the race is only getting tighter as more and more teams find wins.
It is indeed. I wonder how much pressure the Fiora will put on before this dragon spawns. 1 minute 30, and how many times have we seen Elder Dragons turn into base racers, turn into game-ending plays, not from a team fight, but from a backdoor. Larson has TP as well. Fiora should win out, and Ebby's being really cautious to leave this top side. He wants to group with his team ideally. There's the Rabidons for Ruby. So now Heretics really confident step forwards.
Yep.
This is when they'll start to match Koi on mid-waves. But yeah, how much pressure can Shigenda put? How far can he push this Fiora almost 40 minutes into the game towards towers? Can he just ignore the Cassante and look for the towers? We will find out.
And I think at this stage, this is where you're really relying on your veteran voices from either side to make those calls so that you can be on the right side of the base race or the Elder Dragon. And every single small decision you make this late in the game can be game-defining, at least around those big objectives. I think who picks up the next 3 CS is probably not super game-defining, as there is a death cap now completed for Ruby.
Creep score matters, though.
It does.
It does indeed.
Everyone's just trying to get the S+, bro. Everyone's just trying to get it.
Dude, I swear, some games I should have got the S+, but I just didn't.
Yeah.
Let's see if Jack Spectre can S+ here.
Risky Comp, but he has to launch for the wall. Immediate cleanse, take him out to safety. Comp linking health bar, but he's healing up so incredibly quickly.
That cocoon from Malrang actually saves Comp from having to flash away, so heal for cleanse trade. Not the end of the world. Trimby will be able to heal up Comp. Mana will tick down though. Ebby's actually pushing out top, so he wants to be really on top of these side lane situations. 8 seconds on the spawn. Midwave coming in. Jack Spectre really trying to force this with his rapid fire. Dodges out on the W, doesn't get slowed. Here's TP coming in from Ebby. A bit aggressive. They could try to punish that if they want.
Full on 5v5, getting prepped up here in the mid lane. Access to the river though. Total control for Heretics.
They just started. Heretics. Jankos is soloing it, and Ruby is going to zone them away. Jack Spectre's hitting it too. Koi needs to get in here. They need to face check.
This control mage is so hard. Ebby buying as much space as he can. When Elder starts to come through, it's going to be devastating, but they turn off the objective. They set their sights on the fight instead. It's a massive tidal wave. Primmy now taking down Ebby for now. Man advantage. Malrang does have the Zanya. Shigenda ready to come over the wall. Comp standing on the backside, trying to throw as much damage as he can. Malrang taking burning. No, from downtown. Collateral damage. Jankos. Smoke screen buying space. Now the retreat coming in from Team Heretics. Ruby away from the rest of his team. They smell blood in the water, and Koi want a little bit more. Flash over the wall to safety, but Shigenda going in, finishing the job, parrying the soldiers. They will not push him back, and the objective now in the sights of Koi.
2 down on the side of Heretics. Malrang down on the side of Koi. There's no smite here for Koi. They need to be very, very careful. Jankos can try to get in the pin and steal it away. Shigenda getting chunked out a little bit there. Mersa and Jack Spectre cutting up in 8 seconds. I think the cutting could be what forces Koi back here. They don't want to tank it up. Shigenda wants to base and TP, but they want to keep the Drake alive. They don't want it to reset, but they don't have a jungler. They need to be really careful here. Jankos could just take it. Jankos might just finish the Elder.
Can they finish it? It's the 50-50. He wants to get it. Jankos will lock the objective down.
No TP from Shigenda either. Pings on the Baron. 20 seconds on Ruby. Really confusing call there from Koi. If they want to base switch again, then TP in, then why are they keeping the Dragon alive? Heretics can just walk in and take it from them. Smite down, and as much as Ebby and Ruby won't have the buff, Jack Spectre and Jankos will. Can Koi find something off the back of this? They have a little bit of tempo towards the top side, but I don't think they can rush down a Baron. There's a blue orb on it. They have to catch this mid wave. Ruby can TP now. There it is on the bot side of the map. Comp still has flash, but yeah, they're up against an Elder Dragon here. Heretics can just rush down the Baron and then start pushing in the base. They have a top wave to play on as well.
And Koi just getting a little bit too greedy, a little bit too hungry for that objective, willing to flip it. Now we got a TP going into the bot lane.
I like this from Shigenda. It's really their only option. Ebby doesn't have the Elder, and neither does Ruby, so try to play around that. Match the Fiore into the Cassandra, try to push him in, buy time for this Elder to fade. I will say though, there's only 1 minute 20 seconds on this Elder left. So if they base here, I think they're not going to have any waves to play on. So they just need to run it down mid right now. They have a minute's worth of time to force a play, force Koi back, crack open at least 2 inhibitors, or just straight up end the game. But the problem they have is Ebby doesn't have TP. He's based and ran towards bot, so if they walk up here, it's a 4v5. Even with Elder, can be dangerous. They don't have a top wave. So Heretics, how can they work around this timer? Mid inhib should be guaranteed, but after that, I think they're a bit slim on objectives.
50 seconds. Ebby pushing in the bottom wave as quickly as he can. Maybe they can get 2 inhibitors off of this. Look to end on the next big objective, but Koi just going to do what they can to buy time or try to spot any weakness. Look at isolated members. Mercer has to be careful about where he's going to position.
Is Ruby looking for a play? Just dash over and just dive. They have 40 seconds to work with. If they can end the game in those 40 seconds, fantastic. They need to force. They need to just force. They have a bot wave, actually. 30 seconds on a bot wave. They'll have about 2 or 3 waves to play on.
Be hard to clear that one out. Koi know better than to stick around. They're not going to contest this one. Let the inhibitor fall. Fight at the Nexus. So much tension. Can they find the angle? Can they pull the trigger?
15 seconds left. Comp getting chunked out.
Pulling their way in. Koi needs to pick their place to fight.
Comp base. He's so low, he's going to die.
Jack Spectre incredibly powerful now. They're trying to keep this fight going. GA now coming out, but when he comes back to blinking health bars, he's going to get cut down an instant. Flashing out to safety. Team Heretics pulling their way into the base.
It's
Elder falling away. Still, the pressure's still keeping up. Team Heretics immediately going to back away. Koi hold the line for now.
They had to sacrifice Comp's GA and his summoners. He had to step up past his whole team, clear the wave alone, die, and then flash out. That was the only way Koi could save the game, and Comp managed to pull it off. This might come down to another Elder fight. There's no real way they can just start sieging top. Maybe they'll have 1 wave to play on with this Baron buff if they can all rush top right now. But it's a tough ask to try to end on that. Koi.
Ooh, but you got 1 blinking low tower defending that Nexus.
Yeah, that's true. They
Ruby's TP is close, Evy's TP is close. You've got wards in the base, at least 1 control ward. I'm not sure if you can TP the other one. I'm not sure if that's a zombie ward or not, but this has been an incredibly tense back and forth game. You can see mostly about the 80 carries and control mages.
Here it comes though. 45 seconds. Everything's about a timer here. First the Elder, now the Baron. And they've stacked up a pretty big top wave. If we could see that top wave, observers, I think Ebby's keeping it buffed up. This is going to be a double cannon siege. If they can stop this wave, they can hold on to the next Elder. Otherwise,
seconds.
Heretics, if they can crack open this third inhib, that's basically the nail in the coffin. That's game.
Koi fighting for their life here.
Look at Jankos though. He's going to pressure the Nexus. Jankos can end the game actually. Look at Jankos go.
Splitting their attention. Jankos walking in. He's just going to try to break this one. Valorant cannot match this, but he has to try to land a stun. Smoke's great now coming out. They're going to break top and hit. They're splitting Koi beautifully. There's nowhere they can go. There's no correct fight. You're going to try to 1v1 versus Jankos. Jankos are keeping it busy. Meanwhile, their team is going forward. Jack Spectre locked up. Jack Spectre stunned. The Victor might just finish him. No! He's still alive. But Ruby coming in, scooping up the last remaining hopes of Koi and throwing them into the grave. That is it. Team Heretics going to leave them 6 feet under. Shigenda taken down. Team Heretics taking the win.
Triple para Ruby. Que partidazo de Heretics. They managed to pull off the win. Ebby had some huge standout moments. Jankos, insane early game. Jack Spectra playing with confidence. And it all came together for them in this game. 44 minutes, 39 seconds. Small windows to play on. And they managed to pull it off with those buffs. Really, really great team play. Really smart play from Jankos. You saw the wealth of experience coming in there, just running it down mid.
The fact that they kept their composure, the improvement from week to week, just in this first game, and it is just a single game, but the improvement that we saw from week 1 to week 2 from these players individually was incredible. Jankos, I was skeptical when we saw the Graves, but it was an immaculate performance and early game. And obviously, I feel like the man of the hour, despite incredible performances across the board, is Evie.
Oh, yeah.
Heroic in that mid lane exchange to give Heretics the massive advantage that they ultimately were able to bring and find the win.
It wasn't just once, it was twice, you know? Runs it down mid, gets them kills, gets them Baron. Koi have a turn, Koi can look for kills to get the Baron buffs off. Evie returns, runs it straight into their face again, looking like some kind of rugby or American football player, just running them down and getting all the kills.
You're playing League of Legends, he's playing rugby. He's just running at your back line.
He's playing Charge Simulator.
He's sacking your quarterback, man, and there's just nothing you can do about it. I don't know why I'm making an American football reference for a Japanese player in an EMEA league, but here we are.
Here we
folks.
are.
It's been a weird, it was a wild game.
It really was. Really back and forth. Fantastic game.
Yeah, when you look at the names and the organizations behind it, this is the kind of game that you were hoping for. Back and forth, nail biter, coming down to final fights, final moments. And again, on paper, I did not expect this. It is incredible credit to Heretics that they were able to put up such an immaculate performance. This is a team that just wanted to make it to best of 3, just wanted to make it top 8, and they just took down one of the teams that we expect to be title contenders in the league.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but I think roughly 4 wins is probably a sweet spot, actually, in a single round robin to get to the double limb, the best of 3, sorry. But yeah, insane game on the side of Heretics. A lot more of that, please. A lot more of that. I'm
more
sure
of those games.
The streamers at home were probably losing their minds. Ibai and Greg just going crazy. Werlib just losing it. But yeah, great game.
Player of the game on Twitter, at LEC. Evie, Jankos, Ruby are your options.
You know who it is, though. You know who it is.
I think we both know who it is. Now it is time to hear from Aranea, Heretics team director, sitting by with Lore.
Thank you, guys. And Arnai, thank you so much for joining me. I think it's been ages since we had you
pretty long
within
time.
this world. How long has it been?
I believe it's like 2 years, something.
Oh,
I was
wow.
on Mad Lions and I came here as an analyst a couple of times.
Well, amazing welcoming you again with
Thank you
Team
so much.
Heretics this time. I need to ask, because you guys had interesting games so far. When I think of the one last week against SK Gaming and also today, tell me about the experience as a team director to watch the games like this backstage.
Let's literally forget about the SK game and the portals.
All
Let's
right.
just forget about that. Go for next games. I think I'm pretty happy with the team. I think we have a bunch of great personalities. You guys can see that on social media. You guys can see that how they interact, how they behave and everything. It's a great team. It's a great atmosphere. And I'm really in love with all of them. Okay. It's also true that we have a couple of rookie people.
Yeah.
Even someone like Mercer, who's not a real rookie because he played last year on Misfits. He's still not the most veteran player. Okay. And then we have 2 players like our Evie and Jankos, who are like the grandpas of the dads of the team, like a backbone there and helping them, which is great. But we still need some time because some of the players are still not really confident in the States. But when I see them playing scrims, they are great. They are great players, great persons. I love all of them.
Would you say that you're happy with the team's results so far and what we've been able to see on stage from them?
I mean, I will say that this 2 days ago, we had a Koi versus Heretics on Superliga, which we won. Today, we had another Koi versus Heretics, which won again. So I'm definitely happy to be the Spanish king so far.
Are we building this as the new Clásico in the LEC or in League of Legends at all?
Yeah, I mean, the Classic comes from Spain, from Madrid and Barcelona. Now we have it here. People doesn't realize how much of rivalry there is between Koi and Heretics, between Gref and Ibai, between all this, all these big orgs in Spain. It's insane. This reality is really beautiful to watch, and Spain is huge. So I love to bring it to LEC.
Gotta love bringing new rivalry within the League of Legends scene. I have to ask, the day you show up is the first time we have Elise picked in the LEC. I know this is a champion that we've been used to seeing over in the LCK, LPL as well. Tell me about the champion, how much you like seeing it as an aficionado of this champion.
I mean, I'm a fan of Elise. I love Elise, the champion. When I played professionally, I was playing like Lee Sin and Elise only. Almost, I was like a 2-trick. I love the champion. And one of the things I love the most about the champion is like, he gives so much space to the early game. It's literally fast-paced game. You play things like Elise Renekton, Elise Nash, something to use, keep diving top lane. And it's a great champion for the fans to see how much action there are. When you have a meta where like a Wukong, Vi, just a scaling, Yumi, 60 minutes game, no kills. It's a bit boring. When you have Elise, literally it's a pack action game, and I love that.
And I think we'll keep on seeing this champion. We have Jack Spectra waiting on the other side of the studio with Ifya right now. Anything you can tell me about this rookie within Team Heretics? Because he's the only remaining member from the team last year.
Just wait a couple of weeks, a couple of months, and people will talk about one of the best AD carries in the Western. But he still needs some time. But I know the guy is overall really, really good, like we saw today.
You heard him. It's going to pop off in a couple of weeks. Arnai, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you, Laura.
Pleasure having you again. And if you're back to you.
Thank you so much, and muchas gracias a ti, Alvar. Estamos tan felices que hayas vuelto. And yes, Heretics, they take down Koi. And you didn't hear it because you don't have an in-ear, but Alvar was asked about your performance. And I know that you tweeted after last week that, you were going to show a better performance, that you took it really too hard. And he said, well, just keep your eyes open. Jack's going to be one of the best ADCs in the league in a little time. And let's kick it off like that. Do you feel better about your performance today?
I feel like I played better, yeah. I think I'm playing something that I'm more comfortable with, that I also showed experience on in the past. And I feel like as a team, we also played better. And I feel that there were some mishaps in the mid-game, I think. But other than that, I think I'm still getting caught a bit too much and still dying a bit too much. But I feel like the aggressiveness I showed today and the willingness to dash in and play my champ the way I think it can be played is something that I feel like is not that unique to me, but it's something that I bring to the table. And I'm glad that I was able to show that today.
Hey, and Yamato, a coach always loves to see, I guess, that the aggression is tried, even if it backfires,
no, for
right?
sure. It's much easier to work from the other way around. I've also watched some Jack Spectra games, in the RLs, and he was always the guy that was dominant in lanes. So I'm happy that this is, coming forward. I saw the Lucian Nami, definitely felt better. I wanted to ask you, actually, because I think from outside, it's so easy to underestimate how much things change when you move to LEC, because you have to go into the gaming house, the pressure is different, the schedule is different. Now you're playing a super week after super week. What has been the adjustment for you in terms of handling all of this pressure at the same time?
Yeah, it's been a bit tough, more tough than I expected. I think 3 game days in a row, it's like you have one bad game, and it's okay, it doesn't matter. You still have to play now 2 games in a row right after. And then also we have now a longer scrim schedule than I had in ERLs. So every day is kind of longer, so you have less time for yourself. I mean, I would spend that time playing anyways, but it's more concentrated, right? It's now you have this, we start kind of at 11 and kind of finish at 8. And it's that's a long day. But I love it and I enjoy it, but it's still, I can feel the pressure. And after last weekend, I could tell that people weren't happy about my performance. I could tell it from my own perspective as well. I felt it. But at the same time, a new element popped in that other people were now telling me that they weren't happy, which is kind of new. Sure, people watch ERLs and people do comment, but the expectations and the overall amount is very different. So if you have a bad game in ERLs, it's one guy maybe comments, and in LEC, it's hundreds of people.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of, I guess, the whole story, right?
Yeah.
Of he's almost joining the league. He's not. It's so exciting, and it builds, it builds, it builds. And of course, then not everyone is as nice or as respectful of the process. But I like that you say that, because it is part of the skill set of being a pro player, right? It's not just in the game; it's also all of that stuff.
Yeah, I think especially at the top level, so much of it is mental. I think how confident a player is really determines a lot of how they do. I feel especially once you get to Worlds, the difference between the top teams, a lot of the time it's not really skill. It's team synergy and confidence that I feel determines who's going to win.
Yeah. I can agree with you. Of course, it is very important. You guys were talking amongst yourselves about the game, and you came in and you said this was much harder by the end than it should have been. So do you want to recap what you were talking about?
Yeah, on my end, what I noticed was that you guys were always grouping around mid and kind of struggling to branch that out into the side lane. I think eventually there was moments where Koi kind of ran out of patience and they were flashing forward with Yumi ult, and then it kind of worked out. But I saw that there was an issue with just being 5 people on mid, and then Fiora was pushing, and then managing that and being in fog of war was definitely something that was missing. How did you feel when you had to go run both with Lucian Nami to push out the Fiora?
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty awkward. It felt like the whole game we weren't really pressuring Fiora enough. I just see her permanently push, and it's if we're always getting mid-prio and we're stronger, then I don't think this should be happening. And I think part of it is a little bit of language barrier where Ebby is calling us to go on Fiora, but he's not necessarily calling us to go for Fiora. He just means he wants us to fog in this way.
Yes.
And we just think, oh, he wants us to go for Fiora, but we can't, it's too far. And then once you have that misunderstanding in game and the play doesn't happen, just like that, the opportunity is gone.
Of course,
It's very fast, so everybody needs to understand each other instantly. And I think right now we are good at fighting on mid, but we're not that good at pressuring on side and stopping people from playing the map. And we're still very slow. That's like every game I feel like we're very slow compared to other teams. But I think that's the type of thing that we can work on. And I think today we showed a much better early game. And I think overall we showed a lot of progress from last week.
I mean, this is a huge victory. I mean, also because of the whole Spanish rivalry that's growing.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, just versus the reigning champions. I want to ask you if you guys have a plan for if Evie doesn't get Xante, because he gets it every game and he smirks on it.
We were expecting him not to get it today. We were thinking like, well, they're probably going to ban Xante. He's had it every game and looked really good on it. And then they left it open, and we were like, okay, I guess we'll pick it then. And I mean, this game, I think he showed why you should probably ban it. I think that champion is incredibly strong, but I think it has a pretty bad win rate in LEC.
It does well and it gets solo kills, etc., but it's not often translated into a win. That's true.
Yeah, I think the team fighting is actually pretty hard on the champ, because it has like an overloaded kit, but you need to actually reach them. So you kind of need to like really know the champion's limits very, very well, because once you do reach them, you can just take over like Evie does. But I think some of the other EU top players aren't as like experienced on the champ, so they haven't been able to achieve the same success.
Oh, this is so great. People are cheering so loud for him too. Can you hear it?
It was really nice.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that, and congratulations, Jack.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're gonna head to a break, but when we come back, it's time for G2 versus SK Gaming. Be right back.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back, and you know what that means. It's time to overreact. Well, maybe you didn't know that, but now you do. And after watching the first 3 games, it's safe to say that this G2 can not only rival, but surpass the G2 of 2019. Yeah. Okay, calm down. Yes, I know it's only 3 games, but guys, hear me out. Let's start by looking at the stats. Stats don't lie, right? Stats are science. On this side, we've got G2 2019. It's all right, 53%. Okay, 1.8K at 15. But on this side, 2023 G2, that is a big 100. 100 is a great number. Almost 5K at 15. This team is insane. This is claps, not craps of years before. Now, yeah, I get it. You might be saying, that's not a fair comparison. It's only 3 games, blah, blah, blah. Shut up, Sebastian. No one asked you about your degree in statistics. What people are asking about is Yike, or as I like to call him, Baby Canyon. Rolls right off the tongue. Yike is the hottest rookie prospect in EMEA right now, and an aggro in-your-face counter-jungling machine that will steamroll the competition. This guy is on fire, first in everything. He's number 1, man. But of course, jungle diff is just lane diff. I get it, you get it, we all get it. And the good news for G2 is their lanes are always different. In the good way, right? You got Hans Sama, a seasoned veteran, now free from the Saltlands. He's been reunited with his old duo, Sir Michael X, who brings the spice. Like salt and pepper, these two just feel right together. I mean, look at them. Embarrassing Fnatic running them over in the lane. Hans Sama on his Draven gets the earliest mythic item of all time. And then Caps, look at that flash right in front of the abscond duct. It's just absolute perfection. I mean, if Caps is returning to form like this, surely there's no way he could ever lose to a Korean mid laner, right? If he just plays like this, it doesn't get any better than that, right? And Broken Blade, I mean, look at the top side. What else is there to say about him? Just look at him. He's G2's top laner, and he's a really nice guy. So they've got the early game, they've got the players, they've got the smiles, right, that can melt your sadness away. But is this enough to get them close to the peak of G2 2019? No, absolutely not. It always was and always has been about the random shit these players play. Like, seriously, what are these drafts, right? Give me some drafts. Who in their right mind plays these champions? Right, who plays this? Zach mid, Karma top lane? I've never seen anyone have fun playing those champions. Shut up, Sebastian. I don't want to hear it. No more of that. They exist. And that level of insanity is why I believe they can surpass the G2 of old. And with all of this in mind, in classic G2 fashion, I fully expect to see them lose to SK today.
Wow, what a great intro. We don't need to say anything else. The Broken Blade part.
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
He's also
really nice guy.
Ender was still there for a second.
Still there. He's a good player. Yeah.
He plays the top lane.
It's hard. Because here's the thing, is that, Ender big up G2, and I want to give credit to SK. SK, pulled off a sick win versus Team Heretics last week.
Yeah.
And they were doing, they did it, played that game super well, and I want to see what they can do today. But this G2 is on a roll. And they're in that mode right now where I feel like we just believe they can pick anything, that they can play anything, that they can do anything. And until someone proves us wrong, it feels like an easy assumption to make. It's like the meme. Their clothes better, their shoes better, the baba better, F everybody else, whack.
This time of year, whack. Your clothes, whack. No, it's crazy. We'll see if they can pull out another spicy draft. I saw on Twitter, Marcoon tweeted at Mickey X and said something about Caitlyn support, and then Kerry actually commented on it, saying, yeah, play it, something like that, So maybe Mickey's been inspired and, he just decided to play it. I mean, I've heard stories of Caps waking up one day and saying that he wants to play Kog'Maw mid, so this G2 lineup never really surprises you.
Yes. Sadly for SK Gaming, I think that the wealth of options available to them are not quite as big. I would love to see them keep it simple. Now, admittedly, the Renata that DOS had last week, not a champion I'm used to seeing in the meta, but did look super good. I would love to see their bot lane on similar comfort picks this time around. And overall, it's a tall task to say just draft scaling against G2, but I feel like if you're gonna win, you either gotta cheese them, which is hard to out-cheese G2. They got a whole charcuterie board, ready to go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But they're gonna try to mash them fire for fire in the early game. This is wild.
So Sejuani and Yuumi are up, and I thought, which one are they gonna go for? They actually go for Elise. They want to go for a little bit of early game. Yuumi didn't work very well for Fnatic, a lot of scaling. They don't want to go in that wheelhouse of being pushed in. Sejuani, Yike's gonna pick Graves or something, or Kindred or some power farming jungler and just outpace you. Elise, take the aggression to them, fight fire with fire. With the Heimerdinger and Ashban, they're gonna go for the Varus. See what jungler they opt into though.
And I will say that at least the pick, obviously we saw earlier in the previous game, didn't love the Malrang version. I'm sure if it had, popped off and gotten a few more kills, I'd be here praising it. But we'll have to see what Markoon's version of the Elise does look like in this game. Obviously against an immobile champion like the Varus, it's always going to feel good if you can land those cocoons from the Fog of War. The burst potential was there even for Malrang when he was pretty far behind. But it is odd to see this prioritized as a first pick. Yike going to pick up exactly what Jankos did in our previous game. And if you can weather the early game storm of the Elise, Graves just feels like he has so much more impact.
Yeah, and Graves' kit, of course, provides things like armor. Elise can try to tear through. Oh, they are going to go for the Yuumi anyway. Are we going to see Zeri as well, or are we going to see some kind of Sivir into the Varus? Sivir into Varus makes a bit more sense because you can just tank up the Qs with Spell Shield. And now what support do you go for? Is he going to go Caitlyn support? Is he going to go Karma support? Kalista support? Are they going to drop support to 4-5 because they've got a whole kitchen pot cooking something up and go for something like Cassante instead? I don't know, it's G2, man. Like, maybe this Varus is going top, who knows? Maybe this Graves is a mid laner. But it's going to be a Lulu, so it looks like it might just be on-hit Varus with Lulu support into Yuumi.
Wouldn't be super surprising. We'll see if that is actually the on-hit build coming through. Obviously, synergizes pretty dang well with the Lulu, but not a super spicy bot lane matchup. Now both teams matching each other in the first pick phase, so can look to take away some premier mid or top lane options.
Yep, things like Cassante, Azir are top of the kind of solo lane list. Things like Fiora can work as well. We saw that last game for Regenda, more of a side lane pick. Akali Sylas still quite viable. Zeka has been playing all of those champions and being targeted, of course. And Worlds last year, that's kind of stuck with it. The meta, it's kind of very similar. But yeah, solo lane bans will come in. G2, what do you blind pick? I think top lane is the easiest to go for on 4. Jace would be a nice flex for them. Jace Varus with some kind of mage mid. Or even a mage top, depending on what they want to do. Gwen taking away some AP solo laners here from Broken Blade. Gwen quite tough for Elise to dive. I think they're targeting things that are very tough for Elise to dive. Renekton is another one, which do you want to give SK Renekton? Do you want to take it away? Incredibly powerful dive comp.
Yeah, G2 will have the luxury of blinding it if they want to. Generally a champion that I expect Broken Blade to be able to play pretty well. What is the option going to be here for Irrelevant? Very good Gnar player last season. Maybe something he wants to go for again here.
Ooh,
no, stop. This is the immortal fate of a G2 roster that is performing, is you just get hyped over everything. You're like, it's a Lulu mid, isn't it? It's a Lulu top. Just wait, we'll wait.
We'll wait.
Ooh, Aurelia.
Oh, it's Draco. It's just, you just
no, you're right. It's so tempting. You know what I mean? We're going to wait.
Akali.
Everyone's going to wait. Akali, there we go.
Okay, Caps Akali, right? It's Capsis, right? It's not Broken Blade.
Stop.
Okay. Akali locked in. I think an easy thing here for SK is just Renekton in the top lane and go for Azir mid. Standard, good scaling, good team fight. We saw it last game from Heretics. Didn't see the Renekton, but the Azir just so powerful in the late stages. But they've gone for Sion top blind. I feel like you're just giving Broken Blade an Aatrox angle there. But they're definitely not diving top. Elise has a tank behind her, but doesn't have to be super proactive in the early stages in terms of finding top dives.
Sion, definitely an interesting one. Curious what the itemization is going to be coming through for this pick. Obviously, the only time I see Sion is on the boss's stream, so I don't want to use that as my expectation for pro play, because that's a very different kind of League of Legends more often than not, but we do now have the Azir coming through, so it commits the Sion to the top lane. Azir, again, scaling is the name of the game. SK have a ton of great scaling tools, good team fighting, fantastic front to back, the Elise kind of balancing out some of their early game, but makes it easy for G2 if they just want to grab the Cassante here.
Yeah, you're right. Irrelevant doesn't really want to get banned after this game. He's got a game tomorrow as well. But yeah, Cassante locked in. Very simple comp for G2. Nothing really special out of the wheelhouse, anything crazy, unless they're going to do something like Cassante mid, but I doubt it. But very well-rounded. Caps on Akali, they've got range matchup bot, Cassante top, and I mean, it's a very similar comp to what Heretics was running on the top jungle, of course, so we'll see how they interact. SK, just good scaling, good front line, front to back. A lot of wave clear as well, so we'll see how G2 progresses this game in the early stages. Akali quite weak early, can't really get mid push until around level 6-7. Bot lane will be very tough to dive with Elise, keeping up with Graves. And top lane is just a tank matchup. So I think SK are probably pretty happy with this draft. A slow and steady game is what they want, and Elise is their bridge to the late game.
Yep. See exactly how G2 want to blow this game open, see if they can, again, secure bot lane pressure to allow Yike to be so aggressive to maybe shut down some of the options that Elise will have available to her in the early game. G2, pressure on them to find the leads, to take the advantages, to make sure that SK cannot just sit comfortably and scale into the late game. Have to expect that they are still the favorites here, regardless of their picks, but maybe, just maybe, SK can make a miracle happen. Find a game here would be crucial in their race for top 8 and making it to the group stage to best of 3s.
Really would. Every game counts, only 9 of them, and this is their 4th. This weekend is so important in picking up those wins. You don't want to be stressed going into the final week.
Absolutely. Only so many opportunities to find these wins. G2 may be a loss you're expecting, but all it takes is one of those upsets to really shake up the standings. As we get ready for our game, it is time for SK versus G2 Esports. I said 2 things in Champ Select. I said cheese them and/or outscale them.
Okay.
They've chosen and. They will not find anyone waiting in that brush, sadly.
They've chosen and. G2 have chosen to match it a little bit. See if they put a ward down. Marcoon actually started sweeper. Normally you see them start ward and then swap the sweeper. So they won't actually have a sweeper for that ward. We'll see how much of the Elise it tracks. But it looks like it will be a topside start from Marcoon as he pats up there, so that'll spot him. Does shoot out the... He started E, so he can't actually fire it off. So very standard level 1. Spot ward there in the middle brush to get push for Hans and Mickey. And topside ward to spot out Marcoon, as I said, it's gone to the bot side. And likely to path up unless he wants to do any kind of level 3 shenanigans on the bot side.
It is obviously very difficult to gank these Cassante lanes. But Broken Blade has opted for Flash this time around. Makes sense when so many of the Scion damage is so telegraphed, when you really do just need to get away from that Cocoon, even if you can go unstoppable.
Ooh, nice thing by Yike there. Animation cancel the E into the wall. So instead of dash autoing, he just instantly auto attacks, so it makes your clear faster. If you've ever done or watched Graves full clears at maximum pace, that's exactly what they'll do. Always make sure they E the wall on the first auto.
Nice little bit of tech available. On the level 1, as expected, going in the favor of G2. Level 1 for Yuumi, obviously starting the E. She just doesn't have a lot of damage, certainly not enough to match Lulu's passive as well as her early abilities.
So Marcoon actually, what he's done, quite smart actually. I'll bring up the replay here. It's been warded on his entrance Raptors, but he knew that. So what he did was he did red into Raptors, looking like he's going to go topside, and instead ran around towards his Krug, so maybe he can look for an early bot dive. The only problem is that ward on his blue didn't spot him out, and Yike's going to walk in here now expecting to fight a level 2 Elise on her Gromp, and she's not there. So now he's saying she's likely bot side, I'll take these camps, and it's a bit of a split map. G2 bot lane needs to be very careful here because it actually favors SK. Now they'll spot off Marcoon. Communication coming in, ward dropped. But this favors SK a little bit because top, I don't think there can be much action.
And Certus as well, having pressure in the mid lane means it's pretty much free reign on the bottom side here for Marcoon. Fishing for the dive does feel a bit aggressive, but maybe something we could look to go for. He's just using the Spider there to spot out a bit of vision. Needs to start working on these camps, however, as that got started a lot earlier than him and is going to be ahead of the clock.
So it's just going to be both junglers full clearing either side. And Caps is the one that needs to be careful right now, it looks like. Taking some heavy trades. Let's see what Marcoon does here. He needs to take these camps away. He should know that Graves is just full clearing his top side. But here comes the dive. TPs available for both solo lanes. Cleanse on Hansama, no heal. No ignite for SK either. Could just go for the Lulu.
Nope, they sidestep it. That's going to be big. Mickey shielding as long as he can. Hansama now getting taken down. That is massive for SK. Wave crashing into the tower, and Mickey forced to take it. Are they going to go for the redive?
Yeah, they just have to not use Cocoon, just walk up to him and just do damage.
Flash out for Mickey X, trying to make his way out to safety, but leap in for Marcoon. 2 quick kills for the side of SK.
Marcoon, very smart pathing, using the enemy information against them. Yike thought he could fight him on Gromp there and get an early lead for G2, but it's actually Marcoon who outsmarts him and is showing bot. Yike can't run through mid to bot and stop this dive. He's going to lose way too much. He needs to take away the camps. And that opens up an avenue for a 3v2 dive. No TPs, caps too low, and Broken Blade. I think he might have got cancelled on TP irrelevant. I didn't actually see the lane state, but either way, great early game here for SK.
Absolutely excellent. Coming back with the extra dagger as well as the Band of Glass mirror, just making the lane that much easier as we see this one more time. The raw power of Elise at level 3.
Beautiful execution. Marcoon, even though he missed the cocoon, doesn't really matter. Hans will use cleanse anyway, just runs it in, pops the damage, X-kick flashes forwards to help. Now here they're like, let's back away, but I think they realize how easy this dive will be. They don't even need to shoot a skill shot, just walk up to him and throw your spells. He's basically dead. No one needs to flash. Dos uses the heal so he doesn't die to Mickey. And Certus.
Caps coming through Caps' health bar. Yike, though, coming in. Certus just going to try to slide and glide out to safety. Yike with no red buff is not going to overextend on that kill, just trying to make sure that Caps can safely farm this mid-wave.
Look bot, Marcoon hasn't done anything else. He just bought Sorcerer Shoes and ran bot. I think he's showing now, though. It looks like G2 bot lane maybe warded that out or spotted him, so he's going to run away. Information given across to G2 where the enemy jungler is, so Broken Blade can play a little bit more up. Irrelevant yet to TP back to his lane. Top winning in isolation. But yeah, looks like both bot lanes are just quite vulnerable right now. No summoners on either side, only Hands with the flash up.
Of course, it's just so difficult for Sion to do a ton in this lane phase.
Oh, Irrelevant cancel his base there. That is so greedy. That opens up a dive potential. They've got level 6 on Cassante. It's just way too much greed here.
Back out under the tower. Relevant flashing now back into safety. Zombie form from the Sion always makes this a little bit difficult, but Broken Blade and Yike are going to do so much damage. Easy, quick kill pickup, and they're out before the Zombie can even come through.
Massive disrespect from Irrelevant. He was sitting under tower for about 2 or 3 waves there on 40% HP. No mana, just trying to catch waves, saying I'll stick around till the cannon wave so I don't lose as much. Very greedy, ends up getting dove. Good dive. Marcoon trying to take away the Gromp here. Doesn't have smite. Hans. Oh, close. Almost steals it away. That would be horrible for the Elise. Caps coming down, level 6 to level 4. No flash on Marcoon. X-kick trying to base. Drake still up. So even though SK got a nice lead on bot side, G2 have salvaged a little bit through top. Broken Blade can just sit in isolation now. There's no need for Yike to revisit. Level 6 Sion has the ult. Will be a bit difficult to kill. So just let the Cassante play alone. I don't think they have the damage to kill him either, and G2 will probably play towards bot side now.
See what they can do to get themselves out of a bit of a deficit. The 800 gold, though, of this about 1,000 gold lead is DOS. And obviously, Yuumi getting strong early on is annoying, but not nearly as annoying as the Sivir. So, all things considered, G2 not in too bad of a position, but very well played thus far from SK in the early game. Have to be careful about overextending here, though. Slow, going to get thrown down by Han Sama. Yike will be spotted out on the control ward as DOS continues to step forward and just getting the pop and block passive.
They're fake pressuring here. They're saying, my Elise is behind me. We're going to buy as much time as possible so you don't take this ward. And maybe that allows Marcoon to walk into the enemy red buff respawn. We'll see what he does. Looks like he's taking top scuttle now, but he wants to defend his bot camps. I think this is pretty smart by Marcoon. If he goes top side and takes away red, and Yike takes away his red, he's allowing his bot lane to be exposed to any kind of play from G2. Might catch him off guard here. Fighting bot.
A little frisky. Excellent sidestep there on the Q. That's going to be a massive X-kick. Now needs to back off.
Does he flash forwards?
Still stepping forward. Good Q from downtown. Mickey now trying to follow it up. The Ignite ticking, burning. X-kick taken out. It's a raw 2v2 in the bottom lane.
Big play there from Hans. Doesn't even have to use a flash. Caps. Gonna get pushed back. Yike fighting the Yuumi.
Ult out. Yike has to be careful here. Marcoon does a lot of damage, but Mickey's staying in the area. Ready to body block the cocoon if he needs to, trying to keep Yike safe. Mickey getting hit by the cocoon here. Marcoon not going to swap forms quite yet. Have to be careful. The spider. We'll make it out. The shield, I thought, might time out there, but able to make that work. Hansama now taking over to level 6 means Marcoon has to be very careful about re-engaging this. Oh, flash ult. Oh, flash rather, not going to connect. Marcoon with a nice sidestep. So many blinking health bars. Maybe they can just cancel the bases here, but Akali already moving down now. Caps, of course, with no ultimate, but just wants to protect his bottom side of the map.
Frustrating play there from Marcoon. He really wants to pick up at least 1 kill. Ooh. Gets nothing.
Caps getting frisky.
Yeah, looking for something, but no ult. Just puts a ward on the red to see if Marcoon sticks around. You know, he's really low HP, 10-20%. If Caps walls over and that red buff's pulled towards the Elise, then he's just going to run her down. Instead, she's on the Krugs, and the base will come through. Yike got all his top camps to clear now. Ult back to lane there from Irrelevant to pick up the wave.
Good old farm alarm.
Yeah. Just in time. Basically a TP, global. But great play by G2's bot lane. X-kick didn't have the flash, they punished it, they got the kill. Hans playing with a lot of confidence, stepping up despite them having barrier. They didn't have heal, so they get that kill. And now Yike actually starting up the Herald. Mickey X is on his way. Maybe they think that they have a good timer here where Hans is in isolation to push out a wave or play safe enough that they can force this Herald down and then get back in time to bot side for Drake. There's a ward on the red, so they know Marcoon is bot side.
That ward very crucial. Caps using his lane priority just to get that one laid down. So Marcoon gonna grab red buff, gonna take over to level 6, gonna be feeling pretty good about that. Caps gonna have to play safe in the mid lane. Hansama gonna have to play safe bot lane as well, especially now that the Herald has dropped and they know Graves is on the top side of the match. It's Irrelevant here, who could be in trouble. He used the ult to get back to lane, will not have that for the dive.
So Yike is staying. He's taking away blue. This is the exact same situation as level 3. Are they just going to give SK a dive situation?
Doesn't have plans on Sama. Like, that is not your push. What are you doing?
The play here from G2 is very spread out, a little bit confusing as well.
Pull back.
Broken Blade.
Solo Bolo. Broken Blade keeping it going forward here. Irrelevant. There's not really anywhere for him to go. Yike tanking the tower to make sure they can keep this going. Irrelevant ticking. Flash in. Broken Blade now needs to make it out. Second Blade just under the tower. Boom! Oh, the big slaps from the zombie Scion.
Marcoon.
Bit ill-advised there, and Marcoon really just dominating the bottom half of the map. G2 do get the 1-for-1 on the top side, but overall, coming up very much in favor of SK.
Yeah, I have to criticize Yike's decision a little bit there. Gets the Herald, great. Normally what you do in pro play, especially in a situation like that, when you get the Herald for free and your supports helped you, you base with the Herald recall and you sprint bot as quickly as possible. Cover the dive on the way.
Push back, Caps. Might use the ultimate.
Caps. Doesn't die, doesn't go in either. Normally you base straight away after the Herald because you cover the bot dive and then you get a net Herald plus and you make sure they can't dive. But instead sticks around, a little bit greedy, takes away top camps, and now Hansama falls to Marcoon. And it's all about bot lane here for SK. Still a 1k gold lead. Dragon's still up though. No objective snowballing in their favor. And Yike can clear out red. Raptors move down here. Uses Umbral Glaive to restore a lot of vision. And then look for play of his own. So here's the replay of the top lane 1v1. So Irrelevant sidestep towards the end was a little bit confusing to me. But I think maybe he knew. No, he doesn't have vision on Graves. So I thought he sidestepped here on the Graves ult. But he doesn't actually have vision on him. Watch this sidestep. Just kind of... Oh, it actually hits him, never mind. So I just built him a play for no reason. In live, it looked like
sidestep that did not happen.
This is the Baus Classic, isn't it?
Didn't even need to sidestep. And this is the tragedy of K'Sante there. He just pulls the Scion back into him.
Yeah.
And those...
Oh, here we go, round 2.
Knock-up coming through.
Just a wet noodle fight, really, isn't it? No one could do damage. Everyone just grasp stacking each other.
Thrilling action on the top side of the map, but Yike gonna try to grab a dragon, first dragon of the game. SK holding on to a small gold lead, but not too much here. And Xerxes, I don't know if that's where you wanted to step up, but Caps taking 2 tower shots suddenly makes that trade look a lot more appealing.
What's happening top? There's a massive fight going.
Broken Blade.
Irrelevant, does he ult back?
Ults off, cooldown. Ooh, gets in front of the ultimate. That's gonna be big forces to flash out from Irrelevant. Good advantage to have, all out. 20 seconds, he's gonna dash to the side here, get away from the decimating strike. I think he's learned from his past mistake in terms of not pulling in a dead Scion.
Yeah, especially when he's got no flash up. So a lot of action top. Off screen there, we saw G2 doing the dragon. They picked it up. They still have the Herald. Exakick doesn't want to walk. Ooh, Hans throws out the ult. A bit greedy.
Ooh, I have never seen that emote. That was great. Shout out to Exakick, but does walk away from that one. And good spell shield just to get that health back.
Yep. Marcoon's going to clear out his top camps and move back towards his bot side. G2 trying to get a push going here. Sivir and Yuumi going to be really, really strong here. The on-hit Varus not even close to his mythic. And then there's the Kraken Slayer for Exakick. So the 2v2 is in their favor. Certus has the crown as well. So that'll negate a lot of all-in from Caps. Plays like this where he just won't really fall to anything. Nothing to really be scared of. Can step up. So the Herald's going to go mid instead. Marcoon's still around this bot side. TP from Irrelevant.
Okay.
To clear out the wave.
Charge going to come in. Will get 1.5 plates as Caps now backs away.
Here comes the bot dive. Ping's coming down. Hansama can't really step up this wave. He has summoners, but plates going over to Exakick. Yike's going to make his way down, but he's on vision. Marcoon can look for a pick, drop the cocoon, and then... Oh!
Yike. Good side step now trying to make it back. Out of safety, flashing out. Big ulti now going in. Caps wants to get the shutdown onto Marcoon. Big damage, he dashes through. That is it. 450 gold in the back pocket of the mid laner for G2. Certus now in trouble. He's got a cat strapped to his back, but it might not be enough. Certus healing up. Certus trying to stand strong. The Sand Soldiers not dealing enough damage. Or will they?
Certus.
Exakick getting in, and Certus still stands. SK taking another fight in their favor, continuing to find edges over G2.
2-4-1. Still a 1k gold lead for SK. They can't get anything off the back of this. Broken Blade's the biggest winner here. He's just been sitting top this whole time, getting tower plates, and that's why it's slightly even in a trade, because the K'Sante in isolation is just 1k gold up now. But it was so close. If Certus fell there, maybe Caps could get out, and it'll be a 2-for-1 in favor of G2. Nice try from both sides. So the flash cocoon actually misses here, Marcoon. Just a little bit too wide. Yike doesn't really dash in time, and he dashed in a straight line anyway. No repel, no flash, Caps all-ins onto the Elise. Doss notices that and goes towards Certus, but the ult from Mickey and the exhaust, I think, comes out. So it becomes a bit difficult, actually. The exhaust is onto Yike, so it becomes hard for the kill to come through. The arrow just misses. If that landed, Certus would die. And then Caps has no energy here. Pops a W, Q hits, but he needs an auto attack. But he can't walk up with the auto because of the Sand Soldiers and the Scion Q charging. And X kick, yeah. Can't really gap close on Mickey, who has no flash. So Herald spawning soon, 49 seconds on that. Caps looking for something towards his top side.
And I want to give some credit here to the bot lane of SK, because when you look at G2's bottom lane and you look at SK's struggle in the first week outside of that game of Heretics, we did not expect this to be a matchup where the game was decided, although Marco now getting frisky. We may have to hold that thought. Yumi ult now coming out. Hansama, though, finally able to connect on the ultimate, stops that play in its tracks. But I'm not done. I still want to give credit to bot lane, because DOS on the Renata, alongside the Zeri coming in from Exakick, and their win last week was incredible, and now they're looking to replicate that same performance here against G2. That said, Irrelevant struggling here on the top side. They can just take the tower in his face, sadly.
Forwards. Yeah, I was thinking the only way out is forwards, but the block comes in.
Ultimate keeps him chasing. Looking to land the Q3, flash forward, Q3 bringing him back, but they're taking so much time in the meantime. Serta's breaking the top lane tower.
Yeah, should get the wave, or at least try to focus down the wave, and then it'll be a good def. They get bot tier 1. Maybe they can look for bot tier 2 here. The Azir can be quite quick on the tower damage with soldiers if he can proc 3 of them. There's one. The Elise is right behind him, going to Spider Form with the W. They'll get a lot of attack speed to try to burn this down, and if they can do that, then it's a kill in a tower for a tower, 2 towers here in the bot side, and it's a tier 2 at that, so a lot of gold in the back pocket of SK. Good game so far from them. Good early game. Weathered the storm, found plays of their own, and now they're off to a lead still, maintaining it. Herald goes over to Yike. I think that's going to go mid and break open the mid tower of SK, and that should help them fight this next dragon, which I think G2 want to focus on. They want to focus on stacking these dragons.
Certainly do. Caps dashes back out to safety. Limit testing there as he goes forward. And one thing I will say is that we have a lot of similarities to the Koi comp in the previous game, but one of the big differences is the top side of the map. It's not a Fjord. It is a Scion this time around. So if SK can continue to build an advantage, they'll have a much easier time pressing it around these major objectives. They have a go button. They have a Scion ult. They have a frontline tank. It'll be much easier for Exakick and DOS to really bring it home on that back line.
That's exactly it. The Scion's job is just to run in a straight line and tank up as much damage as possible. The only issue I think SK will have is how do they deal with the Akali. They don't really have any point-and-click CC. The Azir ult will do wonders with the crown. It's just about peeling as much as possible. They have exhaust, barrier, heal, so they have summoners, but they don't have lockdown. So eyes on Caps. How much can he get done on the back line? No flashes yet for any of the carries.
Spotted out here. Marcoon now on the chase. Caps level 11. Good rocket belt to take him away from the Cocoon, just out of range here. You can see SK just hoping to catch one of the flanking members of G2 exposed, but Caps constantly threatening onto the side. SK have to be stalwart here, cannot let him onto the back lines. Caps now leaping back, Serta leaping forward. Of course, the crown falling away, though. Caps getting pushed back into the rest of the team. Goes in, and now they've got the dragon as well. In the meantime, Irrelevant managing to take that one away. Huge shutdown, and here comes the death ball. One after another, SK will fall. Broken away to the back line, trying to get anything, absolutely anything done. Mickey grabbing the kill in the end on the Sivir, but it will cost him his life as Sertus looks to chase this one down. Mickey's still running, but Marcoon around the corner. There is no way out. SK taking the fight, taking the Drake, and Hansama might just be next on the menu.
Marcoon looking, no cleanse. He has to flash if the Cocoon comes out. Looks like he will be safe, but 4 for 1 in favor of SK. G2 are just uncoordinated around these fights, and SK are playing it fantastically. They're doing exactly as their comp tells them to. Stay together, group as 5, make sure they're playing a front to back. The only difference there was Sertus dashes into Caps to try to zone him away. And then Caps decides to go in. The Dragon Smite was, I mean, just a complete miss by Yike. Marcoon wasn't even close. Irrelevant just hit it when he was on 70 HP and picked it up. And the Yumi ult does so much work in shutting down the bot lane of G2. No mobility whatsoever. So we'll see this again. Caps looking for a flank. SK staying together, but Sertus dashes away to push him back with the crown. And then as he dashes in, he gets pushed into Marcoon. So now all of a sudden they found a pick, but look at Irrelevant. He just hits the dragon. Marcoon is not even close. So they get the objective. Caps dies, and then they realize they can turn here. Yumi ult comes out, no mobility whatsoever. No one can escape, and Broken Blade tries his best to turn the fight. That's not a poke Varus, that's an on-hit Varus, but he can't auto-attack. SK is playing the fight beautifully, making sure they zone away the carries.
And it's so hard to play on-hit Varus without that big beefy frontline like SK has on the opposite side. And while there is some small credit that goes to Irrelevant for taking that Drake, that's a fumble from Yike. That said, the beautiful marking of Caps on the flank, the fact that SK pushed him back to the rest of the team, shut him down, did not let him, as we talked about, find a way into the back line, that was very well played from SK. Now, admittedly, are going to give up the mid lane tower here. Despite that, though, they're holding on to a pretty significant gold lead, 2.5k, 19 minutes to the game. This is the only team who's really had a significant lead over G2 the entire year thus far, and it's SK Gaming.
Game is in their hands. They have fantastic scaling. They're ahead going into the mid game, and they're sieging onto this top tier 1. X-Kick needs to be careful.
Big damage coming in from
Solo
Hansama.
killed here, maybe.
Block on the Q is massive, but Mickey now chasing. Shirelia's. Oh, they're full committing to this one, going back over the wall now into the pit with Yike. You do not want to get in close combat with the Graves, but Marcoon now looking to fire back. Bow is there, but it will not be enough. Shield Bow.
TP's coming in from Caps. They're
Taken
looking for
away.
Certus.
The fight's still going. Mickey gonna get knocked out. Mickey surely is set to fall here. Irrelevant is not gonna get the opportunity to channel the Q though. No decimating smash now pulled back to the rest of the team from Broken Blade's ultimate. Certus to the backside. Uncontested as he throws down damage. Broken Blade will fall. Caps. I don't know if there's anything for him to do here. Tries to dash through. Will get the shutdown. Gets pushed out. Gets taken down. It is a scrappy fight, but at the end of the day, SK is still finding advantage.
Such a messy fight. It all comes off the back of Hansama looking for Exekick, but it's the Azir that's the biggest threat right now. Close to 2 items. I think he will have that in base. 4-0 and 4 Certus. 1.2k gold up on Caps. So in the replay, we'll see the 1v1 come out. Mickey is quite close, and it looks like SK is looking for top tier 1, so Exekick's trying to rotate up there. Gets caught off guard. Yike is right behind him. But this is where we'll see the collapse come in. The top side of SK is moving away from that tower to try to help out their AD carry and Exekick. TP's come in. Play looks good initially, but this flash from Marcoon, Hans has flash here. Needs to get the kill quick and then move towards the rest of G2 to help out Certus. Has the crown, no real lockdown for G2, so Certus just dashes past him. This Sion ult was beautiful. Turns it around the corner, it hits onto Mickey, soaks up all the bursts from G2, and then Certus can just dish out damage from a range.
So much damage coming out. Marcoon as well. Throwing down the combo, has the stopwatch, and they're gonna set their sights on Baron. It's a Fed Azir. They shred through this objective. I mean, as much as the team can at 20 minutes, shred through their objective.
Gone. Yike needs to get there quick. He has no flash. Irrelevant's just staring at him.
Yike now walking in. They're going to grab that one. TP now coming in. Maybe they kill the Sion, but SK have already got the Baron at 20 minutes. They're dominating G2. Caps on the flank. He knows he has to get something done, but On the Hunt comes out and they just walk away. SK so damn clean around the objective.
Yeah, Irrelevant's just an information bot. He's just a human ward. Walk in, find the grave, stand in his face, and try to buy as much time as possible. SK get the Baron. G2 have the numbers advantage, but they don't have any waves to play on. Azir, Sivir, there's no way they can siege a tower. Marcoon actually looking for a kill.
Yike should just get taken down here. Heals off the smite, trying to back away for now. Mickey shielding him up. Broken Blade now wants to keep the fight going. This could be big. If they can take down 3 Barons, it would be everything. Elise goes up, but she must come back down. Certus goes in. Certus finding the advantage. 1v1 Certus versus Hansama, but the Azir is so damn strong. Certus showing up when it counts.
Certus having a fantastic game. Stellar performance on this Azir. Doing so much damage, there's nothing G2 can do to stop him from such a large range as well. On a numbers disadvantage, Marcoon has the confidence to look for a pick. Sees Yike going for his Raptors, calls Certus over. The damage actually not there because of the shield, the smite, the Gore Drinker, everything coming in. Kills the camp, gets the shield reset. Broken Blade looks like he gets so much damage onto Marcoon. The repel comes up, but Certus flashing behind them, gets Mickey out of the fight, kills Yike, and then solo kills Hansama off to the right there. And Exekick goes 1 for 1. Broken Blade, Marcoon falling.
And at the end of the day, the carry duo of Exekick and Certus are just so far ahead. Caps now has to be careful on the top side, trying to outmaneuver, dashing through, well played, dash through into the shuriken, flip back to safety. R2 coming out as well, a good escape, but ultimately burning his ultimate for just to survive.
Interesting play from SK. They actually dropped the Drake. They don't have a wave top yet either, so just gonna find as much information as possible. They should know all of G2's bot side. The second Drake, not that important, but it looks like objective bounties are available soon. We'll see if they get it on the Dragon here, G2. But they just want to run it down top. Certus pushing mid. He has TP. Let's go 4-man top. The Sion's job is never to split push. It's just to stand in front of his carries.
And he's doing it well. At this point, Irrelevant bullied. He was the center of attention, but despite G2 finding some dives onto him, being able to take him out, maybe make it look like he has a bit of a lackluster scoreline, he's done so much to absorb pressure while the rest of his team has been dominating in these exchanges. 6-0-5, 3-3-5, 2.5k for both respective carries on the SK lineup.
Broken Blade, no TP. SK probably know that as well. That's 2 towers top. That's mid tier 2. How much further can they go? There's no bot towers to play on, so that's 6 towers down. All outers gone. They don't even lose bot tower. Broken Blade's actually going to base here. That's an objective bounty that maybe they could have forced, but you know, Certus could probably TP in. There's an argument to have there. But yeah, this game from Certus, unbelievable. Marcoon as well, massive shout out to him. His early game, his pathing, the way he played around enemy vision, really, really strong. Big spikes being picked up here. Radiant Virtue for Irrelevant, Zhonya's for Marcoon, Void Staff for Certus. They're only getting stronger.
And right now, G2 don't really have great tools at this kind of deficit to fight SK. In most situations, maybe they can find a skirmisher or an isolated member, but the Elise is so hard to lock down, so hard to take out in front-back team fights. You're not beating Azir Sivir. In fact, Hansama, if he gets off more than 2 or 3 autos in a fight, SK's frontline's probably not doing their job. It should be impossible for this Forest to do anything in a fight.
Yeah, he won't be able to shred through. And it's only him, you know. It's the Azir and Sivir shredding through Broken Blade. But Caps on a front-to-back DPS. He's an assassin. He needs to assassinate someone, but it's so hard. Exhaust, barrier, heal. We talked about lockdown earlier on. It doesn't really matter. They don't have damage right now. Caps can barely finish the second item. Irrelevant can just push in waves for now. The idea here is that they have so much top push or mid push. If Irrelevant dies, then they get something on this side of the map. But right now they're all in base. Or coming out of base, so needs to be a bit careful. But yeah, looking really tough for G2. Their comp gets outscaled, they're so far behind. The only good news is their SK is not close to a soul, but they can rush Baron down in the blink of an eye and push G2 out of their topside jungle. So G2 need to pull a rabbit out of a hat. I don't think there's anything they can really look for this game. As long as Irrelevant stays with his team. A numbers disadvantage is the only thing G2 can look for.
Certainly. And I think the other thing that makes it so difficult too is it's so easy for SK, as we see Irrelevant doing now, pushing for vision. Just constantly threatened. There is no super beefy frontliner other than Broken Blade to step into this jungle, and even then, if multiple members of SK are waiting, he could find himself bursted down pretty quickly.
It's classic G2, isn't it?
I mean, it is kind of classic G2.
We overhyped them. We say they might be one of the best teams.
Yep. To be fair, G2 2019 also lost a lot of games, but
dropping a game. But
I
don't
think the
want to
thing
take
is,
anything away from SK at all.
That's the big thing, because we're gonna have enough G2 memes to go around as this year goes on. But SK as a team. When we talked about them at the start of the year, we talked about this as a team that was going to need to develop over time. Maybe it was going to be a spring split project. But this is a fantastic showing. Beating Heretics last week, definitely a good start. Beating G2 this week, super promising. And when you're in a tight neck race, again, to make it in the top 8, to make it to group stage, wins like this matter so, so much. Like, Fnatic hitting themselves right now.
Oh, yeah.
Had to be so frustrated because getting knocked out of top 8 would be crushing for any team.
Feels like a lot of upsets on paper, would you agree?
Yeah,
DDS
I would agree.
Fnatic,
100%.
Heretics beating Koi. Looks like SK might take down G2. So the standings are shaking up. This is a single round robin. So who knows what's going to happen in the next couple days of games. But 40 seconds on the Baron. SK are just going to get topside vision, push G2 back and rush it down with a Azir Sivir. Should be pretty easy execution. They just need to mark Graves as much as possible. Irrelevant's on his way up. Keep the waves in, and because there's no tier 2s, it's very hard for G2 to defend their own vision. If there was a tier 2 mid there, then it's much easier to play around this bush here. But once SK get that bush, and the one above it, where that blue orb is, that's it.
Kun stepping forward, Polymorph does come out, Exekick now chasing into the mid lane, they're going on to Hansama. Hansama can't do anything, he's drifting!
It's Vin Diesel!
Oh, Tokyo Drift, baby! Irrelevant finding the kill, getting backed up, and they're just gonna break open the base! They don't even need the bear, and SK barreling down mid lane. G2 gonna do what they can to hold on for now. I have to imagine it's just the inhibitor, but maybe they're not done.
They're pushing, Irrelevant's tanking.
Caps on the flank. Oh, SK, this is such a gamble. Don't throw it all away here, Marcoon gonna be in trouble. Caps looking for a little bit more. Exekick still straining strong for now. Surge is now pushing him into the rest of the team, but the backline getting devastated by Broken Blade. The shutdown's now coming in left and right. Surtus, it's all on you to carry this fight home. Yike getting cut down. SK, full confidence, take out G2 in the fight.
They need to base quickly here. Broken Blade and Caps need to get back, get the home guards, run out and defend the base. SK realize when the recalls come in, they cannot end the game. Jungler's down though. Was a 1-for-1 Yike for Exekick, a shutdown over to G2, but no jungler means that Baron will fall. Yeah, I expect them to go towards Nash straight away, but they just send it straight down mid with the Sion. Fantastic play from Irrelevant. Gets Hansama's flash, gets the kill. Can G2 answer this?
Just again.
It's a 4v4. They don't have many ultimates to work with. Hans is on the way.
Knock up by a bit more space. Irrelevant in the extended 1v1 should lose out, but the carry line not too far back. 7 seconds on Exekick. Baron not going to be the focus anymore. G2 stepping in. Broken Blade pulling back. They're going to try and take out the Sion.
Wow.
Back off. Just be happy with the pick.
What's the call here, G2? How much do you want to gamble? Do you want to push in this mid wave and just start Baron? See if that's your only avenue back in? Do you want to just go towards Dragon and get the objective bounty? Tough decision to make here. How hard do they want to force to play? This is probably the only time in the entire game that they'll get a 4v5 situation. Look at both side lanes. They're pushing in so much. They're dropping so many minions. But the call is a bit split. Hans is going towards Dragon with Yike. Broken Blade and Caps are still up towards this top side. I think what they're saying here is we're going to get this Dragon, but we want to make sure that Baron doesn't die because SK can still rush it down. 20 seconds on the TP. Look how many blue orbs there are in that pit.
Somebody's making.
It's from the zombie wards, isn't it?
There you go. That ping had to feel good.
So many small little wards to pick up there. You can farm a little bit of vision score, Mickey. Gone. Doesn't want them.
Not interested.
Not interested. So objective bounty. Dragon picked up. Soul points for G2. Will they get the Soul Dragon? I don't think so, but it's something.
It's also Cloud, which is definitely not the ideal role in a game like this.
So here comes Vin Diesel on the Sion. Just bends it around the tower. Just keeps going. And even though he doesn't hit the Varus, he has no flash, so just pops the Q. Follow-up comes through. This is where they try to go for the end. Little bit greedy. Even in a 4v5, SK's positioning is not great. Here he goes again.
Oh, they're just so fast! Hansama! He's just getting bullied! There's nowhere to go!
SK, not going to be greedy. They get the pick onto Hans again, but they're going to go towards Baron.
And you gotta respect it. Taking Hans out of the fight means so much of the damage is gone. In an extended fight, Broken Blade, maybe Yike can do something, but it just feels impossible at this stage of the game. Yike waiting over the wall.
He hasn't got flash. He's going to have to ult into the pit.
Can he get the steal? Knockup is there.
I think he can get this.
Lower,
they need to zone him away. They're still finishing the Baron. What are they doing?
They're still going forward and he gets it! Oh no, SK!
Oh my word.
They don't stop. They don't stop hitting the Baron. Broken Blade gonna dash over the wall. Walk away with the buff, dash to safety.
EU team, stop hitting the objective. This is the second time. First it was the Elder Dragon in the last game. Now it's this Baron here. SK will be kicking themselves after that. They just needed to zone away Yike as much as possible. Even just stop damage and leave it at 3k and have Certus just hitting the Graves over the wall, chunk him out, push him back, anything. But now G2 have a glimmer of hope to just try to hold on.
And the thing is, so much of their decision-making has been aggressive, but also good. They pushed their limits, they found the pick, they started the objective, but rather than wait, rather than stop hitting the Baron, it all just falls apart. The push comes out late.
Yeah, I mean, even what they could do there's so many things they could do. Certus could just jump over alone with Irrelevant and just ult them back while they look for a finish on Sivir. There's 1,000 different outcomes. And there was one where they steal it, and that's the reality we're living in right now. G2 can now hold on to their base. Mid and him being down doesn't affect them. Now they're close to Soul. Caps has a Rabadons. Hans has 3 items and flash back up. Now, don't get me wrong, SK scaling is still better, and they're still ahead. But G2 have a chance.
SK have to hold on to the mental. Cannot let that get to you, cannot let that frustrate you. You're right. They've got the advantage, they've got the edge, they've got a Sivir, they've got a Nazir that'll have such an easy time playing these fights as long as they mark the flankers. They cannot lose sight. And right now for G2, still hard for them to walk into these pits. And again, we got the rinse and repeat every single time this ultimate is up and available. Relevant is just going to fish, see if he can find a single member isolated.
Yeah, and we talk about experience. Marcoon is the most veteran player on this SK roster, and he's only been playing a year and a half. And you talk about jitters and things getting to you. These things can really get in your head when you mess up a Baron and the enemy team's now all of a sudden back into it. Your calls can be a lot more defensive than aggressive. You play a little bit more reserved, so SK need to keep their foot on the gas. Start pushing in these waves when the Baron falls off. They are stronger, their team fight is still better. It's just that little bit of doubt creeping in can give G2 options and a little bit of leeway and a little bit of time to breathe to get more items.
Marcoon has to be careful too because Caps is only getting stronger. 3-level edge. Death cap now completed. Zanya's for Marcoon is going to be big. Tower set up, Siege coming through. Should be an easy inhibitor. Just have to keep their eyes on the flanks. Good heads up play from Certus there. Just spot these guys out. But the Spider now coming down. Marcoon going to have to go golden on the Zanya's in a brief second. Getting pushed back under the tower. Caps taking a ton of damage, but Marcoon should fall. No, flashing out safety. Certus is big. What?
Oh, can Certus. get him? Flashes. He's going to chase. He has flash. WEQ can get a kill here. G2 are running for the hills. If they can get out and get towards Dragon, then they can look for a contest. But I don't think Marcoon wants to allow that to happen. Needs to be careful, though. Caps can one-shot him here. Who gets the damage off first?
Marcoon. Is he going to test his limits? Caps. Ooh, shutdown coming through is massive. Certus now hunting for Yike. Will not find him. Caps following is big. Now he's going to find
the shield. The shield stopped him from getting cancelled on the base, but Caps is dead. 45 seconds on the respawn. But there's no waves for SK to play on. Mid's pushed out, they're too far away from top. They chased all the way into their own jungle, and Caps has TP. So I think kill over to SK, yes. But Flash is blown. Irrelevant and Marcoon lost their Flash. Yike and Caps as well. We'll see a big dragon fight happen soon.
And I think there's just this anxiety when you play against a team with a reputation like G2 that they will find a way back. But again, on paper, when you look at these compositions, when you look how far ahead SK are, it should be impossible. And this will be an incredible credit to G2 if they can mount the comeback, but SK just have to stay focused. Their front to back is incredible. It is easy for them once they push out mid to get vision. They just have to stay focused on the objective. They cannot let this get to them.
They still have control. 10 seconds on the dragon spawn. Caps is coming out of base. Stopwatch for him. They're rushing down BB here. He has no flash. They're looking for a pick.
They have to be careful. Hansama
gonna get a good ult here, though.
Hansama, if he can just hit the front line, it's going to be so easy for him. Irrelevant. Who is he tanking for right now? Currently, it is no one. Marcoon missing on the cocoon is massive. Knockup connecting onto BB. Not a big deal. Caps to the backside. Going to get pushed out. Going to get one shot. That damage was disgusting. G2 still fighting, but Irrelevant does not care. he just absolutely refuses to drop in the exchange. G2 have control over the pit for now, but it looks like SK just want to go straight for the base.
Yike trying to get a little bit of the wave. I think he got a couple ranged minions. They need to clear out the creeps. SK only have these little 3 creeps to play with. One of them is 1 HP. Can they end?
Irrelevant still stepping forward. Irrelevant still taking all of these towers. Broken Blade standing strong. Pulls it back. Uses the ultimate trying to shred through him. Goes golden. Hansama holding on for now. Yike under the backside trying to burn through Exekick, but he just will not drop. SK will not drop, but G2 are still standing strong for now. Hansama stepping forward. Has to be so careful. He has no health. Surge now going forward. He goes golden, but that's just got to be it. It's too easy to finish the job. And SK, they've done it. They've found the upset. They will find their second win in the Winter Split. A triple for Exekick to finish it off.
And that one's gotta feel good. Undefeated G2 looking like the best team in the league. SK pull it off. It was very messy. They're gonna review that Baron play a half a dozen times, but a win is a win.
And credit to SK. Drafting a composition that could fight better. The crux, though, the person who had to stand up to make this game work was Marcoon, and he did so. Dives around the bottom lane, shutting down Mickey X Hansama, thus far the strongest performing bot lane duo. Laid low there by those dives, by that early pressure, and while BB, they did what they could on the top side with Irrelevant in the end, it did not matter. The sign was the beefy front laner that SK needed to win those fights.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of greedy decisions by G2 in terms of their jungle pathing, in terms of taking away camps, which allowed a lot of options for SK to look for these dives, which put them behind. But Marcoon was that bridge, but Certus was the slam dunk. His Azir performance, practically flawless, never died. I think he was 9 or 10-0 at the end there.
Which, I mean, also means we have to give credit to DOS, because he did just not let his team die. The exhausts were timely, the heals coming in, the shields, making sure that no one could finish it. How many times do we see blinking health bars for Marcoon or Certus or Exekick, and they just not quite enough damage to finish the job?
Yep. Great game. Great game for SK. That's a good momentum builder going into the rest of the week. Your first day of the week, 2 more games, and you've just taken down G2. They're going to go in with so much confidence tomorrow. And as much as their first week was a little bit hit or miss, Marcoon especially really struggling in his first 2 games of the 2023 split of Winter. Now he's played a phenomenal early game against G2. He knows he's got it in him. He can pull it out on stage.
And I think the fact that he is the leader for the team, as we know, still such a young player, it's good to see. But I love the contrast from their first game on stage to this game. They look so scared the first game they played. They played so passive. This game, the exact opposite, consistently pulling the trigger. Silent ult off cooldown, they went in every time.
Yep.
Your options for player of the game on Twitter at LEC, Marcoon, Certus, and DOS. Incredible win overall. Just pick who you want.
The Yuumi, the early game, or
I don't think the Yuumi, even though DOS played very well, I don't, come on. I mean, the Yuumi, come on, you can't give it to Yuumi.
That's our way of protesting.
That's
we never give
suspect.
Yuumi an MVP ever. Never. Mutually agreed. You agree?
I agree.
Okay.
That's enough from us, though. Let's hear what Exekick has to say about pushing R and just running down G2's dreams of being undefeated.
I think he has a lot to say, Exa. Congrats on taking down G2. Let's roll a clip, please, because I interviewed you last week. You wanted to take a picture with Hansama backstage, and you were able to do it knowing how big of a fan you were of him. How does it feel taking him down this week?
Good.
Good, yeah. I can imagine, but
I think it's more my team than me, because I think I played kind of bad, actually, in the bot dives especially. But yeah, I mean, if you want to kill Hans, just let your team do it. And
that's the
and get
strat.
carried.
I think it's really interesting when I see your trajectory, because last year in the LFL, you really wanted to take down Reckless. You took him down twice with LDLC. And this year, your goal was taking down Hans so far. So that's 2 out of 2 on your list. Who's going to be the next one?
Tomorrow we play Vitality, right? And I think their bot lane is like probably the second best in LEC.
Yeah.
And I think Neon is very good, and he has a good team now. So I just want to play against him.
How important do you think it's going to be to ride the momentum of taking down G2 today in the hopes of taking down Vitality as well? And what can you say? I don't know if you've been able to watch their game today, the first one, but anything you understood from the team today?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think their draft was fine, but they played bad for the bot matchup especially. I mean, I think they know it, right? Because I think Kate Lux should be stomping this lane. So, I don't know, I think especially from last week we got a lot of infos on us, not in the gameplay, but more in the atmosphere, how to prepare for match day. We were making it so hard for ourselves, just so much pressure, and now we just said it's just a scrim day, just laugh, and that's what happened today. And I think we were in the comms, if there is voice comms, you will just hear that we are just trolling Perma. And that's what we do in scrims, you know?
Okay.
So I think we should just take it as a scrim and enjoy it. Because if we put too much pressure on ourselves, we won't play as good as we do in scrims. And that's what we did, and we did G2. So
lifting the pressure and just playing as you guys do in scrims. I know that when I talked to you after the games last week, you were saying that you're still not quite used to playing on stage. Is it better now? Are you getting used to everything lights on?
I fixed the audio, the lights, my screen. Because in game 1 against Mad, my fog of war was very scary. So now everything is good. I can play the game. And I think it's still a bit of pressure. I think today was like the hardest because it was G2, right?
Yeah.
And I am looking forward to the next 2 matches because it's good bot lanes. I respect them a lot. And I want to play against them.
Yeah, keep on getting these achievements. Exactly. Thank you so much for the interview and for joining me today. And we have more to say on this game, so back to you, Shox, in the studio.
Thank you very much. It was great to hear from Exakick, and also awesome to see the footage of him taking the photo with Hansama. But he whispered to him, "I'm going to destroy you in the game." That's not what happened. Mark
well, he did destroy him in the game.
Yeah,
Maybe not the whispering part.
But Exakick actually was asked about like Hansama, and he said, I actually didn't do anything. It was all my team. And I think that's very kind of him. Of course, it was a team effort. But you were on a different planet today. Oof. Wow, what got into you?
I mean, I realized last week that I was just inting a bit, so I didn't want to do that this week. So yeah, I just tried to not int.
That's a good plan.
The opposite's really good, right?
That's a great plan. I saw confidence. I loved it when you're posturing, when you're fighting like 2v3 and you're posturing, dodging the spells. I was like, ooh, this is Markoon that I know. The confident Markoon.
Yeah.
It was very nice to see.
Also, Yamato, you were saying that you felt that G2 got draft gapped super hard.
Completely. I think if there's any situation where, like the moment Lulu and Varus and Yuumi Sivir is locked in, I think everything that needs to be picked around it needs to be front-to-back champions because everything is going to be around these champions. The fact that SK recognized this, they slammed the Sion, they slammed the Azir 4-5, I think makes it so much easier to play because if maybe the situation would be different if G2 would pick Azir on 4 and all of a sudden the range disparity is not going to be quite the same. But this time in this composition, it felt like you guys were breezing as long as you're 5 people on the same screen.
Analysis on point, or?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, we kind of realized in game as well that we needed a tank, so my top laner just randomly pulled out his Sion. And then, yeah, we rounded out with an Azir. It's a perfect company you in my mind. Tank top, Azir mid, Hyperscaler on bot, and then, yeah, you win the game.
And the Spider, Elise is back. Of course, we've seen it across the globe a little bit, but really doing well in the LEC today.
Yeah, and I love just like trying to path away from Yike invading on the top side. We've had a lot of discussion around like how in general you want to play the early game jungle play style, and Yike's so much about counter jungling that I love going for the Elise here, just split mapping and super punishing bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, in-game, I wasn't really expecting to be able to dive bot here. I thought more that I was going to look for Graves and try to shut him down a little bit. But then I realized that he was actually my topside jungle and he left his bot lane alone, I just kind of went for the dives.
Yeah, and you already want to be bot lane anyways, because like you're never going to gank for a Sion top lane. Forget about that. So it just feels super nice to be able to get those guys super far ahead.
Yeah.
Cool. Was it surprising to you, Yamato, that you felt the G2 get overzealous in a way?
I think that generally speaking, in terms of the pathing choice, Graves ending up on the wrong side, and then, you know, if it's more contentious, Elise maybe is fighting Graves in the jungle, maybe it will play out different, but then plain and simple, I think after they dove bot, I think everything was in your hands. I think you guys had a stronger composition, and I think with everything how it played out, I think this was a pretty straightforward game. I think if you fall behind and you have the weaker composition, all is in the hands of, in this time around, SK, and I think that you guys played by far your best game so far in the split.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So how much do you feel like you made a click this week? Because of course you had to play 3 games back to back, and it's difficult to like review it in the minute.
For me, the biggest click came after day 2 when we were all actually like on match day. We're already like kind of nervous and the stage fright and this kind of stuff. And in scrims, we're always laughing. It's not too serious. We don't take ourselves too serious. So after that, I think BDS game, the day 2, we just realized we have to have fun on stage as well, or we can't play like we do in scrims. So then that game 3, we started laughing more, and I think then it really clicked for me that you just need to have fun on stage as well, and you will play better.
Oh yeah, you told us that actually last week, but it's a different thing to actually do it and put it to work, but you did so, and it's cool to see the elation on your faces, and congratulations, what a big victory.
Thank you.
For SK. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, it's time for Mad versus Excel. See you in 3.5 minutes-ish.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Something like that.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. It's time for our last game of the day already, Mad versus Excel. And we wanted to approach this pregame a little bit differently. And we're going to base our discussion, or rather start our discussion based on a M-Esports interview that Tom Mathiessen did with Mac before the start of the season, talking about the rebuild of the Mad Lions. And I just picked out some quotes so that we can use that as a start of the discussion to look at the Mad Lions project, also based on how they have played, of course, in the first week. So my first one was the answer that he gave about kind of, Humanoid. This goes back a little bit, right? And the place that Humanoid had in the roster and the things he could make happen, the hole he left. And of course, for a while now, they've had Nisqy, and he is still very much at the center of that lineup. So let's start there. How do you think he's been doing, and how do you think he'll do with the combination of the new players in the bot lane?
I think Nisqy has looked quite good so far. I think for him, he was always a player in the past that I associated with a lot of roaming on mids, fighting on sides, less of a selfish mid laner. But I've loved seeing his Victor a couple of games, playing much more like the scaling route, the team fight route. Also, definitely in his wheelhouse in the past. But I think so far he's mixed in quite well with the team.
I think it's very good that they are trying to give Nisqy chances to branch out. I saw some of that also in the previous year. When I was working with Nisqy, we kind of shoehorned them into that role of playing the TF and the Rise. And when those champions were out, we were kind of out of our own depth. And I think it's very important that you use, even though the regular season, the stakes are very raised in terms of how things go. I think it's very important that you also build yourself towards those best of threes and those best of fives, so you don't put yourself in a position where you only have one dimension. I think adding that depth, letting him play the Akali, the Victor, I think this is where he can grow the most as a player.
Especially when you look at it compared to a Humanoid in the past, because Humanoid was always a super volatile player. I felt like he was definitely a superstar, right? In the BO5s can have the moments that can turn around a series and win them for your team. So being able to show the flexibility for Nisqy, being able to find himself on some champions that maybe Humanoid would pilot, gives Mad Lions a lot more options, I think, in how they want to play out their games. And especially as we move into the next stage with BO3s and BO5s coming after that, that extra layer is always something that a team is going to love.
In the same interview later, actually, we don't have to pull it up now, but he said that he feels that Nisqy is super motivated to be that player, to take the next step and be more flexible. So I think that addresses your exact, I don't want to say concerns, but your ideas for the future for Nisqy. The other big thing is, of course, they brought in Chasey in the top lane, and they were very early committed to him. So Mac commented on that. We needed a player like Carzzy, nothing against Unforgiven, but that would work better. Why do you think that is?
I think on the discussion of Chasey, I think top lane has kind of been in a state of limbo, and I think that's the position if anywhere you want to take risks and potentially reshape how the top lane role looks like. And I think Chasey brings that to the table. On the conversation of Carzzy, I think he's a very specific, and I think his biggest strength is that he is okay with being a role player in regards to the condition of the game. I think that he's very adaptable, and I never see him falter regardless of his kind of state and condition in the game. Sometimes he dies, sometimes he ends, but I think that in that he always finds a way to be very impactful. And I think that allows his team to take many different forms. And I think this is why there was much interest for Carzzy in this offseason.
100%. And for Mad Lions, also him being a known quantity for them, already being integrated into the team, knowing hey, if we need this, this type of player in the bot lane, we know we can rely on him to be that for them. And putting Hylissang next to him, perfect, sign me up. That's a lane that I can get behind, in a lane that after 1 week has looked incredibly strong. To double back on Chasey for just a moment too, I think it's just really interesting how it feels like most of the league has actually approached top lane in this offseason. A lot of players being imported, of course, some superstars you have the carry tops as well. After Broken Blade last year was very successful playing a lot of those carries. A lot of teams have looked to try and incorporate that into the squad. And looking at it, Chasey so far has played similar champions to an Armut of past, did work the Fiora into there, which is something that's definitely nice to see. But I think this is a league-wide thing, and everyone's trying to find the top lane player that can break the game here in Europe, and that's cool if he can be that.
It's always the same story, right? It's the European teams, they go over to the World Championship, they've been playing the Orns, and they've kind of band-aid solved a specific problem and found a way to play around it. Come playoffs, always the orange shows up, and the engage and the simplicity of playing just through bot side and having your game streamlined is very, very easy. And I think if you lose to this at the World Championship level, then the same thing can for sure be applied if you manage to master it also here locally. So I think this approach to understand why we as Europeans are faltering at the World Championship and taking this approach in the off-season to turn this into a potential strength with the likes of Photon or now with Chasey, and also Ebi, and some of the, of course, old-school players that are sticking around, I think this is a very positive approach because the region as a whole has recognized a potential weakness in that position.
And speaking of, Oduwamne actually commented in an interview as well last week where he said this is something that we should be thinking of not come the World Championship, but come much earlier in the season. So we'll see that top matchup as well. Maybe in terms of kind of the bot lane, to round that point out, the following quote was about communication. And if Chasey is kind of a relatively newer player, then you will need something to even that out. Karzi, of course, great resource in that regard, but Hylissang as well. And you have, of course, a lot of experience in playing with him. Can you see that picture?
I think Hilly is definitely a player that does his absolute best in very specific conditions. I think that he needs to feel the love for his teammates, and he needs to feel very close to his teammates, and he needs to feel that trust, because in the end, I think that he draws the most motivation and strength from that. And I think when he's in that zone, he can take over games. I remember the series that stood out to me was when we played against G2 in that best of 5. And he was so deep in the bot lane's head just because he felt so confident in that moment with the backup of Whippo and also Upset in that moment. This was a Hilly that was completely unleashed. And I think if you find those conditions for a player like Hylissang, then you have a person that can definitely be the strongest player in his position. And I think this is crucial when you look at how you build teams, to understand in which context is specific players going to basically perform. Very often we see teams built around, oh, we're going to just pick a player from this team, he was really good there, and then he's going to be plugged into here, and we're going to do great. It doesn't work in that simple way. You need to always look at the conditions, and I'm hoping, and I believe that Hilly is in, a good state here at Mad Lions.
Well, I was actually really curious, did you find that his comms had much variance? Was it based, because you talked a lot about being able to prep and know the enemy bot lane super well also with the team environment? Was there situations where in a BO5 it could be an up game 2 and or down game 3, or was he consistent based on sort of the week leading up into the games?
I think in terms of Hilly's view of the game, I think often his biggest strength and sometimes what could be his weakness is that he views the game through the lens of his own champion. If there's a window in the game, let's say he's playing Leona and the enemy has no flash and cleanse, maybe there's a moment when your AD maybe is getting gold for the second item. Maybe your mid laner wants to catch one more wave and farm. He's seeing that opportunity where he's at his strongest and he wants to leverage that. And sometimes if that trust isn't there to support what Hilly wants to do, this is where constrictions might happen within the game.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember hearing you expand on that point in Euphoria episode 2 from this year. So go watch the rest of it if you want more thoughts on Hilly.
Exactly. We're going to cover picks and bans right here from our position. Thank you so much for that. So they're up versus XL. As we get into it, let's take a look. XL didn't have the best week 1 either, did manage to close out with a win, but they're gonna want a lot more from this lineup that is really finding their footing still.
Yeah, XL definitely struggle with the bottom side. I think they lack identity. I think you have very strong individual players, but I think in terms of how they create resources and distribute them, I think that's where they find difficulties, because I think these individual players have found themselves on teams with very strong players to support them to express themselves, but now they need an identity and they need to put their feet out. I have eyes on Xerxes because I feel like he has been in enough teams and he's shown very different sides of himself. And I'm hoping that he takes the shape of maybe an Elise, was a shapeshifter, and then it grants those resources for his team and maybe sets up his teammates for success.
I could definitely get behind something like that. I did notice XL in the 2 games that they lost were playing champions that were pretty aggressive around mid lane, like Vi, Ahri, Syndra in mid as well. The game they win, they went to Twisted Fate, a Maokai out of the jungle. Oduwamne, instead of being on a more tank-focused top laner, was on the Jax with some side lane options. So I wonder if they continue and try to roll that over again. Only 3 days to sort of prep in the week does lead you to snatch onto the things that work for you and just run with it.
Oh, interesting here. There's Yuumi and Maokai. I think with Varus in the pool, definitely I would prioritize the Maokai and maybe set yourself up to do something against the Yuumi. Targamas hasn't shown a lot of Yuumi play, especially on G2 last year. This was something that was missing. Let's see if they are put to the task. There you go. Yuumi on Targamas.
But the only thing, like, we've seen Yuumi get punished a couple of times, whether it was the G2 with the Nautilus lane, that just all in level 1. We just saw an Elise try to camp the bot side. Maokai maybe not as optimal in terms of like trying to find early tower dives with the rest of your team. But the alternative is the Fnatic route. Get Sivir, find very simple to execute team fights, and just force down and don't let that Yuumi player kite you around.
Okay, Sivir Lulu just keeping that front to back going. I think with the Zeri changes, definitely when she lost range, it has definitely gotten stronger.
Did he do heads or tails with a coin? Or
wait, I didn't see that. I was busy looking at the champions.
I didn't catch it.
I don't know if what it was. We'll need to get clarification.
We need instant replay, slow-mo on that one.
I like the Wukong a lot more here. I think it's better synergy with the Yuumi. I think if you pick Sejuani, you kind of require yourself to put something topside that is going to synergize well with it, and you can't really go for the tanks. I think this is going to be a very bot-centric front-to-back game like the previous one we watched.
Also not so simple for a Sivir to spell shield the monkey jumping on top for double knockups, as well as the E eating up that spell shield if the timing isn't perfect. So nice in terms of trying to dive into the enemy backlines there as well.
Here, Azir is going to be so important because you have relatively short-range AD carries on both sides, and I think Azir definitely makes it very it's so hard to get into the range pocket of hitting him with both Sivir and the Zeri.
I also think Excel just need maybe another option to try and force fights, maybe out of the top lane here. After looking at the different Maokai performances, especially with Demonic Embrace in the mix of things, it just feels like around objectives you can get poked out so easily. And with a Sivir in the mix there as well, a lot of options to try and kite out engage options if, you know, Wukong jumps in, gets polymorphed. So having Odo on something that can maybe try to find a flank option for the team could be big.
For sure. Maybe we just go back to the roots. Azir on 4 and then a little Ornn on 5.
Oh, baby.
the forbidden LEC recipe. That always works well. Because at least Ornn, you know, he can W the ult of Maokai. He can R as well to engage and to pressure. Instead, we have the Akali hover. The bans are good for her with Sylas and Kassadin out, but
sure.
I think it's not super easy to play against Maokai Lulu. But it is Viteo after all.
That is very true. And again, if there is some more setup for him there, something like an Ornn to try and CC backline as she's diving in, that could be an option here on 5.
He's feeling it. He's seeing all these upsets today, and he's thinking, I can do this too.
I feel like we might have a deja vu of the previous game where Caps was struggling super hard to get something done.
Oh.
K'Sante something bulky, and then Azir to top that off is going to put Excel in a position where they need to be the one forcing first. But Akali Yuumi is definitely a combination that can be very deadly, so Yuumi definitely has champions to jump on. Maybe that's how they break the enemy.
Yeah, the Azir here is really nice. I would say, like, because of the Yuumi ult, like, even being knocked back by the Azir, you still have the extra range to try and get an engagement. You need that non-committal engage, I feel like, which makes me not... I actually don't hate a GP here. I think thinking about it more like Sivir can't really escape too easily from something like that if you wanted to throw down the Cannon Barrage.
Okay. This is a very strong Yuumi composition. I think that's the main component that was missing for G2 in the previous game. At least Yuumi latching onto a Wukong, Akali, Gwen, or even Zeri definitely can make some damage happen. But the main thing for Mad Lions is it's going to be very easy to spot those flanks because of the Maokai saplings. So as long as they are compact, it is going to be tough for Excel to break them, but they need to find those flanks.
That's the thing, right? You have sort of death ball ideas for Mad Lions. Excel need to find ways to get into the back line. They've got good tank busting from the Gwen if they want to work front to back, but at the same time, it's going to be hard to actually deal with the range of that Azir coming into the play of things. So this is a game where I think Odo in a side lane is something they need to work with and find the windows where he has priority to group up with the team and force fights with numbers.
And also on the final note, early game has been such an important point in all of these games so far. I would have to say that the Mad Lions early game does look a lot easier to execute with the Gwen on scaling, Akali on scaling, and Zeri Yuumi into Lulu Sivir. It is going to be up to Excel to survive and then find timings to snowball with the Akali ultimate and the Wukong ultimate around the Rift Herald timer.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, right? It's very ambitious from the side of Excel. If they pull it off, all the better. But everything is going to have to go well for them in order to beat Mad Lions in this game. But crazier things have happened, especially today. So I wouldn't write them off yet. Here, it's time for Mad versus Excel. Right now.
And now there are casters talking, but not players playing, as there is a pause.
Just got into the game. 0 2 seconds in. That's quick. Slash pause in 2 seconds. Not bad.
Casters start game. Casters start game.
Can you start the
GSM.
game? I know people are spamming it.
You guys got really quiet when the camera got on you when you were
news.
shouting TSM. Were you embarrassed?
Mad Lions have written in all chat, ready.
Ooh.
So, I don't want to promise
To be fair,
anything.
they just wrote the letter R. But if you're a gamer, you know the lingo.
You know the lingo. R for ready. There you go. A quick one.
But
XL haven't said yes. So.
Ooh.
It's intense.
All right, guys.
And,
XL
it's
start
unpaused.
game.
Okay, we're gonna get into it in a sec. Game's about to start.
Oh, game, go, graphic. They
Here
said
we go.
toss. Go.
Game.
Yeah, there it is. Here we are, on to Summoner's Rift. The tree's in some pajamas. There's a monkey on the opposite side. It's gonna be a great game of League of Legends. We hope. Now, what I will say, me and Cajal, I think we're inclined to agree.
You're speaking on my behalf?
Speaking on your behalf. And you
Okay.
can correct me if I'm wrong here and call me a moron, because I shouldn't normally speak on your behalf. But I will say that feel like we saw the Sivir Azir combo. Guys, it's fine. They just want to hear what we had to say, okay? They can't listen while they're playing.
Jacobs has got the mic.
I feel
Pay
like if
attention.
you give the enemy team Sivir and Azir in the LEC, can't speak for all regions, you're gonna have a bad time. I feel like if you give them Sivir, Azir, Maokai, you're gonna have a very bad time. And as much as I remember last year when VTO strapped a cat and the entirety of Misfits to his back for like 8 games consecutively, this is a different year. And Akali and Yuumi, both not nearly as impactful as they were in days past.
It's bad, but let me add a little bit more to the cocktail of the Maokai, Azir, Sivir. There's a Cassante there as well.
Ooh.
We've seen the damage Cassante can do already. Broken Blade had a decent game even though they were losing, but Abby's just been an absolute star on this champion. Ooh, we're back into game.
And that's an Ignite. I love the Cassante. I love that Ignite. No
Yeah.
Ghost, no
Just-
flash this time around,
he ain't
pure
running
all
forwards,
in.
He ain't running backwards. He's just going to hit you. First strike, gold value, +5, +6, 11 gold. Huge early game lead here for Mad Lions. LEO is going to go
We are
towards...
serious professionals. You can't just say 11 gold and then say serious, a big lead. Look at that.
But they did get 10 gold back from the ward or something, so still pulling ahead
Ward
by
XP.
1. So yeah, blue start here for Elioya, solo start actually. Normally we see Maokai's go for a Raptor start and then take the pathing from there. In old days past with champions like Zac, you would see Wolves start. So we'll see how Elioya paths. Xerxes doing the exact same thing, both solo starts on the blue. A lot of scaling. The Akali will be under tower. First 5 to 6 levels will struggle. I guess we'll have the camera on perhaps bot for a little bit of trading. See if
Level
Hilly
2.
and Karzi can get level 2 first. It's the first wave only though, so they're trying to step up.
Trading back and forth here. You expect Hylissang to out-trade the Yuumi early on. Now, of course, just to go back to what the devs say, we heard from Yamato, Herald is kind of where we need to see Excel push for advantage here, where they can kind of try to leverage really strong level 6s from their respective mid-jungle duo to maybe get those early skirmishes, build some gold leads across lanes, because I feel like if this game becomes about pushing waves and just, you know, laying down vision and setting up for big objectives, Mad just have to be heavily favored.
Yeah, front to back is really easy. I was very surprised when XL picked Akali on 4 and didn't pick something like Asante or Azir and then just trade off.
You didn't
the front to back.
Maybe you saw in-house here, I doubt it, because Cajal was kind of whispering it, but it would happen for about a minute, and he just said, please don't pick Akali, please don't pick Akali, please don't pick Akali. Because we saw last game what can happen. It was very obvious that the Azir was going to be the response there, and obviously maybe VTO can show us even more than Caps did in the previous game, but it's just a tall task.
It is. The only worry I had for the Akali in the draft was into Maokai Lulu. It just feels really hard to play fights, let alone the Azir pushback.
Yeah.
So we'll see how VTO navigates it. Merktread's definitely going to be one of the first buys he goes for, but both junglers doing similar clears. The only difference here is Elioya has skipped his Krugs and is moving towards top crab, knowing that Xerxes is pathing up here. He has mid push. He wants to deny him a crab, wants to make sure he can get double crab. Small jungle lead. And I think Xerxes will probably just go for a full clear, go towards Krugs, doesn't really mind losing out on this early crab, doesn't have any push to play around. Niski, I mean, this is just the Akali matchup versus here. We saw Caps almost die level 4. The trading was so brutal. But, you know, Doran Shield, second wind, potion, TP, get through the first 5 levels. TP back, and then the Akali can start to catch waves and be a little bit safer.
And I think it's big here that Niski is showing us a strong lane performance. When we look at their single loss last week to Vitality, he had a very difficult game. Now, admittedly, Bo spent a lot of time in his lane to shut him down, but it's crucial here that he has a good showing, especially in these early levels where he's expected to bully out the Akali. Obviously, post level 6 is really where it feels like this lane actually begins. But good that he's able to provide this pressure early on and build an advantage while he can.
Here's the double crab for Elyoya, both picked up. Now I can go towards Krugs, have the full clear for him. Top lane a little bit of trading. Let's not forget Chasey has Ignite, so if bottom lane gets pulled in here, there is room for a kill. Xerxes not spotted yet. Actually, he did get spotted entering river, I think, from that ward, as the observers nicely point out. He should know that Elyoya is around the bot side. He should know that he's around the Krugs. Nice little sapling there from Elyoya to spot out the pathing.
Little cheeky first strike just for some extra money.
A little bit of gold. How much is he going to get? 15. Absolute. Okay. Xerxes was really scared. Hylissang was on the way. He had the W there.
Hilly getting a little bit frisky here. That's still a red buff.
Is he going to flash EQ? God, Hilly, he's going to go for the flash EQ. I can feel it.
No, he's not. He's resisting.
Oh, you've changed, Hilly.
He's holding back. He has to hold back the undeniable bloodlust. He wants to leap in now. Patrick rooted, cleansing out. VTO on the way down. Elyoya has to back off.
Wow. Both teams want to take a fight, and it was very, very respectful flash there from Xerxes. Maybe he thought if he got W'd, then the Lulu E comes out. If he W's, he'll get spotted on vision from the Lulu E and he'll die, something along those lines, but playing it very safe. Hilly dropping the Ignite, has to flash away. Patrick uses the cleanse. So even overall, Niski yet to TP back. VTO has, so he can get this wave in, but Niski will TP back with what I presume he wants, a lost chapter.
Yeah. I do like the confidence from Excel, willing to fire back when Hylissang gets that aggressive, especially when you look at last week. It was not a good first week for Excel. Their single win, it feels like they essentially stole from BDS, because they were getting absolutely smacked around in the early to mid game. Now they need to show us more here in this week. Try to bring it to 2-2 the score line. See if we can see more from Patrick and Targamas as well. They suffered early on. They faced the Hansama, Mickey X bot line, obviously. Part of the reason we see Heimer banned so frequently, but we didn't really get to play that game and have to hope that we get more from them this time around, because they do have one of the most powerful 2v2s in terms of late game potential in the Yumi's area.
They do indeed. So there's the lost chapter for Niski. He stayed an extra wave there with VTO base, so he can crash it, get that item. TP back, has a pink as well. So it'll be a very slow early game, unless either team decides to start up Dragon, or if either of them goes towards a Herald fight. I think XL won't mind the Herald fight. Gwen, Wukong, Akali, level 6. If Yumi can be around, they have a lot of damage. A lot of all-in, a lot of gap close. Xerxes on his top side will get spotted by that ward in the river from Chasey. So information as to where jungle is, but Elyoya will show on this Raptors ward from VTO as he clears out his camp. Sweeper comes in. And yeah, information apiece. Here comes Elyoya. I wonder if he'll start Dragon here. He has really good bot push. He has really good mid push too. Should be a pretty easy objective to secure. And the trade-off here is that Xerxes gets top crab.
Gets top crab, could potentially sniff around blue buff and maybe try to take the buff away, but still a minute away from the first Herald means that it's going to be hard to secure the bigger objective, although it is just a Maokai hitting this Cloud Drake, so it's going to be approximately 3 or 4 years before he finishes objective solo. Okay, the Sivir now
Sivir will help out, yeah.
Slow it down. Now it's about 30 seconds, you know.
Yeah. Exciting. A dragon is going to die. Is he going to get it?
Can you imagine you're an upcoming pro player and your mom's watching you as a tree dressed in cat pajamas fighting a dragon? And you're like, no, I swear people play this game for money. Because I think that would be a hard sell.
And then she's
I would probably leave that information out.
And then she's like, you looked good on the tree champion with the cat ears.
With the cat ears.
Are you going to play that one
Thanks,
again
Mom.
tomorrow? No, I'm going to play the lady riding a big bear.
Yeah.
With a poro.
Yeah.
What's a poro, son?
You know, it's hard.
It's hard to explain.
Shout out to
Why is
the
poro
parents
so
of
big?
League players out there who are putting the effort into understanding. And apologies in advance when we have to try to explain it to you.
RZ level 6. Patrick should get it soon. Nothing too exciting happening. It's the first blood waiting room. But level 6 coming close for Xerxes. Elyoya just dinged over. Herald is spawned. Action inbound, I promise. As Elyoya moves towards his bot side, we'll get spotted on the pink. Maybe just covering his bot lane here. Making sure they're safe, but...
Ooh, stepping up here. Level 6 coming out as well. They can't just try to walk this down and get a bit more damage. Over time, the Zeri DPS is definitely going to outmatch the Sivir, but if you can connect on the Boomerang Blade, should be an easy trade. That said, Karzi whiffing means Patrick's still confident to step forward here.
They could look for a bot dive. Cirque could try to take away the red, maybe blast cone over and get a wave in if Patrick thinks over to 6, or run through mid to top side and contest his Herald. He will see Elyoya now on his blue side jungle, and that's exactly how he turns around, and now his decision will be made. Run through mid to top or dive bot. Looks like he's saying dive bot. Take away red. Can they pull it off? Mad's bot lane is respecting it really heavily. They're just completely dropping this.
Good communication. Really, you have to give Mad the credit, because if they had stepped too far forward there, you know that they would have just gotten taken out. Now they're going to very cautiously approach as soon as they have a wave. Just try to one-shot this wave just to make sure that there's no easy tower dive. Continuing to harass as well, because as long as they keep it in the 2v2, it's going to be hard for Cersei to follow up. They're now trying to lock down Patrick.
Oh, here they comes. No TPs. No heal.
Polymorph. Use this one well. Carzzy spell shielding what he can, but not able to get anything else. First blood is big. Going to be traded back for the Herald, but meanwhile, Excel trying to get through as many plates as they possibly can. If they get 2 plates here as well, that's a big advantage to them.
Nice use of the ultimates there from Patrick and Targamas. They used their ults to actually push the wave in as quick as they could. And that allowed Cirque to gap close. Mad couldn't hold the wave away from tower. They were too low HP and were losing out on the 2v2. Early lead now for the bot jungle of Excel, but mid lane is struggling. DTO really far behind. Almost 2 plates for Niski in isolation. Elyoya has Herald. He could just drop it here if he wants to give Niski gold. Nice try on a bait there to try to get DTO in range of the Maokai. But yeah, I think the Herald will repay Mad Lions there. Not the end of the world if Azir is ahead. We saw, Exa kick last game alongside Certus. He was more of the team fight, second in line of carry.
Yep.
Niski is first in line of just being as safe as possible. Has the crown on the Shadow Queen, is up against 3 melee champs with a Yuumi. Gwen, Wukong, Akali diving on top of him. I wouldn't blame him for going for a Zhonya's as well.
Yeah, and I think Crown is just... This is probably one of the matchups that made the balance team be like, oh yeah, Crown would be a good item. Because it just limits so much of what Akali can do. She has to try to trade, maybe burn her E, maybe get in close into melee range to burn through that shield, because as long as that is up, if you push R while that shield is up, you are griefing. You are turbo griefing. That is a, not really, but in my eyes, a bannable offense.
R1 is not too bad because then you can proc it.
But then it's a second and a half, and are you just going to sit there? Is the Azir just going to sit there?
Definitely negates a lot of the all-in potential that the Akali has. Well, Yo-Yo now looking top. Maybe Odo Amle steps too far forwards. Is he going to take the bait? There's a Maokai in the bush. Odo has Ghost to get away, but there's a lot of lockdown from Mad.
Q wants to get the slow, maybe hoping to ult him back under tower.
Odo knows something's wrong here. I think he senses that something's wrong. Wondering why the K'Sante is giving up so much lane prior. Why is K'Sante so far back?
Oh, flash.
And that's the answer.
Ghost.
Oh.
Ooh, he's just going to dash away. No,
or is he?
Not immune from that. The Gwen shield might not be enough here for Odo Wamne. He's trying to heal as much as he possibly can, but the Ignite is there. Chassis came prepared, and now Niski going to walk away with the kill.
Yeah, good play from Mad. If Niski wasn't there, he would have just escaped, trading Ghost for Flash. Really important that the Azir shows up. That's the benefit of the mid push here in the early stages of the game. Niski can be first to that play. Elyoya picks up the Demonic Embrace in base. Also playing the first strike build, so I wonder if he goes Liandry second instead of the tanky items like Radiant Virtue. First strike with the saplings, just burning their HP bars down. Red buff still up here for Elyoya. No flash. Still has the ultimate if they do decide to walk in, but Niski doesn't have ult either at the moment. Not really worth it. Just give up the red. They should know that they're around their jungle. The Zeri Yuumi just basically disappeared.
Yep. Ooh, they're going to donate both reds over to Xerxes, even though they already had the buff, just to be sure here. And there's the poke from the Demonic Embrace Maokai. Patrick. This champ is so obnoxious. Patrick getting very aggressive here, trying to connect one more chapter on that Yuumi ult, but it will not work.
Yeah, got Hilly's flash, got Hilly's ult, got the Sivir ult as well from just dashing in there. Didn't lose too much of his own, just ultimates traded. Dragon is up. Look at the bot side vision that XL has in Mad Lions' jungle. That really helps them to just start up this Drake if they want to. Xerxes is going to do it. There's a ward in the pit. Elyoya doesn't have ult or flash. Patrick's pushing out bot. Carzzy's coming from base. Hilly's probably saying we can fight this because of the amount of mid push they have. Niski's on the way. Ult is up soon. Xerxes might have to drop this. DTO really can't join this fight.
This is difficult too because Patrick hasn't managed to complete his mythic. Sivir's already on the way with her mythic. Niski has his Demonic Embrace up. In terms of items, Mad are actually much stronger.
Niski can shuffle in here in a second if he wants to. 2, 1. Emperor's Divide is up. Dragon resets. And okay, so nothing's going to happen. XL tried to force a play. Mad Lions stop it.
I think that might have been a little over-eager from Excel. If they had backed, if they had bought their items, you can see how it would be a very strong play, but bits and pieces in terms of the components. You can hear here in Berlin, woo! That is a Herald charge.
Can this get that last plate? Can't. 30 seconds until they fall off. Almost 4 plates in mid. Yeah, it's the Azir that's going to be a huge problem for XL. Mad Lions are going to start the Dragon off the back of that Elyoyo using Herald to make sure they have that mid push to play around. And I think Mad's just playing really well over Pryos. You know, there's nothing flashy, there's nothing explosive. They're just covering sides, securing neutrals, and using Niski to move around the map. And what's XL's response? Well, nothing yet. Chasey could look for Odoamne. He actually ults the wave here, Odo. Scared of some kind of dive, perhaps?
Look back. Odo trading as much as he can. Of course, Gwen a lot of sustain here, but hasn't completed her mythic yet, so Jack Show going to do a lot of work.
I mean, the solo lanes have push and they're winning. Bot lane's going even and they're playing Sivir Lulu. Actually, they're a little bit ahead right now.
I mean, I think the struggle is on your sixes. You really want to get a lot done for XL. Try to force some of these early skirmishes, but again, credit to Mad. They've been moving around the map so incredibly well. There's just really not counterplay. Just now finishing mythics for jungle and top. VTO presumably going to back now and just now get his mythic. Patrick still on bits and pieces working towards shield bow. They needed those items at the same time or a bit ahead of schedule compared to their opposition, because now that window when it feels like it's still early game before anyone's grouping and you can maybe push advantage in a 3v3 or a 4v4 or a 2v2, it's going to start to close really quickly as these tier 1s start to fall.
It is, and Mad just scales better. It's the same story from last game. You give the enemy team Azir, Cassandre, Maokai on blue side, and they will just sit there, win their lanes if you're picking things like Akali and Gwen, and they'll just wait. They'll use their Pryos, and unless you can make some kind of explosive team fight around an objective early on in the game, then you will fall behind. But it's not, the window hasn't closed yet for XL. They're just 2,000 gold down. They just need to fight the next Dragon, fight the next Herald, try to start forcing something, because Mythics are coming in now. Shield Bow, Proto Belt. Need to look for something. Top tower, look at his HP. That's dead in a couple of auto attacks. Mid tower, exact same story. They're just going to keep bleeding out here, XL. Doesn't get the interrupt. And they've put their bot lane mid. They've put their bot lane mid. This is where they'll force. Herald start. VTO doesn't have TP though, neither does Odoamne. Need to push in this mid wave and try to force something. Look at the experience though. Patrick's actually a level down on Karzi. Karzi even close to level 10. Patrick's going to level up, but that's going to keep going. VTO needs to push out this bot wave, move towards top, join the rest of XL and try to force something.
Yeah, but they don't have any TPs. It's so difficult because now you've got Cassandre on the bot lane, but he has his TP. He can respond if the team wants him to. All of XL going to need to commit in this area if they want to force.
Does Mad want to fight this? They can get sucked into this 5v5. Chasey has TP. Do they feel confident enough to fight the Akali Wukong Gwen at 16 minutes into the game? It looks like they do. XL are just being pushed away. VTO's not here yet. He is on the way. Mad trying to chunk them out. They have to just pull the trigger soon, XL.
Shield broken on Crown of the Shattered Queen. Maybe they have an angle. Getting the TP now coming in. Laser coming out. They're trying to get into that 2K, getting lower and lower. Can they finish the objective? Will they just set their sights on the Herald? It's getting burned down. It's getting chipped down, but now the fight breaking out. Meanwhile, the kill already starting off as people are dropping left and right. XL finding the fight potentially, but it's Chasey on the backside doing big damage. Odoamne running, trying to get a little bit of a punish back. Herald dropping in favor of Matt, but maybe, just maybe, XL can keep the kills stacking in their favor.
That is more like it. That's the fight XL needed. Good turn from Xerxes. Mad Lions kind of overextended a bit there. Niski couldn't even join this fight. Elyoyo and Karzi just ran in a straight line to try to get the Herald. They saw the eye, they wanted to just hit it and drop a smite, get the objective and run back, but they went too far forwards, and then Xerxes finds the window. Mad, when they're together, they can't be touched. The saplings, the ults, everything is just so strong in pushing XL back, but it's here. Watch the Herald eye open. Elyoyo ults and he says, just hit the eye, we can smite it. That's a free objective. And then by the time he realizes how deep he's going and how split Niski is, there's only 3 of them here. So it's a 4 versus 3. Odoamne is next to Niski and Hilly. And by the time Niski arrives with a Q, his whole team is basically dead. Chasey does really well to get one back, dashes out, make sure he lives. Ludewolf helping there. But Karzi and Elyoyo full. Herald goes over to Niski.
And that is a brief reprieve, but for Mad Lions, they're holding onto their gold lead. They got the Herald as well. Maybe, just maybe if XL had gotten the Herald in that exchange too, things could have gone more in their favor. You see in the last team fight so much about the top laners.
Yep. 50 seconds on Drake. Need round 2 here. XL need to just start up a fight again. The only problem they have here is Mad Lions didn't use any flashes on their carries. Going front to back can work this early on. You know, the Maokai is not extremely tanky, and they have things like the Sunderer, but the later the game goes, the less front to back they can walk into. Saplings are coming down. This will put Mad Lions on soul point. VTO has TP. Patrick's ult is up. They're playing through bot here. Niski's going to drop the Herald to threaten the tier 2 while Chasey pushes mid, and then they'll move towards this Dragon. XL needs to respond. by getting this Herald down, it might have to just drop the next mid wave or send Vito there and then find their way in. No TP wards for either of the solo lanes behind Mad Lions. That would be a window they could look for.
Doing what they can to try to stop this from charging, but it looks like it will manage to make it in. Good damage onto the tower. And most importantly, for the side of Mad Lions, priority access to their third Drake, to setting them up for Soul Point.
XL need to get in here somehow. Just get over the wall, just get into the pit, try to start a fight. Even if they get the objective, they need something from this. Xerxes is close,
Kali is
comes
so
down.
far away.
There's nothing. Mad Lions are playing over waves, they're staying together. Xerxes might find Niski.
Niski going to try to dash into this one. A good ult to push them back to the safety. The Wukong is still waiting there. Hylissang trying to keep Niski healthy, knocked back. Chasey pulling him away, but they will find the kills. Mad Lions, they have to take this fight. They cannot afford to lose out here. Xerxes pulled back into Chasey. That's going to be one more kill coming through. Carzzy untouched for now. XL have to be careful. They can't afford to overstay now. Patrick caught out in the midst of the entire team. Targamas goes out. He's ignited. He's getting burned down. They will grab the red in the trade, but still have multiple members standing out.
Same exact story. Mad Lions go a bit too deep, they lose 2, they get Xerxes in response, but they get the objective. XL need a little bit more from these plays. Good engage from Xerxes to try to split them up. Niski separating from his team a bit too much there. Hylissang having to flash over and use the wild growth to keep him up. Watch Niski here. The rest of Mad are in the pit, walking bot side. Niski's walking top side, and then they get a bit confused here. They're split 3-2. Hilly has to flash over to save him. Carzzy's alone in the pit, he has to flash over. Positioning really awkward for a front to back. XL, good punish.
And you can see here as the rest of the fight breaks out, they are able to grab a few kills back on the side of Mad Lions. But this is the power of XL when they start to win a fight. This is the power of the Zeri. She can't just take these exchanges over. Mad Lions, though, with his K'Sante on the top side, have been playing fights pretty damn well. Ultimately, though, trading blow for blow against this Mad Lions comp does not feel good for the side of XL.
Definitely doesn't. And 3 minutes, 30 seconds on their Soul Point. Mad have their champions are just so strong at stopping you from entering. The saplings, the boomerangs are just flying in, the soldiers are in the chokes. Like, it's really hard to walk in for XL. They need to find different avenues to attack from. So Mad Lions will hold topside vision around Baron for now, and then shift it towards bot side when the dragon spawns. XL needs to look for a pick. See Niski, but Elyoya is right behind him.
We're going to find the correct one. Now he's going to get rooted up. Patrick waiting over the wall. They can't afford to overcommit to this exchange, but taking half of the health doesn't feel too bad. Carzzy now chasing forward. Gonna be happy with just taking the flash here. Losing nothing in exchange except for Elyoya's ultimate.
Yeah, Elyoya is going for the Liandry's build, I think, so he's going to be very squishy. He needs to be careful. He went in there, got hit by an EQ of Wukong, lost about 20-30% of his HP, so he needs to be very careful, especially with Patrick being 3-0-2. He's the man he needs to look out for. Vito is going to be trying to threaten the backline enough to buy space for Patrick. Not the end of the world just yet for XL, but it's a very tough position to play from.
Completely agree. Is potentially see a bit more of the 1v1 here. Still just trading blows, but Odoamne low on mana. Back and forth. But I think it is important to highlight how incredibly frustrating it is to play a composition like this against a Maokai. Because unlike Shaco boxes or Teemo shrooms, where hey, you can play slow and sweep them out, your only option with Maokai shrooms is either wait an absurdly long period of time, try to outrun them when they target you, or just tank them to the face. These are so difficult to play around, and it's why Elyoya can build AP in a game like this without being afraid, because it's just so incredibly impactful.
Yeah. Man trying to force his bot tier 2. Waves getting thinned out. Maokai ult to force. I think XL needs to be really careful here. They can get dove if they step up too far.
Well, Munger's now rooted. That's such an incredibly long route to push back. Easy, quick pickup, and now another one gonna fall. The cat dropped down on the bottom side of the map.
Are they gonna sprint to Baron? They have the damage for it. They're on the bot side of the map. They're just gonna run across the entire map and start up Nash. It's on Xerxes. Can he save the day? Can he save the game? Can he steal this away? Tower can be placed here by Niski if he wants to. He's just going to run straight past. He doesn't want to drop that down. Saplings will be crucial here. It's spotting out the Wukong. No flash.
Xerxes spotted on mid wave. They know he's in the area. They know he's going to come for the contest. No, ultimate for Niski is big. One way to stop him from getting in the pit. But just look at the K'Sante. He's got ult up and available. If they time this well, they can just stop him from getting in the pit. You can see him now moving around on the backside. He's willing to give his life to stop the Wukong from getting in. 3K, getting lower and lower. Xerxes moving in. Blast Cone bringing him over the wall. Can they get this one going? Xerxes needs to get in the pit if they want to get it, but they've already taken the Baron. There's not much of a fight left here. Vito managing to mark up multiple members. Hylissang surely should fall here. Vito, can he have the hero performance? Xerxes will get taken down. The Akali, the Gwen, will they be enough to ace the team? But Mad Lions still standing strong. Vito's trying to turn it back. Carzzy still standing. Targamas with nowhere to go. Odoamne with nowhere to go. It is a massive fight and a Baron for the Mad Lions.
Odo's gonna die as well. Yuumi might be able to save it. No, it's Chasey who gets the kill. Can he chase down onto Targamas here? Does have the Q3. The Blast Cone takes him out to safety. Everyone around the Yuumi dies. XL get dove on bot tier 2. They try to defend the Baron. They don't arrive in time for the objective, but they lose the fight as well. It all falls apart. Top tier 2 is gonna go down. Mid tier 2 is extremely low. Those windows we were talking about for XL, yeah, they were slam shut about a minute or two ago. They're broken. There's no window left. It's the same story from last game with G2 and SK. There's an Azir Sivir. They're up 5 to 6k gold, whatever it may be. They're on soul point. They're going to pick up that soul. They have a Baron. They have a front to back. It's simple. It's easy. Don't have to overcomplicate any form if situation. Just play it calm and slow and collected. And, you know, XL, there's no real play left. There's a Void Staff on the Azir. There's a 3-item Sivir. There's a soul now being taken.
I mean, and look, if there's anything that we've learned over countless years of LEC, it's that if you can get away with drafting team fight and not just sprint it in the early game, your life is going to be easy. You're going to be sitting pretty. Hard engage is king in Europe.
And that's how, I don't know how many times teams are going to go through this phase, but week 1 of every year, or week 2 or week 3, the first couple of weeks while everyone's trying to figure out the meta, you just play front-to-back scaling and you'll pick up free wins for the first 3 weeks until teams learn how to close out games, how to play mid-games, because these teams are new. They're not experienced together. They're not all on the same page at the start of the week. So, you know, Mad Lions play it simple and easy. XL tried to play some Akali, Gwen, front-to-back. You know, it was the old school last year of Gwen, Xin Zhao.
Hold that thought. Chase now coming out. Mad Lions trying to close the deal here. Running down Patrick. That's huge damage. McCarthy overstaying his welcome. Will give his life, but it might not matter in the end. The pushback now coming through. Niski still standing strong. You got a Cassante on the front line doing so much work. Excel just about down and out. Mad Lions pushing in. They got some blinking health bars, but you have to feel they just end the game here.
Yeah, they're going to end it. VTO can try his best to jump in. Has the Shadow Flame now, second item, but he doesn't even have ult. Targamas has no ult either.
Just look at the healing coming in from this Chemtech Drake. It's just too much. There is no counterplay. Goodbye to VTO, Targamas, and Excel. Mad Lions taking it slow and steady and pick and ban, and they will bring it home, moving up to 3-1.
Even cleaner than the SKG2 game. Azir Sivir is ending the game in 25-26 minutes.
I mean, it's brutal. It's so incredibly difficult to put that kind of pressure on yourself to play against those compositions where you have to be the one to out-execute, where you have to be the one to find the big advantages.
Yeah, and that's why you see in regions like LCK, you'll see trades off, you know? You have Lucian Nami will have Zeri Yuumi, you have Maokai will have Sejuani, you know? We'll just go full scaling against your full scaling. The game is slow because neither team wants to do anything, and then it comes down to dragon fights. When you're the ones who step up and say, we will play the mid game better than you, and we will get a lead, and you don't execute on that, your game just falls apart. It's an absolute shambles. So, yeah, clean, easy game for Mad Lions. Just playing through lane phase, playing through pryos, collapsing on sides, securing objectives, and just playing it slow.
Absolutely. And I think when we had an 18-game regular season, when it was double round robin, I respected more teams trying to get out of the box of scaling, show more, work on more deep strategies. But when you only have 9 games, and it is an absolute rat race in the standings, as it is right now, I think you just got to keep it simple. Scale, team fight. Is it fun, League of Legends? Absolutely not. No. But it is the way you win the game, and it is one of the most reliable ways that you can win the game.
It is. It is indeed. Was it Vedius on the analyst desk? I think it was last year. His teacher told him KISS, K-I-S-S.
Yeah,
keep
KISS,
it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, I remember he said that.
No reason to make it overcomplicated. No reason to put this burden of execution where you feel like you have to do something on level 6 because the enemy team is good enough to just concede a Herald or walk away from a fight. And that's the struggle. And at the end of the day, you have all these picks that, under the right circumstances, can be turbo OP, but you're looking at Maokai, who under most circumstances is really strong.
Also, how can you move? You know, you're playing these 3 melee champs. Gwen, Wukong, Akali, kill his dive on top of them. Okay, they have an Azir push. Yeah, they have Cassante. Yeah, they have Maokai W and ult. They have Lulu. It's so tough to even, once you're on top of them, even get the first kill. So yeah, skirmishes never happened. Mad Lions, props to them, didn't really give it to them. The only skirmish they gave them was kind of around the Herald. But yeah, that was game.
1 or 2 small fights for Excel, but Mad Lions was always trading up. Player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Chasey, Elyoya, Niski. Those are your options. Kind of pick whoever you want.
It's one of those games where it's like, well, they all played well.
They did all play well. But let's hear from the jungler who played well, who's standing by with Lore.
Thank you, guys. And Yoya, thank you for joining me. Give it up. Question about the draft, but not the draft itself. Roll the clip, please, because when Niski was picking his champion, he was coin costing, and you had an interesting reaction to that we're going to see in just a few seconds. You see Niski tossing the coin right now, and bam, there it is. What was that about? The coin toss and your reaction as well.
Yeah, so he was bragging that he would like do it, and
Yeah.
in front of the crowd he would look so cool, and crowd would like cheer for him. But it was really sad, you know. It was not even close. Like it went miles away from his hand.
Yeah.
And just it's an Niski move. Like first with the chair, then it happens. I'm just used to it. Like it's like once again, you know.
I mean, yeah, I had an interview with him last week, and he was telling me new year, new Niski, but when it comes to behavior and acting goofy, let's say, is he still the same man?
New Year, still same Niski.
All right.
Didn't
all right.
change. Same
And
Niski.
what about you then? Because you have another top side in the likes of Chasey, who's been doing super well right now in the LEC. New year, new Yoya, and how is the synergy between the two of you?
I think I don't think it's going pretty well for now.
Mhm.
It's my first time dealing with, but in
Dealing
the
with.
situation of having an import.
Yeah.
So it's been also a big learning experience for me. But for now, it's been pretty good, everything. I also think we got really lucky with how he is, because he's a really, I wouldn't say extrovert, but he's also not an introvert. So that helps a lot. And he's with us, when we play music, he's there like flaming our music. He doesn't like French rap, I can tell you that.
I don't like it either, so yeah, I'm on with him.
So yeah, I think for now it's going pretty well. Like
Amazing.
the relationship, the environment we have, it's the best I have ever had in a team, and
Yeah.
things are going pretty well. Yeah.
That's great to hear, but having a new bot lane, especially bringing Karzi back with Hylissang, both of them can be special sometimes and a bit too hasty when it comes to handling the lane. Chasey on the top lane also, how does it change the whole dynamic for the Mad Lions?
Well, both of them are special, like Karzi and Healy. They are both really special. Like they are different humans. And I think the best way to put it is we are 5 monkeys trying to play as a team right now. Like if you hear our voice comms, just everything is not a mess, but everyone wants to talk. Things
Yeah.
are going crazy. And you don't want to know screams. Like screams, in bot lane, like there is like a micro game there, you know? Like at minute 10, there is at least 10 kills. Like sometimes it's us, sometimes it's them. It's like playing roulette.
All respect to you then as the jungler to manage this circus of monkeys, as you said. Any idea of how it's going to end up tomorrow playing against Koi, which are one of the highest opponents right now, baby?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be easy. For me, like I have a lot of...
Right?
So Koi is the team I want to face the most because they are obviously Spanish, they are my
Of course.
friends. So I really want to smash them into the ground as hard as I can. And also, there is a bet in between in which if I lose, I have to do a TikTok, whichever they choose. So I'm going to go real try hard tomorrow. No losers.
Keeping a close eye on this, Yoya. Thank you so much for the interview and insights on this Mad Lions jungle. We'll see you tomorrow against Koi. And that's all for us on this side of the stage. We'll be back in a couple minutes for the post-game lobby. Stay tuned.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome everyone to PGL, where we have Yamato and Hilesang after winning with the Mad Lions for 6-0. And I was just checking, and I asked Yamato as well, how to pronounce Hilly's first name correctly. Zdravets.
Yeah, you did pretty good.
Nice. You do it.
Zdravets.
Nice. Okay. I actually always wondered, but I never had the opportunity to ask. So great. But more importantly, what a fantastic win. And I would say bounce back probably after the end of last week. So yeah, tell me about this game and why you think that it went so good for you.
Well, honestly, I'm happy we won, but I'm not really happy how we played. I feel like we had a lot of advantages. I think we did a really good job around the Maokai pick, but I feel like we also made so many easy mistakes that kind of make me sad because I feel like this should have been clean win, and we kind of didn't make it clean, and that's why I'm not too happy about it. But yeah, win is a win, and I feel like draft was on our side, even though they got the Yumi Zeri. I feel like we matched with a 5-5 pick, and I feel like the Maokai seems very strong on stage just because of the objective control that he provides, and his ultimate is just very powerful as well. So I feel like we got an edge there. And I also think that Niski played quite good mid lane, so he got very strong. He got a lot of items, and mid tower almost died to the Herald. So it was very easy to play through Niski and Maokai pick. So it was a good game, but yeah, we did make mistakes.
Okay, I like that though. He's critical, of course, of their own play.
It's classic Hilly. Is always instantly going into the reviews. I think this, in terms of draft, I liked it a lot. Even though it's on paper, you associate a lot of the champions you guys have with scaling. I think early on, you have Prio every year, you can push. Maokai has a lot of freedom, and then you can kind of choose how you maneuver yourself around the Rift Herald. This time around, of course, they dove you guys in the bot side, but I think all in all, easier draft to execute, and I kind of like the progress, because at least from outside, I feel like you guys are having the right ideas in the game, and I think early in the season, it's okay to mis-execute every now and then, but in terms of team cohesion and ideas, I feel like I can always kind of follow a red line in the game of what you guys are doing, and I think this is a very, very big positive.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think we're still trying to understand how everyone thinks in the game, and sometimes we're not really on the same page, which fight we should take, or where we should be, or for what objective we're playing. So I think it takes a bit more time to be more crystal clear on the call, and I think we're on the right path, as Yamato said, that we are learning the same thing, and every day is something new, and I think it's very powerful when a team learns every day, and I think we can be a really good team soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think you already see it, right? But now it's about kind of honing in everything to make you as good as you can be. I feel like it's super interesting for you because you spent such a long time on Fnatic, and now you get thrown into a completely different environment. And I can imagine that is, of course, in part, difficult. Of course, change is always hard. But how much of it do you see as this big challenge of, oh, I've got all these different impulses now. There's a new coaching staff to work with, new players around me, new opportunities. Kind of, how do you see that as at this point in your career?
It's for sure challenging sometimes to understand what people really mean sometimes, especially in this industry where we're still somewhat kids, or some of the players. So it's very hard to get the point across in the right way. And sometimes we will hurt each other just by talking, just because maybe somebody misunderstands what the other guy is saying, and then we get stuck in points or something like that. Or it's just about the characters. Every team has a different characters, and you kind of have to get to understand them better, so you become a better team in a way. So I feel like this is the hardest point of changing teams, just to realize what does Ayoya mean, or what does Kazi want, or what is his play, these small things to understand what he really means is very important for the team.
I wanted to ask you, Hilly, since now you jumped into a different team, I feel like there's always two sides of it. Do you feel like you are finding yourself within the team, or do you feel like now with a completely different roster, completely different staff, that you can reinvent yourself and work and build more strengths?
I think I've kind of always been myself. It just sometimes it's harder for other people to really take me as who I am. and sometimes I have to like change just a bit to be like more like to not go too far or like to not trade myself for like for something like a kill or like a flash. But in this team I can really be myself and not feel like people think that I'm playing bad or like I'm not doing something right. I feel like people trust me a lot in this team, and that's very nice feeling to have when you play the game, that you don't feel like judged or something.
Yes, yes.
And it can really unlock you or like play like very good when you don't have like thoughts in the back of the head like what if or like what if I fail, you know?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's something that we heard, often from players that have played in Mad Lions and just from Mac and the coaching staff around it. Mac says it himself, like for him, team culture is the most important thing, right? So it's nice to hear you say that because it means it's working. I wanted to ask you then about kind of Mad Lions in general, but maybe starting first in terms of your duo partner, Karzi. I always wonder, because you play against him for so long, and I wonder if you like create any, I wouldn't say prejudice, but like thoughts of how this person can be because you've played against him for so long, and then how different the reality was.
Honestly, when I didn't really know Kazi that much when I joined Mad Lions, like as a person. I mean, I knew that he's like very funny and crazy guy, and the reality is he's very funny and crazy guy. So like nothing like was too different. For example, when I joined Fnatic, like I had to like choose like ADC, and like Upset was on the list, and I don't want to play with Upset. Upset is too toxic, you know. That was his image. But when I started playing with him, like he was completely different person, you know. For example, this was completely different. I was like surprised that Elias or like Upset was who he is, and for Kazi it's exactly the opposite. He was who he is, you know. Like, like his image is him, and I feel like he's pretty good mechanically, especially. I feel like he also has good game knowledge, but I think his laning phase needs to be improved, and I'm working very hard on it. We're working very hard on it, and I think it shows. I think on stage we're doing pretty good, and he listens very good. I think he's the type of person that listens and gives ideas a lot, so it's very easy to work with him. And yeah, I like him. He's very funny, and yeah.
You're a tough teacher. You're like, it's like the sandwich of like, I'll say something super nice and then I'll just give some criticism and then I'll give I like
Kinda
it.
like you, no?
Yeah, exactly like me. Oh my God, called out. It's a very interesting way of giving feedback. But I think it also shows what you just said about kind of feeling at comfort with everybody, because Yamato, it clearly shows that the ideas can be spilled. People have given each other room to just be themselves and try new things, etc. And that's really good, I guess, especially in the beginning with a new roster.
No, for sure. I think this is how you reach the highest potential peak. In some teams, you are kind of put into a specific role and you don't get opportunities to grow because maybe you're afraid to make mistakes, maybe you're afraid to be judged. And I think this is the opposite of progress. You need to be daring, you need to be able to jump, and then if the fall is harsh, you need to have teammates that are there to catch you and to push you further. And I think always when it comes to player ability and player limits, I think it's so important to always contextualize it. And I think players function under different environments, under different circumstances, and I think the idea and the purpose of the coaching staff is to give that ideal environment to each fundamental player. And I think it starts in the trust to give players that opportunity to really, really grow.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to keep you too long because there's another 2 days of games, which is pretty intense. So I want to pull up the standings because there were so many upsets today. I guess when you came to the studio, probably saw the G2 game playing out. What did you think about that?
Honestly, when I saw them before the game started, I kind of knew they would lose just because they were like very sad. And this team requires them to be smiling and happy. And like when I saw Caps and like everyone, I feel like only Mickey was like laughing and joking around. And everyone else was just, I don't know what happened. Maybe they had a rough scrim week or something. Something happened, I don't know what. But I could see that they were not G2 that we know.
Interesting. And I know we always look at the G2 perspective, but mad props to SK also because they played that game very, very well. Of course, G2 also didn't play it that well, but it really doesn't matter. They got the win, SK, and they can be really proud of it. And it wasn't like a fluke win, right? They can really build on what they showed today.
No, for sure. I think just best of ones, they work like that. Draft precision is super important. I think that SK recognized what was needed in 4-5 with the Azir Sion lock-in. It was a front to back. Varus and Lulu was shown, and then Sivir Yumi, of course. And then the bottom dive, you have Grace pathing into the opposite side, not recognizing that this dive can happen. All of a sudden, you're on the back foot for the rest of the game. And this is the volatility of BO1s. And if you don't stay sharp, you can get caught very, very easily.
Speaking of, BDS, of course, beat Fnatic earlier today as well. Heretics beat Koi, and that brings us to tomorrow's schedule because we have our match of the week, Mad Lions versus Koi, which is super exciting. How many? Oh, you're at the end of the day, of course. So maybe you can come to PGL again.
Okay,
we'll
Yamate is here.
We'll see. So talk to me about the match of the week then. Koi didn't manage to win their game today, so maybe they're like wounded prey.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like they really want to win since they just came out of a loss, and I feel like they're a pretty strong team. So they for sure want to get this win against us very badly, but we don't care about that. And I feel like we will. I hope we get a good draft. I trust in Mark and Pat that they'll do a good job, and I feel like they're not as strong as we remember them. So yeah, I will see how they are on the Rift, but they feel or seem a bit different than the previous team they were. So I think we can take them down for sure.
Can you put your finger on it, like what it is?
I know that Koi was one of the teams that started off very slow in the off-season. They didn't practice too much in December, and they joined in January, so they were behind on that fact. Considering the meta hasn't changed too much, I think that's an important factor. I think at the same time, I think they're having kind of a identity crisis in terms of how they want to play the game. I think Shigenda is being put on carries, which comes with a lot of pressure. Malrang is always Malrang. I think that has been the person that has stood out the most. But I think the main issue I feel when I watch Koi play is as the game goes on and on, they are struggling to find themselves in situations where there are 5 people on the same screen. And it sounds so silly, but a big part of League of Legends is finding ways, being 5 people on the same screen and being in position to take fights. And often when Drakes are spawning, you have the AD carry on mid, 4 people on bottom side, and there's just no way they can contest anything at all. And this is where they lack that cohesion. Like right now, they're just not playing as a team. And I see everything that is positive is always on the hands of Malrang, and then occasionally some lane phase wins on bottom side. But other than that, Koi is not looking cohesive at all.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. You, of course, have a lot of experience of playing versus the bot lane, and I guess you and Upset and then Comp and Trimby were considered kind of the strongest ADC, or the bot duo rather, in the league. How do you think it's going to go specifically in lane, because you talked about the laning situation versus them tomorrow?
Honestly, I don't think we have scrimmed them that much with Kazi, so I think they're pretty strong duo. But yeah, I mean, depending on the matchup, I think if they get Kalista, we might get like under the tower, maybe Dove. But if we're playing like Yumi, Zeri, and this type of thing, I think it's very hard to get Dove. And I feel like we often get the push on whatever side we are with Kazi. So I feel like we get this matchup under control. Yeah, we'll see. Like if Ashe is open and stuff, I think this champ is very, very strong, and it can give bot prio and like can reveal the whole map. So I mean, I don't know what's the matchup, but I'm confident in Kazi and me. So we'll see.
Do you like playing Yumi?
No.
I'm just asking.
I don't really like playing Yumi, but I can play her. Yeah. So if today like they chose like we gave them like a question, like do you want the Yumi or the Lulu Sivir or Lulu Zeri? I would have had to play the Yumi side, so I can play it, but no, I don't like playing Yumi.
Okay. The last point I want to bring up is there's a madman on the other side of the world, Keria, and he's been just doing wacky things. Really, I guess, doing things that maybe in the past we would have said with Professor Hillesan could do. How have you been watching those games, and what do you think? Do you want to also show us some weird
Honestly,
things?
my Kalista is not as sharp on my Caitlyn, but I feel like the way he plays them is very unique. And it's not like... I mean, he does have the mechanics and stuff, but I feel like when you play like Hail of Blades and support, your goal in the lane, for example, is just to trade as much as you can. You summon us as fast as you can, so you just have more pressure. You have the bot prior, And I feel like he's doing it like very good. Even I remember when I was scrimming against him, he will like all in every level. He doesn't care. He just wants to have like presence in the lane and then like move around the map. So I feel like he's just very good mechanically, and his team also trusts him to play these picks, which is very respectable. And I think he's been doing a great job out of it. And yeah, I don't have anything but respect towards him, and I feel like he's just very good, you know?
Yeah, nice to know. Yeah, he probably looks up to you as well. Yamato, do you have anything else as we sign off?
No, I'm just excited for tomorrow's match. I'm happy that I visited the rooms of the players that I know today. Like I visited the Fnatic room, they lost, they got stomped. I visited the G2 room and then they got stomped, and I was like, I'm not gonna visit the Mad Lions room.
The Grim Reaper that
yeah,
knocks?
but that's like that's horrible. That's terrible. So I was like, I'm not gonna knock on the Mad Lions door. You know, I want to meet Mac and Niski. I want to meet my boy Hilly. You know, and I was like, okay, well, they're gonna win. Well, if I don't knock on the door, and then I'm gonna request make sure Hilly's on PGL, and then all is good.
Yeah, we enticed because you don't do the PGL that often. We're like, Yamato's there, and he misses Hilly. It's just the truth.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it really is.
So
I also miss you.
yeah, worked out great. Let's take a selfie, and then I can send you off. I don't think we have. We don't have. Anyways, doesn't matter. We're gonna get a Polaroid, but it's not here yet. That's okay. This is also fun. Lovely. Thank you so much. That wraps up our day of LEC. And if you missed any of the action, stay tuned, as our rebroadcast will be starting in just a few minutes. And tomorrow, we'll be back, write it down, at 5:45 Central European time. So that's 15 minutes later than today, with a very special edition of Ready Check. Get ready to invest as we enter the Baron Pit. Good night. Welcome everyone to week 2 of the LEC 2023 winter season, live from Berlin, Germany.
Ho, 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 ho. Alright, we need Luca. Where's Luca?
Perks, welcome. Joining us for the start of Ready Check. Fun.
Luca is doing interview.
Intio?
Intio Vitio?
Bro, I'm done with this. I want to leave now.
You want to leave already?
Yeah.
Interview. GG. No Luca.
I can leave, right?
Yeah, you can just leave. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Be free.
Thank you, guys.
Wonder, though, has his eyes on Adam.
Adam has Ragnarok. He's going to try and turn this one around. Wonder, you can go all out, but you can't get the Viking under your tower. Flashes. The chase continues. Wonder cannot escape.
What am I watching right now?
The League of Legends. None of that sort of scale for mid-game.
Okay, Abby is 1v9ing. Abby's 1v9ing. I need help. Abby is gonna 1v. Yeah, Abby solo kill. Abby solo kill. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
That is it. Team Heretics taking the win.
They managed to pull off the win. Ebby had some huge standout moments. Jankos, insane early game.
Going forward, can't be looking for more shortly. The flash, that's enough. Bo goes in. He's only level 5, though. The knockback from Perks is beautiful. Dayor, no flash for him. Perks takes Sean out of the picture. Gravity field,
so
no.
lucky.
Party Ruby wants it. Key points of contention. The Brock once again hit with the arrow. Michelle was waiting. BDS taking the scalp of Fnatic in a massive win. And here comes the death ball. One after another. FK will fall. Broke away to the back line, trying to get anything, absolutely anything done. Remember now, Ruby, that's such an incredibly long route to push back. Easy, quick pickup, and now another one gonna fall. I think I'm fine by now.
I think you can win. Nice. Luca, nice.
4-0 for Vitality, 14-0 for Bo in professional play now. Vitality continue to march towards a showdown with G2 on Monday.